Up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Welcome, fellow miscreants and heathens and others. Good to see everybody tonight. So we're just going to kind of go over a little bit of everything, a little bit of Menudo. I'm a little careful because I found that there's two ways that they put that little irritating fact check sticker on your video, and that's if you mention something about the topic of a stationary level plane within a dynamic fluids pressure system, using the dreaded flat earth moniker will draw attention, and they'll put that on there. But you all know me, and this is a lot of the stuff we talk about. So that's one reason. And the other way is when you get these little crybabies. And Lord Almighty, have we not seen them losing their minds lately? Oh my God, over the last couple of weeks, these globies are dog paddling toward the surface and they can't get there. It's just having a bad time. Shout out to my man, Caleb, from TikTok and on Twitter, and his relentless fight. This is great. He's been putting out some great stuff, as we saw. That was another shaker when he did that with Felicia the Flat Earther, formerly known as Fight the Flat Earth. That was epic. I thought that was great. And then, of course, the other night with Pastor Odell and Pastor Locke, the dude just lost his shit. What is it with these guys? They just lose their shit every time. They just can't maintain, man. Well, it's showing right now. I got 19 people. Let's see who we got here with us tonight. I already know I got some loyal people that show up every stream. I'm going to go backwards. We got Jehovah's Daughter Barbara, always one of the nicest mods that I have. Helpful to people when they come in, just very welcoming, great person. Got Stacy Sunshine with a Saddle Bum Mrs. Tribune, good to see you as well. I hope Skylar is doing well. And the kitties, I often hear the kitties in the background. It's got to be rough. I know. I remember, yeah, little kids ain't nothing to, let me tell you something, man. If you don't have kids, that's work. That's work, man. And it don't ever stop. Don't ever stop. So we got Globe Earth Eulogy is with us too. FE Nation, good to see you, my man. I understand. Am I mistaken, or were you at the debate in Tennessee? I believe you were. I don't know why I got that idea. Maybe I thought I saw you had said that. I got Dr. Law is dropped in here with us. Dreamy Lynn escaped the chains. Don and Andrew. I got Stacy Sunshine too. Saddle Bump. We got a bunch of people. Malcolm Sheen and Joni Rotten. Globe Earth Eulogy. I like that. That's a good name. Globe Earth Eulogy. Yeah, as I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, we don't fear this demonic, satanic fucking lie of a globe Earth. I love it. Always lurking. Well, you got to be careful. So that goes at. We used to think we could just talk about him, but now, he's hanging out around the corner and we don't know what's going on. So yeah, today Caleb put out a pretty good video. I thought it was pretty good. I'd share it with you on sunsets. It's pretty cool. Somebody will bring some shit up on him, and I'm going to go into it just a little bit deeper too, because he goes into exactly. He uses some different terminology. I've used the term isometric. He uses hyperbolic, which I think they're kind of interchangeable, synonymous. But it's actually looking from the perspective or using the two-dimensional orthographic geometry, which discounts actual perspective of the observer, and he goes into that. I'll go into it a little bit deeper too, because this is pretty cool. I told him, I says, dude, this is fire. Glad to see you putting this out. I says, we've talked about this on my show too. And I think this is absolutely important. I've been seeing a lot of shit. People are really getting wise to the perspective idea. And I've shown it here, taking two similar objects and moving them further and closer to the camera. And of course, that's rudimentary. People, if they can understand that, and they can understand how scale works, then they can also understand how they ran this preposterous numbers on you too. Because like I've said before, you can go in a planetarium and it'll be just like you're outside experiencing the night sky. Exactly. If you went in there, had it set for the exact time and date and location as to where you're at, you could put your sextant up there, boom, everything would work out to your charts and show that's where you're at, right? Go outside, get the same thing. So what's that tell us? Are they trillions of miles away? You don't know how far away they are. All we know is that they have an apparent location in the sky from the observer, and that's it. Okay, because in the case of the planetarium, how far away are they really? They're just a matter of yards away from you in reality. And outside, of course, it's a lot more, but how much more? How easy would it be to fake the space station, to have something go by, transit at a certain time? I could tell you it's a certain distance away and tell you that it's a certain size and that it's going a certain speed. But I could actually have it going a quarter of all of those, a quarter of the size, a quarter of the speed, a quarter of the distance, and you would be none the wiser. That's how scale works. See, they don't understand how scale, when you're trying to explain this to these guys, they don't understand scale there, but they totally buy into the coincidence of the sun and the moon only appearing to be the same size. See, that's what destroyed poor Mr. Volt in his little idea that he was going to tell us how far away something was by eclipsing it with an object. Anyway, let me bring this up for you. This was pretty good.
Wait. Are you under the impression that sunsets don't work on a flat Earth because the angular size of the sun should change drastically as it moves away from us? Well, this video's for you. Turn not only going to go over how the sun's size does actually change with a solar filter, but we're going to use an analogy to show that it should change slowly and not rapidly, like a lot of the globe proponents suggest. I'll simply use my hand to demonstrate this. If I put my hand right up in front of this camera, you see how it's really big? And then you move it away and the angular size changes very quickly? That's a demonstration of things changing rapidly because they're close to you. If something like the sun is already at a great distance away from you, its angular size is going to change very slowly. Hence, if I was already a mile away from you, I put up the same hand and I started moving towards or away from you, it would change slowly. This is why the sun's size does not change drastically. It leaves our view of perspective before it can change size extremely. Are you waiting for me to show you the actual size of the sun changing, even with a solar filter? Check out this video and we'll talk about it after.
There's a few of them you find, and one of them is from a channel that's actually trying to prove that the sun doesn't change sizes. And they share their footage. They don't do any comparison of the before and the after. They just share the footage. And when you watch it, it looks like there isn't a very big size change. But if you take screenshots and zoom way in and compare these, you can tell pretty instantly that there's a significant change in size.
Isn't that hilarious? Some glober actually did all the work for us, showing that the angular size of the sun does change even with a solar filter. You can see here's another demonstration. Solar filter was used. Size changes over the course of a day. I'd like to quickly and swiftly destroy the ideology that the sun shouldn't set now, because I know the opposition's going to be crying about it in the chat now that I've destroyed that it does change angular size. The sun, or the moon, as they get further away from you, they lower in perspective. This graphic very easily
You're going to do this to me again?
demonstrates this. So the sun's elevation relative to us stays similar, but because we have a terrestrial view of a celestial object, it lowers in our perspective due to point perspective. Now, you may ask, what is point perspective, Caleb? We don't see in Euclidean geometry in completely straight lines. We see in hyperbolic geometry. Hence, the ground ramps up and the sky ramps down, creating a vanishing point. So again, as the sun gets further away from us over the course of a day, it lowers in perspective and disappears from the bottom up, similar to this coin on a table. As you move it away from an observer, everything disappears from bottom up. It's not exclusive to a globe Earth model. Now you may ask me, Caleb, why does the sun even go around our level plane? And I'd have to reply with, I have no idea. I cannot use the scientific method to demonstrate how the sun is being propulsed around our level plane. But if you map all of the wandering stars, or planets as they call them today, over an azimuthal projection, you'll get these geometric lines that seem to be following these ley lines on a magnetic field under a supercell. So maybe everything's magnetically propulsed by the perturbation that is coming from the North Pole. Just a guess. Just a reminder to the globers. All celestial elevation angles require a flat
Ah, you bastard.
Earth assumption. The sun, over the course of a year, lowers and highes dependent on what season we're in, and gets closer and farther away from the center of the Earth, causing temperature differentials over the course of a year, being warmer and colder. Also, the sun does not look like this ever when we look at it. If you look at the sun with a solar filter, it actually looks like this.
Which that brings me to something I'm going to show later. They're threatening, saying that there's some kind of a huge solar storm coming, and there's been showing this picture of the sun, and of course it's rotating, right? It's moving, and it's got this big, huge black fissure in it, like there's a hole in the sun or some dumb shit. It's crazy, but we'll get into that after a bit.
Just to warn everybody, I think that's pretty much all I have to say. Other than that, check out my link tree in my bio. It's got my Telegram, my X account, which you definitely need to follow. Good stuff going on over there. And all of my other social medias, like my YouTube, if you'd like to keep up with me and keep watching my content. I appreciate you. The Earth, it's a level topographical plane. Enjoy your day.
So what I'll do.
Wait.
Wait.
Are you under the
I didn't say go again, Caleb. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a link to that in the comments. And if you're not subscribed, if you're on X, I subscribe to this guy. Do a hashtag level heads with a Z in heads, and you'll come across some really good accounts on here. Be wary of the trolls. They're vicious. They are vicious on there. All they're doing is looking for a way to report you and get you shut down. You'll note them. They're going to use the same circular, tired fucking crap that's going on. And most of them, I believe, are bots anyway. So anyway, that's the link there. I'm going to put it also in the description box. There we go. And we hit that save button. Bam, it's in there. So yeah, if you're not subscribed or you're on X, definitely go over and check out this guy, this kid, this young man's account. He's got quite a bit. And of course, you're familiar with his debate that he had with Felicia the Flat Earther. He's done more. They also have another thing over on X called Spaces. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it's audio. It's kind of like how our open panels go on here, but it's audio. And you can most of the time join. And it's great. A lot of people sharing ideas. It's really quite got the reach, better reach, I would say, than YouTube does as far as this topic is concerned. But, you know, I'm not going nowhere. Don't worry. Staying over here. I like you guys. I got some crazy nutty people in this chat from time to time, but yeah, I love everybody here. So I'm going to go through and we'll give a shout out to everybody else who's made it up here. I think we've jumped up to 42 people. And let me see what we got. Well, this thing ain't showing nothing. What's going on there? Oh, I know why. Because I need to hit that thing. There we go. Now it should be able to. No, it doesn't. It's only showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people, including myself, in the chat. And that's, let me change that one time and put it back to that. Let's see if that gives me anything new. Oh, a little bit. But I've seen some other people because, like, there's Greg B, and I don't see. Oh, there he showed up in the little box up there. Earl Lee, good evening, sir. Chilling is here. Let's see. I'm just going to go through the chat box and see who I find. Kevin Barber, he showed up too. Jay Heighton, Globe Earth Eulogy. I love that name. Yep. Joni Rotten, Andrew, and of course Dr. Law. I think I've kind of got everybody. Probably got a lot of people watching on other devices that are not chat enabled. I know if I watch it on the TV, I have to pull it up on my phone so that I can use the chat. And so a lot of times I know I see you people saying hello to me on other shows and stuff, and it's hard for me to get everybody because I have these fat thumbs in this little keyboard. And so today in one, I just said hello to everybody. I have fat thumbs and a small keyboard. So that's kind of all there is to that. But as far as it's concerned, of what Caleb was talking about, what he called hyperbolic geometry, it takes into account the perspective, the isometric view. I used the term isometric because I was a draftsman. I worked in detailing and design, and you have your different kinds of projections. You have your orthographic plan view projection, where you're only seeing a profile, a plan, and an end view. Okay. And that's what two-dimensional geometry will give you. And we live in a three-dimensional world. So a lot of times we would have drawn at a 30-degree angle would be a isometric view from a point where you could see all the top, the end, and the side at the same time. In other words, a three-dimensional view. So I have a video on that. that I was going to bring up. Let me see. That's going to be under this, under here. Yes, that's right. I have been becoming organized. All right. So I've shown this before, and this is really quite good, but it explains how this difference is, because although you can demonstrate, they want to say, well, if the sun was going, you'd see it forever all over the flat earth. No, because they're only taking in the orthographic perspective. They're only looking at it from a side view. They're not looking at it from that three-dimensional standpoint. And all things converge into your line of sight in kind of a conical fashion, because that's the shape of your eyes, for crying out loud. Anyway, let me see. I'm going to stop that screen, and I'm going to share this one. And I know that, hope the volume is okay for you guys. I really do. All right, here goes nothing.
And then it hit me. What's wrong with this picture? Hello, everybody. Pete Brain here. I got inspired to do a video. I've been discussing on my couple of my videos about this notion that the sun would never make it to the horizon. And I had a couple people show me diagrams, and I hadn't come up with a really good illustration to completely debunk this idea until now. So that's why I got inspired to do this video. Yeah, first of all, let me just say I don't know how high the sun is, so I'll just go with the 3,000 miles that many flat earthers use, and that's what I'm going to use for this video. This guy sent me this picture, and he's got all the maths included, and it looks good. You know, at first I had a little tough time with it because there's a couple things true about it, right? It's showing the sun traversing over the ground, over the flat earth, and it's parallel to the ground. So it had that going for it. And it's showing that when the sun is further away from you, it angles down, just like perspective. Same as this guy, Daz, the cameraman or something, this is his name. He has a video out and he shows this picture. And it's the same thing. It still shows a parallel sun to the ground. And instead of moving the sun, he's moving the observer. But it's the same diagram. If you flip it upside down, it looks like identical. Anyway, so it's the same notion. So I was a little bit perplexed. I was like, wait a second. Makes you start to doubt. But I mean, I know it's wrong, but I was like, wait a minute, it's got perspective. So I thought. And then it hit me. What's wrong with this picture? What's wrong with this picture is that they are attempting to calculate visual angles to the sun from a non-visual, non-perspective drawing. So the drawing is not taking the visual perspective of the observer into account. And that's what's wrong with this diagram. You see, you cannot calculate visual angles to convergent positions, which is where the sun is from the observer, by using non-convergent parallel lines, which is what they're doing in the diagram here. They have two parallel lines and they're drawing visual angles to it. It's true that this drawing is an accurate representation of actual relationships and positions of the observer to the sun, but it's a non-perspective side view representation. So this diagram is not accurate at all as it relates to the perspective of the observer. So if we add perspective lines, we get a completely different picture. All right, take a look at this wall of lines. Now, this wall is not an illustration. It's not a cartoon. It's a photo. It's reality, okay? This that they put up here, although it has a lot of truth, in it, showing the parallel sun and all that, it's nothing but some geometry. I mean, they're showing us some angles, but it has nothing to do with perspective and how we would see the sun. So it's bunk. So in this next slide here, I'm going to superimpose these lines, the perspective lines, over on top of this. Okay, here we go. All right, and as you can see, the way they're representing the sun is staying parallel to the ground is not correct. The sun would follow these perspective lines, and what they really are is spatial planes, right? They're invisible spatial planes that are around your z-axis. Now, your z-axis goes from your eyes, a straight line out from your eye in any direction. Okay, that's your z-axis. So anything parallel to that will start to converge toward that focal point or the horizon, right? In line with that z-axis. Everything does. Any lines going away from you are going to all converge. Yet this diagram that they show us, saying that these are the visual angles to the sun, have no convergence. The lines are parallel. So look at these parallel lines and look how they converge. They completely go against this geometric drawing or these angles and these formulas. They don't work. And so anytime someone brings this up, bring them to this video, show them this picture, and this is the reality. The photograph is a reality. That's how we see everything. So this representing the sun is going away from you parallel to the ground, and then calculating your angles to the sun based on that is wrong, and it doesn't work. Okay, and quickly notice with this line of converging parallel lines or planes, notice how the higher up they get, or the further away they get from the yellow line, which is your z-axis, notice how they orient themselves more and more vertically and less horizontally. Also notice how all the lines converge at the same point, the vanishing point. It doesn't matter how high they all go to the same place, which, interestingly enough, means that no matter how high that object is going away from you, it visually goes to the same place. Okay, here's the wall of lines again. Notice that these are true perspective lines. These are parallel lines, but from the observer, which is this little guy down here, this is what these parallel planes or parallel lines would look like. They just happen to be represented by these wooden planks, right? But that's actual perspective. What they represent as the sun up here traveling parallel to the ground is not perspective. Yet they are calculating angles based on a non-perspective drawing, right? Their maths are based on non-perspective lines, right? Two parallel lines. Well, you can't, because that's not the perspective of the observer. The observer sees these lines, the converging lines. So as you can see, this is the reality, the one here where the sun travels down. The green sun's here traveling down. That's our reality. Now, here's another interesting thing. The reason, too, that their sun will never reach the horizon in their calculations is, notice this. These spatial planes, as I call them, represent height or altitude, right? Look at their sun. It's crossing height lines, right? Because each one of these lines is parallel to the ground, even though they appear to be converging, and yet they represent different altitudes. So look at their sun. It's traveling higher and higher and higher and higher and higher in the sky. Well, of course, it's not going to, this is why they think that the sun would be visible 24/7 on a flat Earth, and why the sun would never get to the horizon. They don't understand perspective. They don't get it or something. I don't know. But anyway, you can see the proper use, and this has everything to do with the observer standing down here. This is what he sees. The sun following the convergence lines and coming down. And these are both the exact same distance. And you can see the time stamps on them. So each sun is about 1,000-mile journey it's traveling. And it goes below the horizon visually and keeps going below the horizon from the observer. Like I said, this is a photograph. This is real. This is reality. They've just showed us nothing but a bunch of angles, showed a couple lines and drawing some angles. Oh, hey, fellas, nice geometry, but it's not perspective. That is definitely not the perspective of the observer, and that's what counts. Debunk 100%. Their maths don't work. Their calculations are wrong. The sun will, in fact, set on a flat Earth from the perspective of the observer. All right. Thank you so much. Bye.
Anyway, I think that explains it pretty good. ZXL, I don't trust Google a whole lot. I'm really getting to the point where I was already at a point where I don't trust digital information. And now with this fucking Mandela effect, which Brian Stabley was just doing a stream on that, and he had some pretty good shit on there I was watching earlier. And, now can we even trust that? But we saw already how, everybody wants to use Wikipedia, and Wikipedia is not a good source. I mean, it's literally editable by anybody, right? Anybody can go in and edit this damn thing. And they do. I mean, they actually on the digital dictionary it changed the definition of a vaccine to include mRNA therapy. And it's like, what the fuck are you people doing, man? It's like, you got to stop. Well, conspiracy plan, come on up and tell me about it, man. He's got 2 Mandela effects I've never heard mentioned. One is relatively small, the other one is pretty big. That's what she said. Oh my God. Wait a second. That was good. That was good. That was good. Well, maybe not that good, but hey, the fuck, I'm here all week, right? Even as I was, what is it? What's going on? Rethink Inc. Rethink Inc. Where did he say something before, earlier, or whatever? Oh, I didn't see you before. Okay, so, well, oh, evening. I thought it said even. I'm high. Evening Rethink Inc. I was looking for what was that? Like that was a continuation of something that was already said. My bad. Whatever. Good to see everybody though, man. Wow. Get a lot of people showing up here. Boston Ray Mud Floods is showing up. Did I tell you all about that? I had to resubscribe to his channel. Because I was like, I haven't seen anything of his in a while come up on my feed. And I went over to his channel, and it was one night when he was on here. So I clicked on his little chat thing and went over to his fucking channel, and it wasn't subscribed anymore. I'm like, what the fuck, man? So I have to go through and make sure from time to time. And y'all should do the same thing. And make sure. Here we go. You got a camera, bro? Or anything? Are you hooked up? All right, let's see. I'm bringing you up. Let me get this thing going. Ready? And the contingency plan is here.
Thank you. That was a long applause.
It is. It is. I think that, my guests deserve only the best. And like when Nick comes up, I've got 2 different kinds of boos. I got a long boo and I got a short boo. The short boo goes. So
I prefer the applause. So I've got a couple of Mandela effects. I think the first one, like I said, it's pretty mild, but I noticed it back in about 2017, and I've never heard anybody mention it. And that is, it's a movie title. The actual title of the movie is different from when I grew up. Are you familiar at all with Bruce Lee's films?
Only Enter the Dragon.
Okay, before that, he had one. It starts with an F. He only had about 4 or 5 films. Do you know which one I'm talking about?
I know he didn't have a whole lot. I know he didn't have a whole lot of films. He was.
It was around, I think it was his first or second film. I recall it growing up as Fists of Fury.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I've heard of that. Yeah, Fists of Fury. I've heard of that one. Yeah, that was famous like in the 70s.
Yeah, look it up now.
Oh, I bet. What's it got? The article the?
No, they dropped the S. It's just Fist of Fury. Like he fought one-handed the entire show.
Singular. Hang on a second here.
It makes no sense because it sounds like a guy who's fighting in the entire movie with one arm.
Oh, wow. Hold up one second. Now, let me stop this screen here, and I'm going to present.
It was always.
I just did the search. This is crazy, man. I just did this search. So this is what I did. You can see in my chat box, in the little search box, right? I put in Fists of Fury, right? Fists with a F, right? And what came up? Fist.
Yeah, it's lost the S.
Wow.
And I think if there's anybody out there who was into Bruce Lee at all, even a little bit, this one's going to resonate with them because this one makes
Peter's
it even looks weird.
Look at this. My man Peter is obsessed with the furries, man. He must have. Are you a furry, Peter? I'm getting a little bit of a echo from you. Do you have us open in YouTube as well as StreamYard?
Is that me?
Yeah, yeah. Do you have
No,
both open?
I've just got. I'm on my phone and I don't have the
Um,
stream
okay, so
playing.
you're using Chrome then, right? I think
It
because the
just says
Chrome's
StreamYard.com.
been having an issue with feedback, but it's okay. It's not bad.
Yeah, it's Google, so I'm sure it is. I'm sorry about that. So
So
if it's echoing, then I'll tell you what. I'll just get you to the second Mandela
okay,
effect and this one I noticed about maybe 9 months ago.
okay.
All right. So there's an agreed upon treaty with all the NATO nations on how to treat civilians and prisoners during wartime.
Mm-hmm.
You know what that's called?
The Geneva Convention, Geneva
Hey, you know
Code.
what? You're gonna want to look that one up too.
Uh-oh.
Type it in.
All right. Let's see. Just a second, JG. I see you backstage. 1 second. Let's see. Geneva Convention. Geneva Conventions. Now it's plural.
Yeah, I took the Fists of Fury S from Bruce Lee and it put it on conventions. It doesn't make any sense because it was
What the-
always the Geneva Convention.
Oh, wow. Wow, 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 wow,
Now it's
wow.
plural. So anyway, I don't want to hold up any more time, especially if I'm echoing.
Oh, you're doing all right. It's Menudo. Menudo is just like a bunch of everything, you know. We kind
I
of
love Menudo.
and it kind of, although I can't ever escape the flat Earth Nazis, I do through a little. This is kind of like one of my means to do it is that I cover a lot of everything. I don't really put anything about flat Earth in the title. Don't draw the bots, right? Because they'll put it on there before the thing even goes live. They'll have a fucking fact check on there right off the bat, right?
Right.
And plus, we cover all the strange, the Mandela effect. I mean, this is a really fascinating world when we break through all the lies of everything and start to explore what the realities of these things are. And then a thing like the Mandela effect comes along and just fucks everything all up, man. It's just like how we don't know what to believe now, right?
Well, the Geneva Convention is a pretty good one because it is mentioned fairly often in the media. So now you're going to be listening for it, and they're all going to call it the Geneva Convention.
Yep, yep, yep. Wow, now that you brought that to my attention, have you told Brian Stavely about this?
I did like through a chat, I think, or maybe an email,
Okay.
but I didn't hear anything back from him.
Yeah, I mean it's hard, man. It's like you get so many freaking emails,
Yeah,
and
that's why I figured
comments and you're trying to
if I could get
respond to
on,
it.
if I could get on
Yeah,
with you, I could just get it out there, and I'm sure he'll hear
yeah,
about
yeah,
it.
yeah. Well, I'm going to keep that going then. I'm going to, make sure to bring this to people's attention if it hasn't been brought to it already. Those are good ones. Those are really good ones.
All right. Well, take
Yeah.
care, and I'll be listening to the rest of your show on offline.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, Contingency Plan. It's good to have you up here, and be sure, you can come up anytime. You're welcome.
All right. Take care. God bless.
All right. Thank you so much. Wow. How about that, folks? That's pretty crazy, right? Okay. So Motorola asks, what the frick is Mandela? I can't find a good explanation on Google. All right. So basically what has happened, this is first noticed in this term is coined this because when Nelson Mandela died and they had the state funeral, many people, and myself included, were like, wait a minute, I thought that guy was already dead. To a lot of us, Mandela had died in a South African prison. And somehow in this reality, he became the president of South Africa. And then he died again and had a state funeral. And this kind of brought people's attention. Well, people started noticing things that were not right, things that had changed inexplicably with no explanation for how or why they changed. Many of the things that were first noticed were logos, brands, brand names, and things like that. Fruit of the Loom is one that's really a stick in the craw for a lot of people. What happened? I had somebody getting ready to come up on fucking thing and they left. Okay, whatever. Well, click it again. Gosh dang it. Oh, I did have a good birthday. Thank you, Mojo. We had a good old time. It's like another day. In fact, the older you get, you kind of like, what birthday? Who's talking? What are you talking about? It's like no more. Okay, this has been enough of them. It's cool when you're a kid, but I guess. So anyway, that's kind of mind blowing with those. Anyway, with the Mandela effect, some of these brand names, and like I said, with the Fruit of the Loom, Motorola, there was a lot of people remember a cornucopia basket behind the fruit spilling from this horn of plenty or cornucopia. It's no longer there, and it was never there, according to the history of the company and everything else. And many of us are like, what the fuck is going on? There's many, many things like that. I really highly suggest you really look into some of it, because there's a message definitely embedded within this. C3PO's Golden Calf goes into it really well. And of course, Brian Staveley is a great channel, Dose of Reality. Be sure and check him out. If I could get a couple mods to put those guys as links in the chat for people, that would be awesome. Brian was, I'm not sure if he's still on or not. He was doing a live stream earlier, so I'm not sure. But that's really interesting. Fists of Fury. And I do remember that was what it was called, because I although I'd never seen the movie, I'd heard it used it myself, in descriptions of fights and shit like that. Man, he had like Fists of Fury, man. He was going crazy. And now it's, of course, changed to Fist of Fury. That's really crazy. And then the Geneva Convention is now the Geneva Conventions. And I'm quite familiar with that being called convention, not plural. Having been in the military and studied a lot of things about military history and also the various events that may or may not have taken place between 1935 and 1945 in Germany. I'm pretty sure, man, it was singular convention, but hey, whatever. So yeah, there's Brian Staveley's link is down there in the chat. Thank you, Barbara. That's awesome. And I rewatched the movie House, and there's still Looney Tunes. Okay. Yeah. See, I don't know, man. I don't know. Some of these things are definitely, I actually had Bragg's apple cider change in my cupboard. It really did, because I had just made a thing about it with my friend at the store when I purchased it, about how I hate it when somebody puts an S on something when there's no S on it, like Walmart's, that's possessive. Stop. It's not there, so that's like one of my pet peeves, and I don't like people to pet my peeves. And so I was making a deal about that. And then when I saw it brought up, shortly after I'd purchased it, that was brought up on a YouTube channel or something. And I said, this was a couple of years ago. And I said, oh, bullshit, that ain't. And I went to the cupboard. I says, we just bought some. I said to my friend, we just bought some. I went over to the cupboard, I opened it up. Sure as fuck, it had changed. I was like, what in the hell? How did that happen? So, yeah, that's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Anyway, I was doing, let me see what I had up here as well. I had, this was kind of, this didn't age too well. So this is a quote by Barack Obama in 1991. And I thought this to be, you guys are going to love this. Let me show you this. He says, the American dream is to be Donald Trump. That didn't age well. I don't think. Not for a minute. The Fugitive? What's he talking about? I would like for Walmart to change. Let's see how many will deny it. There was somebody I saw in somebody's chat earlier today talking about that they were worried that the Walmart near them was going to close due to theft. And I was like, why would you be worried about? No, Walmart needs to close. Walmart destroyed middle America. It really did. And slave mart, that's what I call it. We lost all of our independent businesses to these huge, gigantic box stores like that. Man, we really did. And fuck them, and everybody always jumped on it. And they said, oh, Walmart's wonderful. They create jobs. They're created all these jobs for these people in this place, right? And then it's like, now they're all automated. These people ain't making shit. They're making barely enough they could even fucking hardly survive on, man. Half of them are on food stamps, man. Walmart had a can drive for their own goddamn employees one time. I was like, are you kidding me, man? Yeah, he does. He does. Flat Sabbath says Obama looks white in black and white. He does. He's got very white features, almost Middle Eastern, you could say. I think he looks like a statue of one of them pharaohs or some shit, What was this thing? The biggest concern about the planet is how fast it's gaining. Yeah, this is bad. This is bad for these guys, and we're seeing it, man. We saw like the best couple of weeks, Elon hit the freaking dome. Everybody's going, whoa, he hit the ceiling, man. Firmament trends all over on Twitter. Next thing you know, Felicia the Flat Earther comes out to fight Caleb on a debate. Caleb wipes his ass with him. And then we had two pastors get up there, and this dude just flipped out and showed his entire demonic side. That's what I think. I think he showed his demonic side, and I think it was good for people to see that, because he didn't seem much different to me than that damn what's that Kenneth Copeland. You know who I'm talking about, right? That demonic televangelist. Oh my God, man! I just ran across the thing of him where they were laughing on stage, and it was so fake, so gosh fake, man. It was crazy, nuttier in hell. But yeah, this stuff is taking off, man. This stuff is taking off heavy duty everywhere. That's why I say flat earth tipping point 2024. I predicted this a few months back, and it seems to be coming that way, man. And I'm saying tipping point. Once it hits that tipping point, there it goes. Because look, all the rest of the lies are coming down too, man. There's nothing they can do.
Well, this might be a good conversation starter, or at least an interesting one. Do you believe the Earth is a sphere? The answers you get might surprise you.
The curving horizon, the sloping sea level, the spin of the Earth. Unless you can see these phenomena with your own eyes, they may not be true. Unlike what we've been told in school, the Earth looks like a snow globe, round but not sphere. The North Pole is at the center of most flat Earth maps, with the ice of Antarctica holding everything in.
The round or spherical Earth theory is propagated by some conspiracy.
And the number of people who think so is growing. Thousands, if not millions of people still believe the world is flat.
Scientists say that's actually a symptom of a bigger problem. And it's
What do they mean still think the Earth is flat? I will guarantee you that just about 100% of all flat earthers used to believe that the Earth was a globe. Am I right? Put a one in the chat if you used to believe the Earth was a globe, and put a 2 in the chat if you still believe that it's flat, like you never had heard that it's a globe before or something. It just blows me away how they say that. Like, oh, how archaic.
It's the subject of tonight's special report. WCIA3's Aaron Eads is here with us now. And Aaron, as far as conspiracy theories go, flat Earth theory is actually getting pretty popular.
Yeah, believe it or not, the number of people who believe the Earth is flat is actually growing. Scientists might have an idea of why that is, and it's worth talking about. And what better place to do so than one of the flattest places?
So the scientists that don't even fucking know what the Earth is, the same people that brought you the last 3 years can tell you why people believe the Earth is flat. I can tell you why they believe it's flat, because it is. It's obvious. I mean, if nobody told you that the Earth was a globe, nothing in your everyday experience ever, nothing would ever lead you to go, hey, you know something? I think I'm standing on a ball that's spinning around. Nothing would ever make you think that. So they introduce this shit to you when you're a little kid, and hell, they got you believing there's a tooth fairy coming, and there's gold at the end of a rainbow, and Santa Claus comes from the North Pole, and all this other crap, right? So you're going to believe it. You're trusting. You're a child, right? But if nobody had ever told you that crap, you would never believe it. If they waited till you were about 14, 15 years old and said, hey, did you know you actually live on a ball that's spinning around? And look at you like you was out of your freaking mind. You would have a way harder time selling this bullshit if you didn't introduce it when people were like 5 years old. This is why they had a hard time getting it started. And around the turn of the century, getting it started. Introducing it, pushing it. Once that generation of people that knew better was gone, and they'd already trapped the kids in a room, in a prison, and then told them this crap, now that generation comes up, and then another generation, and boom, suddenly everybody believes this shit only because they were fucking told it. And because of the way it was told to them, and they were told they were so smart, and it was this, that, and it represented intelligence, and they associate it with these crazy icons they make like Einstein and shit, for somebody to suggest that, hey, you've been lied to, and it's painfully obvious that you've been lied to, they freak out. No, that can't be. Because my entire worldview is built off of this hierarchy of intelligence that isn't even fucking true. These people that they tout, some bunch of fucking, like, who's that guy with the Cavendish? Some fucking old Freemason weirdo hanging balls in his fucking shed. How is that science? What in the hell is that? That isn't even anything. Some just crazy. Anyways, I'm on a rant. Let me put this back.
In the country right here in central Illinois. It doesn't get much flatter than this. Geological survey data shows Douglas County is the flattest county in Illinois, which is the second flattest state in the whole country. On a clear day, it seems like you can see forever, but you can't. Through the eyes of a person of an average height, the horizon is about 3 miles away. But that's it. You can go up higher to see a greater distance, but you'll never be able to see the whole world no matter how high you get. But there are ideas that this is a sham. NASA, a fraudulent organization bent on siphoning your tax dollars. The moon landing didn't happen.
Those iconic blue marble images seen from space, fakes.
You start seeing words like composite,
There's Rob
or animation, or something that tells you this is not an actual photograph of the Earth.
But in a world of disagreements large and small, for something as clear as this horizon, the interpretation could be infinite.
The biggest concern with the flat Earth movement is how fast it's gaining steam. Scientists are worried that flat Earth could become a political issue like climate change, vaccination, or evolution. Guys.
All right. Fascinating stuff. All right, Aaron, thank you.
Now, how in the fuck would evolution or flat Earth ever be a political issue? How could that be a political issue, everybody? What would cause it to be a political issue? Anybody know? No, nothing. Nothing at all. Bullshit. It would, because it threatens the entire control system the way that it actually works. It's built on artificial scarcity. And it's built on this here. It's, if I can make you believe this crap, which they have, then you'll buy anything. That means that you are a slave to an authoritative mindset. Okay. And that's because the only reason that you believe that it's a globe is because somebody that you perceive as intelligent or smart or knowing more than you has this information, and they're smarter than you. So you capitulate and you believe it because you were put through 12 fucking years or more of being trained in this. Succumbing to authority. You sit in this little area and this person up front tells you shit. You shut up, you listen to it, you respond only when spoken to and allowed to, and you will answer, you will regurgitate this information back the way that it was given to you. And this will be an indication that you are smart. Wow. And then there's people go and pay money to do more of that stupid shit. I can't even, wow. So let's welcome Roseanne to the stage.
Don't be telling people that.
You try to keep incognito, are you?
Oh my. No, I was having flat faker Dave dude today. You know, why can't people that have been brainwashed, I mean, I just don't even have the words for it really, but I mean, to call someone like me a moron because I'm just pointing out a fact about water, you know, and then says I don't understand mid-grade level physics. Well, he doesn't have any comprehension of water.
Right.
I mean, the theory, was it Pegasaurus, whoever, dude, you know, I can't remember his name. I know it's one of them ancient peoples, but he said because the fear was like showed God's handiwork that Earth must be a sphere. He didn't take into account that water flows downhill.
Are you talking about that pastor?
No. I'm talking about what's his name?
What was it on?
Back in like the 500s or whatever, he was supposed to be a philosopher.
Oh, see, the Psalms is actually what you were saying was the Psalms. That's Psalms 19:1.
No, I'm not talking about that.
Oh.
It's Pegasaurus.
Pythagoras?
Yes.
Pythagoras. Okay.
Yes, him. That dude.
Pythagoras.
It's so hard to pronounce those old names. But anyways.
Pythagoras on a brontosaurus.
But anyways, he was, or it's alleged that he was the first one to decide that the Earth was a sphere. So he thought that simply because, you know, in his mind, that was, you know, like the perfect shape. So God created it. So Earth must be that shape.
Mm.
That's what he went on. He didn't go on anything else. I mean, he didn't think about, you know, the way gas works in this world.
The Pythagoreans were like a cult. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think they were ran out of Egypt to Greece.
He didn't even give thought to
or it might have been the other way around. Might have been run out of Greece to Egypt. I can't remember. One of the two.
didn't even give thought to how water
Oh my
naturally.
God. Look at Dreamy. You're gonna laugh at this. This is fucking hilarious, man. Come on. Water curves. That's what happens when it comes out of a hose. Oh my God. What's happening, my man, JG?
If you aim high enough, it'll come out your penis and create a rainbow, as my son would tell you when he was 2.
Did you hear about that little boy and that little girl? They was outside one day, and the little boy says, they was out back behind the barn. The little boy says, I bet you I can pee up higher on that. He says, I bet you can I can pee up higher on that barn wall than you can. And the little girl said, I bet you can't. Little boy says, I'll bet you I can. He says, you go ahead and go first. And the little girl went over there, and she got up against the barn there as close as she could. And boy, it just kind of dribbled down by the bottom part of the barn. And little boy started laughing. He said, okay, it's my turn. And she says, all right. So he gets up there and he starts to pee. And she goes, no hands. So what's going on, JG?
So, man, I just got a question. Are you a flat earther?
Yeah, man. I would say more. I don't like the term so much because it's kind of generic and it's confused with some other kooky outfits like the Flat Earth Society. I believe the Earth to be a level, stationary topographical plane contained within a dynamic fluid pressure system.
And I'm a woman. I'm not Earth of any kind other than what was alleged that we're.
Where'd he go?
I don't know.
Rolled out. I hope I answered his question good enough.
Maybe he's going to go get some of his Globy friends.
He might be going to go get that, but you can also multitask on Windows, which would allow you to do that while maintaining your position on the panel. You see, but I don't know. True. Maybe he had technographical difficulties. He might come back. Level is not flat. Okay, well, yeah.
So if I take some cockamamie idea,
but level water is flat.
If I take some cockamamie idea that bounces into my head and I omit everything else, then I've done nothing except create a fictional situation.
Pocket pool night for Globies, says Peter. Holy shit. This is crazy. Are you sure JG isn't a troll? It might be. I don't know. It didn't. Good job if he was. I mean.
Your in-shape thighs are great for juicing. So squeeze yourself into a happier, healthier you.
Honey, I'm home.
Thanks, Thigh Master. Your in-shape thighs are great.
It's fucked up, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, listen, this is when you guys can't get dismayed. Like Dreamy was saying, these guys always want to say, oh, you're stupid and you're dumb and this, that, and the other, because that's really all they've got, right? And this is how our whole education system has broken people to the point where we are in a world where it is somehow a cardinal sin to be wrong about something, whereas being wrong about something is actually a positive thing, because if you are wrong about something, then you have learned something, and learning something is a positive experience. Okay, so what they've done is they've turned being wrong into a cardinal sin to the point where people will not even take a chance on being wrong. So what they'll do, in lieu of anything else, they'll just go with the status quo because they don't want the fucking smoke. They don't want the smoke. because they'll get the dunce cap put on them, metaphorically, and placed up in front of the rest of the class, where the rest of the class will ridicule, laugh, and point. And this is supposed to make a feeling of insecurity so that you'll capitulate to going with the flow, going with the crowd.
Well,
And when
I'm
you
really
go,
surprised that dude even responded, because most of them either ignore me or delete my comments.
right?
But he actually responded just to call me a moron. Oh, look here, we have this a moron. But he hasn't put any thought whatsoever. He just bought hook, line, and sinker the bullshit he was sold.
Yep. And many of them do that.
No
Many of them
questions
do.
asked.
Well, and it's because it's easier to go with the flow than to take the risk of any smoke.
Right. And I do
just,
remember when Walmarts were first started, because they were started there in Texas and Arkansas. And the thing is when they came to town, people said, "Oh, we don't want them. We don't want them." Well, they started out one store at a time. They didn't start out all of a sudden. There wasn't enough money to do that. Started out slowly. And people opted to go to Walmart because they would buy in a large quantity so they could get a reduced price for the goods. And people that didn't want this, they said, no, it was going to hurt everybody, the mom and pop shops. But they still went, once those cheaper prices were available, they opted for those cheaper prices, which allowed Walmart to grow. That's how every corporation grows. They started out with a test store and grew, just like all of these chain food restaurants, chain food stores.
I worked at a hardware store in Lone Pine, California. And it's a mom and pop privately owned thing. Of course, they're affiliated with True Value. That's who they're like. They franchise. They get a lot of their goods from there,
right?
A lot of them, but they get them from other places as well. And it was like they had everything in this place, right? But one of the most common comments that I ever got in there was people that were coming through the area and come into the store. They were like, "Man, I miss stores like this."
Right.
I'm, and they would even say things like, "I don't mind paying a little bit more to have this kind of store, this kind of service,"
Right.
Hoppins says that lunar eclipses show the curvature. Can you elaborate on that, please, Hoppins? How does a lunar eclipse show the curvature? Because I've demonstrated on here that through the ratio of the lunar and solar eclipses, that what you see during a lunar eclipse could no way, shape, or form be the shadow of the earth passing in front of the moon. And if it is, somebody's either lying about the size of the earth or the size of the moon or the distance or both. Okay. And I can show you that real quickly. So please elaborate on what you were talking about. See, this is what and I'm not meaning that meanly. I'm just saying, I know you think that. I used to think that too. I also used to think it was the moon passing in front of the sun during a solar eclipse, but during a partial eclipse in California, I witnessed the moon in a different place while the fucking solar eclipse was happening. So sorry, man. I don't know. So it's not that. What is it? I'm not sure. The ancients talk about Rehu and Kehu, I think is the names, or Reku. I always get it screwed up, man, because all this ooh and everything. There's Hulu and voodoo and all this ooh out of everything, and it fucks me up. So whatever. But anyway, they believe there were two dark bodies that you don't see. Yeah, that's it. Rahu and Ketu. Yes. Not K, Rasta Bear, K2. Which is different. Anyway, they believe that there were these dark bodies. In fact, these were actually, NASA knows this as well. The people that use the Soros cycle know as well. So nothing new under the sun, people. Nothing new under the sun. I've had people talk about this thing where you can go on a tracker. They have a tracker, and I believe it's at nasa.gov to track the ISS, right? So an interesting thing you can do is you can go there and it asks where your location, and you go in there and you ask it. Well, it doesn't even need your location, and it shows you where the current position for the ISS is at. Now, you can also go into your computer and change your time on your computer to I don't know, 5 hours ahead, 5 hours behind, don't matter, just pick, right? And then refresh the screen, and you'll see the ISS in a completely different place. What does this tell us? It tells us that this tracker isn't really tracking anything at all. It's just giving you where it should be at that time, and they know the spot. So they know the spot where to see it. But the fact that people think they can see an object the size of a Boeing airliner at 250 miles is fucking retarded to begin with. I mean, I'm like, people do not understand human vision at all. And the worst thing is, it's like they're laughing at you. I know we love this. We always love this. The hair. Do we love the hair? We love the hair in the fucking ISS, right?
The way the International Space Station hoax is the women. Now, women on zero-G planes with long hair, their hair flows naturally in the air. Women on the International Space Station, because this is all fraud, no matter what she does, no matter how she bounces around, you would expect her hair to flow in the air, and it does not happen. Their hair will never look like that because it's permed.
Yeah.
The way the
they throw it, and nobody notices that. You know, I mean, people do notice it, but the majority of people are so oblivious to details of shit. Another one you can do too is you'll see that when they're like supposedly weightless in their little space station or whatever,
right,
and they're turned sideways, you'll see they always tilt their head so that it's like vertical. They always have their head tilted like it's vertical. So you can see this line that comes up to their neck and then follow it on their face. And they're always like trying to right themselves. Well, if you're in a zero-G environment, which way is right? You see?
What it is so many people do not know how to ask questions or to observe something, you know, and then question it. They're told what to think, what to believe, and what to regurgitate, nothing more.
Did Brian Stavely make it in here? He did. That's right. He's the one who just told me that. Hey, Brian, were you here earlier with the different Mandela, these two? Did you know about these Mandela effects? I want to show you this. Somebody came up and showed this to me. So the movie with Bruce Lee, are you familiar with that one, Brian? Okay, I didn't know. I thought you were getting toward the end of the show. So let me bring this up real quick. You know the movie with Bruce Lee, Fists of Fury? Okay, so I typed that into my search, and let me show you what came up. Was Fist of Fury. The S is gone off of it. I'm not sure if you've gone over this or not, but then we went to, you know, the rules of war is the Geneva Convention we've always known. Yeah, the Geneva Convention. And now that the S has gone from Fists of Fury to now it's Geneva Conventions. It's plural. And it's like, wait a second. I always knew it and heard of it, and even being in the military, and that it was Geneva Convention, and now it's Geneva Conventions. And the guy, what was the guy's name that came up? I'm trying to remember. My short-term memory is terrible. I think he's still in the chat. Maybe. Anyway, you can go back and see. It's he was suggesting that the S left fists of fury and went over to Geneva Conventions, you know. But there again, another S. There's another instance of the S that we're going with. So one more for, or two more actually, unless you already knew about either one of those. So I thought that was kind of cool. And I'm sorry I forgot the guy's name that brought it up. It was a neat name too. Okay, so anyway, the art of war. What? I got to show this again because I thought this was so funny. Let me see if I can get it worked up to that part. Let's see. No such thing as the Mandela effect. It's someone effing with the computer, changing things. No, it's Brian Stabley's pulling a psyop is what's going on. Everybody knows that. God. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is perfect. This is so fucking great. If y'all didn't see this before, this was Dave Weiss talking to Jaron after the pastor debate in Tennessee. And he's talking about meeting MC McToon. And I thought this was really telling because I've said this. I've said, why do these guys do this? Right? They must have done something, and maybe it's part of a plea agreement or some shit like that. Well, this is crazy, this little story, because I thought this was funny. Anyways, it cracks me up every time I see it. Dave Weiss's description of meeting McToon, because McToon was at the debate too. So this was funnier than hell, I thought. But this was on Jaronism. If you're not a subscriber to Jaronism, go over and get yourself on there. He's got some good videos. He often sponsors debates and things like that. So it's pretty cool.
Trey, you're awesome. Thanks for doing all the work on dinosaur stuff. Love it.
All right, he's gone. Just some other people here.
This reminds me almost of Vegas.
It's a little bit like Vegas, except there's no slot machines.
Oh man, there's no 14-cent ticket for you to steal?
No.
Is Dean right there?
Where's Dean?
I thought I just saw him walk by you, but I guess that wasn't him. I don't know. I saw some bald guy go by.
No.
Oh, never mind.
The guy from the Iron Realm was a different bald guy. The guy from the not the Iron Realm, the Mechanical Realm.
If you see Dean, tell him I want to debate him on whether or not I'm the Antichrist.
Okay. Are you out?
We'll do it on debatism.
Yeah, come on, man.
Let me see where.
Might have backed it up a little bit too far. I was almost right on it.
He might have gone.
How many people you think are there?
Let me tell you my McToon story.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Here you go.
So everywhere I go, everyone's like, "Hey, picture." Well, I seem to be pretty popular, and I'm walking out after the debacle, and a guy goes, "Hey, Dave," and I reach out. I'm like, "Hey, how you doing?" I shook his hand. I'm like, "And what's your name?" And he goes, "Come on." I go, looking right in his face. He goes, I'm looking at him, and he goes, "Come on," and he goes to put his glasses on, and I'm like, "McToon?" I'm like, "McToon?" And I go, I'm like, "What the hell are you doing here?" He's like, "Oh, and let me tell you something. He's like pudgy and like mealy. He's like disgusting. And wait, and I have to tell you, like and he has a piece of paper with like a graph on it and a whole bunch of things. He goes, "Here." He goes, "This is what we're gonna debate when you debate me on Jaron's show." And I was like, "I'm not debating you. I'm not debating you." And then I'm like, all right, I got to do a selfie for Jaron. So I'm like, I can't believe I'm gonna do this. I can't believe I'm gonna do this. I'm saying it out loud. And I go, and I hold it out to for a selfie, and he starts leaning in. I go, "Don't touch me." So I take the picture, and he goes, and somehow he goes, I think that you really believe the earth is flat. And I said, "Jaron thinks that you believe what you say is true." I go, "But I know it's not. I know that you do this because you're probably in some deep trouble, and
Come on, you motherfucker.
you've agreed to do this to avoid being in that trouble." And he just looks at me and he walks away. But now let me tell you the other thing. You know about like good energy versus demon energy. Like I think I have good, pretty high vibration. I think I have good positive energy and truth. I have the truth spirit in me. And this guy is evil, lying, satanic scum. My hand still feels messed up.
I'd go wash it.
I've washed it twice already, and I'm telling you, my hand has like this weird, horrible energy feel to it. I want to get like a wire scrub brush. Scrub some energetic thing happened when I touched that demon.
Yeah, he wrote me the other day on Facebook, and it said, what are the chances that Dave debates me on your show? I'm like, I don't think that'll ever happen, but I'll ask him. But I didn't even ask you because that's how sure I was it wasn't going to happen.
0. Did you see the picture? I did take a selfie with him. I sent it to you
We saw
on Telegram.
We saw, everybody saw it.
Oh, okay, you showed it.
Yes.
But he, in person, like, you know, online, he looks like a pretty handsome guy. He's a marshmallow. He's a friggin' disgusting,
marshmallow,
lying, deceitful marshmallow.
Doesn't he live like up north somewhere? Like
I have no idea where he lives, but
Milwaukee
I'm not,
or something?
I was disgusted
Minnesota.
to be getting the same energy field as him. Yeah. Here's Run Boston Bear.
Run Boston.
So that was his encounter with firsthand description of his encounter.
Well, I think we need to clarify something.
What's that?
Fact is undisputable. Truth does not necessarily contain facts. So people keep calling it a truth movement. We need to call it a fact movement because facts are indisputable. You know,
Right.
like me with my water and you with the gas, you know, I mean, those are indisputable facts.
Wouldn't you say though that the two are synonymous?
Not necessarily.
Truth is
I mean,
fact.
people go to churches, right? And this one's the
Right.
true church. This one over here is the true church. That
Well,
one
just
over there.
a lot of
So the
times
word
people-
truth in and of itself doesn't
Right.
necessarily mean facts.
Well,
Where
it's because
facts is
people have
totally
abused it.
indisputable.
People have abused it. You know, they've abused it by using it when it's
Well,
not
I'm sure
true,
that
right?
truth can contain facts.
So, like, how
But-
many times have somebody told a lie and then right after telling it, saying that's the truth,
Right, or
You see?
that's a fact.
right? Or
No,
that's a
I'm
fact.
just
So,
saying facts
yeah.
and the word fact and truth don't necessarily mean the same exact thing. But I'm not saying that truth can't come with facts. But a lot of
I
it
don't
is
know, I have
just
to- I
a
have to
person's
disagree.
belief, and a belief, as we know, we have the people believing flat Earth, we have people believing globe Earth. So, but those aren't. But you know, that's a fact in and of itself. So there's some truth in it, right? But it's not indisputable, if that makes sense.
Fake knowledge everywhere, says Hoppins. The world you're looking for is knowledge. Yeah, and it is in true knowledge, you know, and we have to obliterate what they call education, because what is that really? Education. When I hear the word educated, when somebody says I'm educated, it doesn't help you in my perception of you, because I think, oh my God, here's somebody that went further along in the indoctrination process, actually paid money for it. You know, so to me, that tells me that you're going to have a harder time opening your mind. It really does, because it's like the equivalent of, I took my brains out for 4 years and I let somebody fuck with it and then put it back in my head. Now I'm retarded and believe everything that I'm told by an authoritative figure. That's exactly what you end up with, man. Damn these people. You know, I remember thinking, because I didn't get it when I was a kid, when I was, you know, really, really young. Well, not really, really young, but I guess I was about 12 or so. And, you know, that song, Another Brick in the Wall, Part 2 by Pink Floyd, right? They were like, we don't need no education. And I was thinking, I would think, well, that's kind of dumb though, really, because if you don't have education, people are going to be stupid. Well, that's because everybody associates education with knowledge. And as it turns out, it has very little to do with one another. Not true knowledge. It's brainwashing. And then, they recognized it then, but as I grew older and I really understood what they were talking about, I think when I finally saw the movie The Wall and that sequence where it showed them turning these kids like into clones of each other and running them through a meat grinder shaped like the school, I was like, oh, fuck yes. I have to say, listen, psychedelics and Pink Floyd really opened my mind up to a lot of things at a young age. I'll be forever grateful to Roger Waters and David Gilmour and the rest of that crew for, really expanding my mind, because when you listen to some of the music that they're, and the lyrics and what they're actually saying in these things, man, a lot of their music is just spot on. Are you a Pink Floyd fan, Dreamy?
Yep. I
Yeah.
love Pink Floyd.
I've been known to like just put on nothing but Pink Floyd for all day long, man.
I like Us and Them.
Oh yeah.
That's one of my favorites.
Dark Side of the Moon, one of the Mandela affected things in our reality. Now it's the Dark Side of the Moon. We knew it was Dark Side of the Moon because you could spot a square when they called it the Dark Side of the Moon. It's like, dude, stop. And anyway, that one's changed, but yeah, that's an iconic album. Was engineered by a guy named Alan Parsons, and you may be familiar with the Alan Parsons Project. They did a lot of music in the 80s. What was it? Eye in the Sky. I am the eye in the sky.
Right.
Looking at you, I can read your mind. Right. But that was Alan Parsons. Yeah. So the thing is Stereophonics were, when Dark Side first came out, Stereophonics were just really getting into their own, it was a new field, and the mixing that was done on that album was just so awesome stereophonically,
Well, because of the information coming out through music, that's why they, in the 80s, they changed it up, and towards the end of it, were making them sign new record deals, or they were no longer going to be supported. And so, like Billy Joel, he came right out and said, take your shit basically and shove it. And then after that, all he did was, where they're like doing a fundraiser or something like that, where they weren't raping people or extorting people at the, ticket offices and this and that, because they were taking more money than the bands were getting.
Yeah.
But I mean, he came out with that and explained why he was no longer going to tour and do the things that he was doing before. But that's why they took over the industry.
Yeah.
All those music, like American Idol and all those different things. Well, this guy,
I'll bring it up in a minute as soon as Dreamy's done talking.
This guy, he actually read one of the contracts that you sign before you can even go up on stage. And if you go up there and sing, they own your voice. Just because you got up there on the stage and sang, that's in the contract. They own it. I forget the person. They were big on YouTube long before they went and got on the show. And then their YouTube disappeared, but I forget their name. But anyways, and they can no longer sing because they paid, they signed that contract.
That's fun.
And so when people are like, oh, look at those little kids, I say, oh, those poor children. Their parents are stupid. Let them sign their own voice away. And, you know,
Right.
that's in the movie and what, you know, with what took place on The Little Mermaid, right? She gives her
Mhm.
voice to the sea witch, right? Or the sea witch tries to
Mhm.
steal it.
Mhm.
But I mean, the information's all around us,
Right.
but people
Let
don't know how
me
to.
let
Go
me
ahead.
welcome Sin up here real quick here. Oh, wrong one.
Did you see
So
it?
hang on a second. Welcome to the machine, Lucky Haskins. I want to welcome. I also want to kind of go in here. I got a bunch of people. I just really blew up here all of a sudden. I'm going to kind of go through here and see. Let's see. Chilling's here. Daniel Becker, Daniel Watkins. Good to see you. Brian Stavely, Dose of Reality. And of course, Dreamy. She's up on the panel with us. We got Daniel Watkins. Let's see. Daniel Becker, Flat Sabbath. That's cool. Hoppins. Of course, Lucky Haskins here. Good to see you too. MCAX, Mark Pugner, Michelle Nakiakis, aka also known as Nayikis. I said that right the other night. No, it's fucking falling over my tongue. Take it easy there, Sin. It'll be all right. Mrs. Tribune's with us, of course. Super Sidewinder, no Juan. That's clever. No longer on the ball. Peku. This thing's jumping all over the place. Peko McIver, RPB 67. I think. Oh, I got more too. Thrashless. Sue Finelli, good to see you, dear. Thrashless Smith, good to see you too. Undoctorinated and Wandering Penguin. So I think we got everybody. Oh, Bulgy Gooch. Cute name. I like it. I think that pretty much covers everybody that's in chat right now. And everybody else, welcome to the show. We're just kind of going over a bunch of everything that's gone on here in the recent. And I want to welcome everybody. So how you doing, Sid?
Good. How about you? How's everybody dreaming?
Oh, we're fine and
Doing
proud
good
here.
here. How about yourself?
Good.
Yeah, I was kind of cruising the X today.
The X?
Yeah,
X?
you know, I don't know what's behind this this whole I don't know shift, should I say? It's
Are we
just been
talking about ex girlfriend ex?
no. They formerly known as Twitter.
Okay.
Yeah, they call it X now.
Oh, they changed the name. So
Yeah.
so they called it six. In Greek, exi. Okay, it's pronounced exi is six. So basically, X in English would be a Greek six.
Well,
But isn't the
interesting.
X a Roman numeral too?
It is for 10.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, it's a
It is
10.
for 10.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Who knows? They can
I'm
keep
trying
their
to see where
numbers in their
this
mouth.
and this fool put this. I still haven't found it yet. This guy put up this ridiculous azimuthal equilateral projection of the Earth from the South Pole. And I'm like, what? I said, why don't people in the South regions use that? You know, why if that was legitimate, you would figure that they could, you know, if it's actually a ball and they're saying that all he did was take a globe and flatten it out, then why can't you do one from the South Pole and use it just the same? You should be able to, right? But it doesn't. So we only ever have one with the north from the north. You know, you would figure one from the bottom would be just as valid, right? But no, everybody uses an AE map to represent the world. The shipping companies, the airlines, everybody, the UN, for Christ's sake, right? So why wouldn't, if it's actually the way they say it is, why wouldn't they go ahead and, in fact, if there's nothing at the North Pole, it would look better, right? You wouldn't have to worry about having a whole continent like Antarctica going around the whole world. You wouldn't have to worry about it, right? You could just depict Antarctica as it is and flatten it that way. How come nobody ever does that? See, that's the shit. Nobody thinks about that. This is what I'm grateful for, being able to think outside the box. And I want you people to be able to think outside the box too. Many of you can. X marks the spot, April 8, 2024, over America. Yeah, I don't know. I was debating now. So April 8th is the eclipse, and there's numerous locations people can go to see it for totality. And I was thinking about it, and I thought about going to Ohio to see it, but I'm not a real big fan of Ohio. And I think there's another thing going on. Dr. Law has been talking about to get like a little get together or something. So I don't know.
Did you say Dr. Law?
Yeah.
LAW, or are we talking
No, he's
Asian?
in LA. He's in here. He was in the chat. He's lurking. He says he's
Oh,
alert.
okay.
He says stuff from time to time. He says things from time to time. Think outside the ball. Absolutely. That's some fucking crazy shit. You know, I mean, some of the crap. What was this? Is this from that? No, it's not. I was trying to find where I had. Oh, I'm not on my thing. That's why.
I was curious, Dave. Whereabouts? Which sector are you in?
What?
I was wondering what sector you're in. I see you flying around there shooting things. What's going on up there?
Oh, that's classified because we're very close to the neutral zone.
All right, all right. You
Yeah,
see any Klingons lately?
No, but we're ready with toilet paper in case there's any spotted. Yeah, we keep all the Klingons away from Uranus with our toilet paper torpedoes.
Excellent.
Yeah, man. This is pretty good. It's a little 45-second deal right here. Let me show this. Everything so everything that you're seeing from these space hustlers, as we know, is just pictures, man. Weird shit.
For many drafts to ensure a planet or galaxy's look lines up with the research to make each one
Oh, good. They're going to do that to me.
as accurate as possible.
I love the challenge. It's kind of like a puzzle to me of trying to create something that looks really cool within the restrictions that were given by the scientists.
It can take days, even weeks, to produce just a single image. The dazzling final result, enough to keep us all dreaming of the final frontier for years to come. Chris Martinez, CBS News, Pasadena, California.
The artists also say they have to be especially careful when it comes to illustrations of other planets to avoid colors many of us would associate with Earth, like blue for water.
The force is strong with
for many drafts to
Blue water, huh? You're muted, I think.
Oh, I hit the button, but I bounced back and re-hit it again. Stupid button. Yeah, it's all just fake shit, you know. But this is what they do. They got to keep throwing it at you all the time to keep you reminded that, oh, don't forget, you're on this little tiny ball and you're even smaller than it, and so you're insignificant and you don't matter, and they're, you know, everything. It's just impossible.
Well, I think it's a lack of vocabulary. And then, you know, someone comes along and will change a word description, and then they don't know the origins of it. They don't know where it came from. And then they just repeat it because somebody else said it and it sounded good. Like you take a little child, and when you listen to them, when they learn a new word, they'll continue to say that word over and over and over again because they think it's cool, right? Certain words will just make them perk up, you know?
Yep.
But
yeah, they'll just they'll go ahead and yeah, they'll just go ahead and say it over and over and over and over because they like the way it sounds, or they
Right.
think it makes them sound smart. It's what I've called before. It's intelligence through proxy. You know, so they hear something that they perceive as smart said by someone that they perceive as smart.
Right.
Okay. And so without really understanding it, they'll go ahead and regurgitate what they heard from that person in an attempt to be smart themselves.
Right.
Right. And not really fully understanding what they're saying. I love the one where they say, you know, force equals mass times gravity. Right. And I just say, well, you can just change that G to an A for acceleration and it's just as valid. Right.
Right.
Because it's only an effect.
Right.
Okay. And so F equals MA is just as valid as F equals MG, you know, and they're like, what? Oh, so wow, yeah.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
told
so
I
this,
didn't know what gravity was today. So I educated them and I haven't heard no response back.
what was it? What'd you do?
I said I was told I didn't know what gravity meant. And so I told them what it meant and what the word meant. And they have not responded. They quit responding to me after I, kind of burst their little bubble. And that's why I say people need a vocabulary. I mean, they're just, I don't know, they're just repeating without knowledge. You need to know what words mean.
So
That's
I ran across this today. This is supposed to be, it's a cross-cut section of DNA. And it appears to be like through an electron microscope. I don't know. But if this is real, this is really fucking cool.
Crop circles.
Crop circles, that's a flower of life. That's sacred geometry, man. If you start with a circle and then you draw a line where the circumference of the next circle, the same size, intersects the center, and you do the same thing with more, it comes out to these complex structures. It's a lot of that used in these windows for churches, these old churches and shit. And we see these types of patterns coming out through sound resonation with cymatics.
You can do the same with a square.
I mean, that's pretty cool. You know, there's nowhere really except for a few like anomalies in nature where right angles actually exist. You know, that's how you can always usually tell if something is artificial, it has right angles to it, because we have, you know, things don't grow that way. Everything's just kind of like, you know, all directions. But we have a level horizon that gives us our, you know, even trees aren't completely plumb ever. They're always growing, you know, whichever way away from it. It's like when you see actual like right angles of stuff, you know, other than the horizon and trees, but you know, something with a something going up perpendicular and something coming off of it like that. You never hardly ever see that in nature. The only time you ever do is like within crystals. Crystals will structure that way. Some of, you know, like salt crystals and shit. But outside of that, you never see it. That's why it's disharmonic to people. And you don't really realize it. You live inside of squares, inside of squares, inside of squares. And, you know, you have a grid work pattern of your streets. There's a square aspect to your house. Your rooms are usually square with a flat ceiling, flat floor, vertical walls. Everything's 90 degrees. Your doorways are square or rectangular. And you don't really ever see that kind of thing in nature like that as far as structure is concerned. And it kind of puts you out of whack. And this is why a lot of times you'll see one of the most common things you hear people say, like if they watch The Hobbit or Lord of the Rings and they see the hobbits and their houses and their little shire that they live in, people go, oh, I wish I lived in a place like that. Oh, wouldn't it be cool to have a house like Frodo, you know, and that kind of shit. It's because it's pleasing to us. It really is.
Well,
Not a
I
cross
say the
section.
way they have the
Oh, that's
building codes
interesting.
here
That's
in
what I
the
was wondering. I was wondering if that was real or not, but it would make sense because I think they use frequency to get the nanoparticles to an electromagnetic frequency to get them to assemble. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, I'd love to see DNA cross-cutting knife. How sharp would that have to be? This is what gets me about, like they said, we've split the atom. Well, show me an atom. Well, we've never really seen an atom. And I'm like, well, how in the fuck are you splitting something you ain't never seen before, man?
I personally think they're splitting their heads.
Oh my God. Yeah.
I got a question, Dave,
Oh,
for you.
well, I might
Okay,
have.
we can agree that the layout of the Earth is flat, correct?
Right.
Okay, how about the molecules, though? Can we agree that they are spherical?
I don't know. I've never really seen a molecule.
I don't think they're just.
I've only seen now. Look, I would say that I've seen molecules depicted in chemistry class, and there's a lot of pentagons and hexagons and lines connecting them, and they go in different types of shapes as far as their atomic structure is depicted. But I've never seen a molecule, so I don't know.
Considering how many frequencies there is being
Mm-hmm.
blasted through this dimensional channel, and we got to consider all the different channels available, especially through all the electronic devices, those are frequencies. There would be so many different shapes of molecules because molecules are affected by frequency. Resonance determines their geometric, symmetrical, or asymmetrical shape. So you are right, man. There probably is billions of different shapes of molecules. It cannot just be round. No way. No way.
Right.
I
Well, we
agree
do know.
that all the shapes that we know of, I think there's that many shapes and more. And
Yeah,
I think a lot of it we take what we see in our surroundings.
Yeah.
Well, when you get down to like the platonic solids and that kind of thing, and then you're dealing with geometry. But when you're in like sacred geometry is another aspect of things altogether. When you get into what happens with the Fibonacci sequence and the phi ratio, that's when you start seeing that there's an obvious pattern in all living things that represent this same spiral, this same ratio to one degree or another. And it's quite fascinating that thing. And I have to wonder, what is the causation of this? What is the causation of this? Almost like a fractility that takes place, you know? And I've even wondered, is it actually frequency and sound that's actually depicting that's actually the causation of such a phenomenon? We see it in everything. We see it in the curl of a wave, in the way that the curve of your ear goes. It all works out into that same ratio, you know.
Right. Yeah.
God's favorite number is phi. Well, it's irrational. It's an irrational number too.
Yeah.
Just just like pi. Pi
Right,
and
right.
phi are both irrational numbers. In other words, they never end. They keep going. You never can calculate them out.
And apparently, there's read an article and somebody did the calculations. They're saying if you took a tree and divided all its parts into itself, it would divide perfectly into it. It would fit into itself perfectly. Like it's at the pi ratio. They were saying basically, if you folded this, kept folding, of course, right? It would divide into itself. Everything would.
Fucking lucky Haskins, crazy son of a bitch. He says, "For real truth, I recommend OnlyFans."
OnlyFans.
OnlyFans, yeah, man.
You got a good link.
Good God, no. That is really, oh my God, it's really showing where our society is at. That kind of thing right there. It's like
OnlyFans. You got to be hurting to go there, man.
yeah, well,
You gotta
I mean, some of these people make bank on there, which makes that means there's people paying it, So that's just as equally as degrading, I would say, probably, wouldn't you? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I heard the bank they make is not that good. Even
There it is. That's who it was. The contingency plan. Brian Stavely, if you're listening, we have the contingency plan with us again. That's who it was, Brian.
I just came here for the applause.
I don't blame you. It's pretty cool, isn't it? We have
Welcome back.
At least you got the applause. I got a laughing stock.
I hit the wrong
And then
button.
Dave kicked it off. I caught that, Dave. And I know.
Well,
You
see,
ever
what
use
I
a
do here is I have a live studio audience and I have a sign, that I hit, and it comes up and either tells them to cheer and applause or to any of that. And so they always respond. But if I hit the wrong button, then what happens?
So you got your crew trained well behind somewhere in front of you.
I do. It's pretty handy. And it's this kind of technology. We demand complete obedience here in the future, where I live, in the future. And
Right.
yeah, so this is what's coming for you guys. Watch this. This is you're gonna
So what happens if somebody's not obedient on your ship?
Oh, you're gonna find out.
Identity confirmed. Mateo Torres, you are under arrest. Please put these on.
Why? I didn't do nothing. I'm just going to work.
Failure to comply will result in the use of non-lethal force. Final warning.
Please place your personal items into the box. This is a mistake. Can I speak to a human? Human?
Please proceed to cell block C14. Welcome to Correcticorp. We at Correcticorp Detention Facility want to make your stay the best it can be.
No, thank you. I want to speak to a lawyer.
Hi, I'm Ben Saperstein. And I am Halo. Do not worry, we are here to help.
Public defender.
Please wait. There is an 89.5% chance you will be found guilty.
Guilty of what?
This ruling will likely carry a sentence of 45 to 47 years in prison. I recommend that you plead guilty. A plea bargain may result in a lesser punishment of 5 to 7 years.
Plead guilty to what?
Are you sure you want to plead guilty?
No.
To confirm your decision.
No, I'm not guilty.
Are you sure you want to plead not guilty?
I didn't do anything.
I'm sorry. I didn't get that. Please try again.
I want to speak to a human being.
Would you like to place a call?
Yes.
Who would you like to call?
The chief of police. The human one.
Please accept the terms and conditions in order to place your outgoing.
Thank you for calling the LAPD. A human representative will be with you shortly. Please hold.
Hey, what does that mean?
You authorized the transfer of funds from your bank to place a call to
The chief of police. The human one.
at $3 per minute for 114 minutes.
What? You never said that. Shut up! Hey!
So that's what happens, Sin, when people in the audience don't comply with my signage.
Cool.
That's not too far fetched. AI now is getting people pulled over because they give them false information.
I saw that.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I did, man. Did you all hear about that?
Civil
man?
rights lawyer.
Yeah. On the civil rights lawyer, he had a case where these people got pulled over. Now, I don't know.
There's others that are doing the same thing, though.
Because of automated shit tagged their license plate and they were pulled over. They were in a rental car and it was somehow reported stolen. And they were taken out at gunpoint and handcuffed and all this other shit. And the thing was, the one he showed, why didn't that broad have the rental agreement? Why wasn't it in the car? I would have kept the damn thing right there in the glove. That's what I do. When I rent a car, I put the damn thing right there in the glove box. There's the rental agreement. Boom. I'm not going to lose it. Keep it with the car. Why would I have a need to take it out of the fucking car?
Well, also, why are the cops just taking AI's word for it? They're not
Right.
even human, can't even take that shit to court.
Yep.
You have a right to face your accuser, right? So, but they've been doing it with all these stoplight cameras and speed traps where they just send you a ticket.
Right. Well, that's an interesting thing. I wonder if anybody's tried that where there's a photograph and they get a ticket to go to court and demand to cross-examine their accuser, which would be the camera, right?
Right.
So bring in the camera and let's ask it questions and shit. How are you gonna have non-human shit? That don't, no, you can't do that, man. You gotta have somebody monitoring that shit or something, you know.
Happens all the time, Sovereign.
It's insane.
People lack knowledge.
Oh my god, yeah. Oh, what was this? Is funny. Somebody did this about our good friend. You guys love her. Oh god, she makes my skin
Oh
crawl.
my gosh.
You like her. Come on.
Climate change is real, everybody. Those hard drives got destroyed because of climate change. My husband flew to Epstein's Island 40 times because of climate change. I lost the 2016 election because of climate change. My husband cheated on me because of climate change. He literally got his dick sucked in the Oval Office because of climate change. Even Jeffrey Epstein died because of climate change. It wasn't me. It was definitely climate change. Climate change.
That's political climate.
Right. Right.
I mean, there's different types of climate, but people, when they hear the word climate, they just think of weather. But no, there's a lot of different types of climates.
Yes,
including our political climate.
Because of climate change, the climate changed.
It did too. Now, when I was a kid, and this
It's all those cows farting.
It's the cows farting. You remember, Dreamy, when we were kids, we were supposed to have an ice age, right?
Right.
Well, what happened to that?
We're all supposed to have our jets and cars too, and our houses in the sky where we could fly around.
God,
I'm still waiting.
I'm going to show you something on that. That's pretty
So
funny.
it came and went. Everybody was in a cryogenic state, and we're a billion years into the future.
back on Earth, huh?
We were defrosted
Your
at some
guy.
point in time. That's why they
Forgot
created
how to
CERN.
fly.
CERN is an iceberg defroster.
What was that? Damn it. Hang on. I was going to tell you about this. I almost forgot. This house in Arlington. And if you don't know where Arlington is, it's just across the Potomac River from Washington, D.C., here in Virginia. And something happened where this house freaking blew up. This house blew up. Let me show you this. This is terrible. This is crazy, man. Is that
By
the one?
itself? Or was there a gas
I don't
leak?
know, man. It was just like the police were already there, and let me see if I can find it. Oh wait, do I have the right one? Wait, yeah, okay. So let me hang on.
Maybe it was a meth lab.
Okay, yeah, here it is. This is crazy right here. So it says it's video of the explosion. Let me go to the one before it. Okay. So this one comes from, if this is another good account too, is Raw's Alerts on there. It says, so numerous reports of people hearing large explosions, rattling, mumbling buildings and homes, multiple buildings and homes in Arlington, Virginia. Currently, numerous reports are emerging of people hearing and seeing a large explosion at Arlington, extending across Washington, D.C. Let's see. Witnesses described a large yellow flash followed by a massive boom. Anyway, here's a video of the explosion. This is kind of heinous. That's a big explosion, man.
There goes Billy Joe Bob's meth lab.
What would cause an explosion? I mean, that's pretty close. There's another view. Now that's freaking crazy, man. That's really, really close to the Capitol, man. I mean, like right across the river. At first, when I saw that, I was like, whoa, did it start?
Maybe it
the
was a
head of the
gas
Penguin
leak.
Navy
Could have
Admiral
been gas
Byrd.
leak, meth lab, lots of different reasons. Propane leak.
Misuse of fireworks.
Yeah, man, that was a fucking explosion, man. That was crazy. So, yeah, blowing shit up out in Arlington. I think there's another view of it from here. Oh, that's the same one.
Hey, Dave, did you make any pipe bombs when you were younger around Halloween?
I refuse to answer that question.
I know some people that did had some fun with those.
Yeah,
When they were experimenting and making them, they didn't have the one end pinch, and they were curious in a garage just to light the one end with the one end closed and packed, and it made quite a boom.
Did you? Well, here's the problem we have in our society. I just want to show you this. This is a couple years old. You may have seen this before, but every time I see it, I'm like, what in the hell? Listen to this.
Recent polls have shown a fifth of Americans can't locate the U.S. on a world map. Why do you think this is?
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, like such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as, and I believe that they should, our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S. or should help South Africa and should help the Iraq and the Asian countries, so we will be able to build up our future for our.
Thank you very much, South Carolina.
Yeah. There
That
you
was
go.
about as dumb as a box of rocks.
What? She didn't say anything at all.
Nope.
Now, there's a case right there where she's just on her looks.
She probably didn't know where it was either.
No. Where was I at with this dumb shit here? Okay, yeah, I had almost forgotten about the about that damn thing, that explosion, because I was like, oh man, yeah, that's pretty big. But anymore, no, it's not. There's always some kind of ridiculous shit going on.
The neighborhood just wanted to have a bonfire, Sovereign. What's wrong with that?
Well, yeah, I can understand that. They probably just the news media hyping it all up,
Yeah.
trying to make it so that no, listen, these guys, this world is just so freaking crazy anymore. I mean, just the shit that goes on. There's so much of it so fast every day that you just kind of go, yeah, okay, whatever.
I think that's what they're doing now if you don't pay your heating bill.
Yeah, they just blow your fucking house up. Why not? They're just burning. They want to run a high-speed rail. We'll just move the town, get rid of it. Here we go. And that's pretty much what they freaking did to us, man. This guy did a little thing on this. Is pretty cool about the sixes and the fucking all the numbers. Globers hate it.
What up, guys? Pete Wallace here with Earth with Pete.
Oh, we're gonna do that, are we?
We're going through some 666 Freemasonry symbolism. So here we go. So Earth's orbital speed around the sun equals 666,600 miles per hour. 666. Check this out, guys. This is nothing. So the curvature in 1 mile squared, based on the curvature of the Earth, is 1 mile is 8 inches. So inches to feet. Let's see what this is. So 8 inches in a foot is 0.666 feet. All right, so Earth's actual tilt Let's look at this one. So, 23.4. How do we get 66.6 on this one? Well, we do 90, which is that right angle, minus 23.4 degrees equals, boom, there it is, 66.6. Can't make this shit up, guys. You can't make it up. And we've got the Arctic and Antarctic celestial sphere. Latitude, 66.6 in the north and south. Look it up in Google. Oh, let's go for another one. Diameter of the moon, 21.60. 6 by 6 by 60 equals 2160 miles. Surely speed of sound won't be 66.6 or 6. Oh, there we go. One speed of sound, 666 knots. So the Earth's circumference in nautical miles. What do we got? Ooh, 21,600. About 21,600. Okay, thanks Google. Let's calculate this one up. So let's do 60 or 600 by 6 by 6. Boom. 21,600. Here we are. We're getting paid, guys. Wake up. The Earth is flat. What up, guys? Pete Vol.
A lot of
Oh,
that
I was
stuff,
muted.
do you really take a lot of that stuff as factual? Because
What?
if you know all this stuff about like the Masons, all these different private clubs, members only kind of groups, secret societies, it's all the same thing. But do you really believe all the information? Because I know for a fact, if you leak something that you're not supposed to, you don't last long.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's true. I have a
Well,
friend.
Oh,
who's-
I
a friend.
do.
When
I
it
have a
comes to a
friend.
lot of this, man, as far as that last video is concerned, man, we're dealing with numbers that they have given us. Okay.
Information they've given us.
Well, for
I
instance,
agree with that.
For instance, the instances of 666 is everywhere in it's encoded all over the place in this whole
Right.
heliocentric model. Which did come from initially the cult of Pythagoras, which I can't remember which one. They were kicked out of one place and they were either kicked out of Greece and went to Egypt or the other way.
Right.
And because of their crazy ass ideas. And anyway, it is in there, and it would make sense that they encode this number into everything. What does it mean? I don't know exactly. I know that what I saw in that thing we watched the other night, where that guy snuck the camera into the ritual in the Masonic temple. I don't know, man. I mean, that oath is pretty harsh about ripping your guts out and shit. That's pretty rip. And taking your tongue out and doing all this other crazy, nasty shit to you if you tell their secrets. Maybe the secret is that there is no fucking secret. Who knows?
Yeah.
But it looked
That's
like
a possibility.
It looked like a bunch of old guys LARPing to me. I mean, that's what it looked like. They were up there having this little play, basically, and they were in some kind of costume dress up, and they did this little play. They went around and marched in a circle and, pretended to kill this guy and, simulated this entire.
Well, look at the amount of deaths just behind the Clintons themselves. Every time anybody said anything that they didn't want said, oops, accidents happen.
Yeah. Oh, this was pretty cool. About the dolphins, we were talking about cymatics earlier. This is kind of cool about these dolphins. This is really crazy.
I'm sure you know dolphins communicate using sonar, but a cross-section of that sonar is a cymatic pattern, like this. That's their letters. That's how they write. Now, what I'm about to show you is gonna blow your fucking mind. This is the cymatic pattern of a dolphin communicating with its trainer. This is a frozen cross-section of that. Now, if we enhance that and remove the noise around it, we can see a picture of the man in front of the dolphin communicating with the dolphin. Now, not only that, this is a frozen cross-section of how they communicate with each other. The next one is a whale's frozen cross-section of their cymatic pattern. Now, the last thing I'm going to show you is a crop circle found in England. And not only is this cool because it's a crop circle, but the inside of the crop circle looks pretty similar to a cymatic pattern. Pretty wild.
So that was kind of cool, don't you?
Yeah, that was interesting.
That thing where an image of a dude shows up. That's pretty cool. I mean, that is really cool. Oh, look at these clowns. Oh, this is funny. Here's our favorite guys. Here's our guys. Who did we lose? Sing? We did.
Yeah.
Sing.
Oh yeah, well, you make my dreams come true. Well, you make my dreams come
true. Isn't that clever?
Yeah. Well, fiction is profitable.
I mean, how they these fucking programs where you can take somebody's picture and make them sing and shit like that. That's funnier than hell, man. Oh my God. Oh, this was kind of wild. Let me show you. This is our calendar is not quite right. Yeah, I thought this was pretty cool. Who's that fucking texting me this time of the god dang night? What? So anyway, let me pull this up.
Our calendar is not quite right. We're supposed to have 13 months of 28 days, with one day, the day of resurrection, Easter, as a neutral day. That's our 365 days. We've actually got 13 constellations, not 12.
Yeah, that's right.
This same calendar is very close to the Mayan calendar, but it's also very close to several ancient Sanskrit calendars. What does sept mean? 7. I thought that was the 9th month. What does oct mean? What does nov mean? What does dec mean? It's supposed to be the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th month. Jan is 11. Feb is 12. March is 13. April is our first month. Babies are born in the spring, the 1st of April, Easter. This is the start of our new year. It's the start of spring when the flowers start coming up, the grass starts coming up, the trees start leafing out, the babies are born. That's the first day. Our neutral day, day 1.
No.
The day we rest and celebrate the resurrection, the new beginning, the beginning of Christ. April is month 1. And then we lost a month in there. Where is it? What's it called? We know what it's called. I'm not going to reveal it yet, but we know what it's called. But this is the true calendar. The Gregorian calendar is SMU. Shit made up by man. To keep us out of our natural cycles. We all vibrate at one of 3 frequencies. Did you know that?
You're still muted.
So she asked, how is it satanic? So who is it that came forth and deceived the entire world? Right? Satan. And the world has been deceived into believing this nonsense. And subsequently, more nonsense pasted onto that. Now, we also know that the people orchestrating this lie, at least as far up the ladder as we are been able to find, are indeed Satanists. Okay. So trace the roots of NASA, JPL, Jack Parsons, the connections to Aleister Crowley, and to Jewish Kabbalah mysticism. It connects right into this crap. So that's how. I know a lot of people don't understand that, but it truly is. And one of the most evil things you can do is to take the trust of people and use it against them and deceive them like they've done to the world. And so who comes forth and deceives the world? We know. So this is an interesting thing I found. Well, I'll just let you see it. Thought it was worth a gander for twice through. That's interesting. Here's this guy putting the metal on, and every one of these people is on that flight log. Ain't that fucking crazy? I thought it's
No big
interesting.
surprise. They all belong to the same club.
Well, listen, this is what I've said. Lights.
Right.
Who is Al? Do your research, man, and it'll tell you right into it. And some of these people like Macron, they're openly Luciferian. Okay, they don't hide. They don't even have to hide anymore. Hell, they got a Baphomet statue in Detroit now, for Christ's sake, So that should tell people where we're at. And, whether you believe it or not, what you better realize is that these people that are pulling the strings do. Okay? That's what you got to realize. They do believe it. And that's the dangerous part. That's what's so dangerous. Well, I thought I was.
That's why I say they disappear people left and right if they cross the line and run their mouths.
Yep. They'll knock them right through.
Or they'll take them out before they get a chance to.
Right. So another thing too, what was it I saw that Locke dude the other night? He what did he try to say? I mean, the one thing that blew my mind when he said that shit about he said He said talking in tongues comes from the Holy Spirit. Flat Earth doesn't. I spit my coffee back into my cup. I was like, did that motherfucker really just say that shit?
Well, biblically, if there's someone talking in an unknown tongue, there must be two or more to interpret it. That's what made everything about Joseph Smith with the Mormons wrong, because there was no one else that could interpret the supposed documents they found written on that metal plate or whatever it was. So there was no one else to verify it. So
did you ever see the South Park episode where they went over the Mormons?
no, I tell you, I don't watch silly TV.
You got to find that and watch it. It's freaking hilarious because it goes into just like what you're saying and how they're like trying to convince everybody else.
Right.
You know, no, I saw this magic stones. I could read what these tablets said, but I can only do it inside this hat. And, you know, all this other nonsense is all based in the truth of what they actually did. You know?
And if it is, and this is the way I understand it, like at the day of Pentecost, when everyone heard the message in their own tongue, that meant that, and now in that sense, then if you spoke English, you'd hear it in English. If you were Spanish, you'd hear, and then that would be that supernatural. But that's not what's going on, because people will need translators, right? In these churches, Pentecostals and stuff, the holy rollers, as they call them. And they do this gibberish, you know.
Yeah.
A lot of it, from my understanding, is Latin. But the other thing is they're supposed to, according to the biblical text, they are supposed to have translators. So while they're gibbering and jabbering in some unknown tongue to the audience, then they should have two or more interpreters interpreting it. And that's biblical.
Yeah, of course. It should be. I mean, what, you know,
It's just like in law when it says that you need that someone would need two or more witnesses to create, you know.
Oh, check it out. Hang on. We got a guest back here. Hang on. Let me do something here real quick. All right. And we got, oh, I got this. Okay. Yeah. Run Boston Bears with us. Yay. Oh, he's got balloons, dude. That's awesome.
Oh, yeah. For some reason, StreamYard or something, like, look, when I put peace signs up, it'll do, or no, it's quote.
Look, and they're all inclusive. I
Yeah.
noticed they're balloons of many colors. That's how diverse of you. That's nice.
Sorry to interrupt, Dreamy. I was kind of listening, but I don't want to stop your flow. I do have something
that's
to
okay.
ask.
Go ahead.
Have you? Because you know I was at the Greg Glock debate, right? I went in person.
Yeah.
Did you see the press release that he put out today?
No, I did not. Do you have it?
You're going to lose your mind. It's bonkers. It's insanity. It's gaslighting and lies, thick lies. It's on his Facebook page. Do you want me to read it, or do you want to pull it up on your side?
Let me see. Let me pull up his Facebook page. Let me see what's his Facebook page
You
called?
just have to search Global Vision Bible Church. It's pretty long, but it's also very ridiculous. And the comments are above 700 already. And at first, like right when he posted it, it was his people saying like, you're the best. Oh, you're right. This is so, oh, I was there. This is exactly what happened. And now the people that are actually there are really saying what happened. Because it was not, you're gonna
got it. I see it. I got it here. Let me see. I can bring it up on the screen. Let me do I'll increase the size so that people at home can see it as well. All right, so let me stop that one and we'll present this one. Share screen, Facebook. There we go. So this is the official press statement from Locke then. It says, so the December 2nd Flat Earth debate between Pastor Dean Odell, Flat Earth, and the host, Pastor Greg Locke's spherical Earth, came to an abrupt end after 4 hours when Locke decided Odell's and his followers, who were the large majority of attendees. Now, see, I had wondered that. I didn't know what the ratio was.
Yeah, you
because
can
I heard a lot of booing.
You can stop and ask questions anytime you want throughout this. So I think it was 500 versus 500. I mean, it really seemed like it was split fairly close down the middle.
Okay.
About 1,000 in-house.
So he said the large majority of the attendees were followers. Now, did he write this, or at least I guess his church did, or whatever? Here's Brian.
I mean, worst case is he approved it.
Right. That's what I'm saying. All right. So we got Brian Stabley has decided to join us.
I wonder if he's
Hi, Ryan. Welcome.
Hey, Brian.
Hello.
Have you seen this statement, Brian?
No, I haven't. Before you read it, I just wanted to say one thing. Contingency plan. I'm sorry, bro. I know you've sent me that Geneva thing so many times, and I always forgot to bring it up. I don't want you to think I was avoiding you.
No, it's all good.
Yeah, it's just so many, and that's one I know I forgot a few times, and I
thought maybe it wasn't supposed to get out there because I was wrong, but I was like, no, I'm pretty sure it's always been Geneva Convention.
No. And after you read this, can I make an announcement, Dave? For anybody that might have missed it, I have a big announcement.
Oh, go ahead, and then I can continue with this. I'm not on no.
As
long as it don't take too long.
Like you say, this year might be the tipping point for flat Earth. You talk about that, and I'm very passionate about that and the Mandela effect as well. And I think that all this stuff is reaching more and more people. And I've been asked to. There's an event called Anarchapulco that takes place in Acapulco, Mexico. It's hosted by Jeff Berwick, the Dollar Vigilante. He set it up like a decade ago. They've been doing it, and they had over 600 people in attendance last year. Really big conference, like a 5-day excursion. And I have been asked to present the Mandela effect, and I will have over an hour to present it. Me and Shiva Shampoo are going to present it to 600 people that are live there, plus whoever gets the stream. And it's not the typical FEME crowd. It's a lot of people that are, they're into other types of stuff, maybe, whatever is it? Crypto, common law, alternative health, not the exact same echo chambers that we're in a lot. So I think it's going to be a huge thing, and that's in February. So I just wanted to announce that because I know you were streaming when I was, and I know you missed it, and probably a lot of other people did. And I'll put up a promo video tomorrow. It's going to be awesome. I'm going to do a whole presentation, and I haven't done a presentation like that since like 2011. This guy had me do a 9/11 one remotely for his thing. So we're going to knock it out of the park, and we're going to take a lot of time and meticulously make this like awesome.
Sounds cool, man. Yeah, sounds really cool.
Like it's going to be lit.
Yeah,
man. Dude, it's definitely going to be the biggest presentation of the Mandela effect that I know of. I don't know anybody that's spoken specifically about that topic to over 600 people at once in person, like that type of event. I don't know where that's happened. So cool.
Awesome. Thanks, Brian.
Yeah, but this Greg Locke guy is a fucking douchebag, and I jumped on not to just give my announcement. I want to chime in on this piece of shit. So let's go through his statement, right?
Yeah, I was just saying FE Nation says that he had only about 15% of the crowd that believed him. So I don't know, that's a discrepancy, but we'll see. Had not, let's see. So in context, he says Odell and his followers, who were the large majority of attendees, he could have done that with commas, not hyphens, had not come in good faith, but were there only to attack, intimidate, and provoke Locke and others who were there for a peaceful debate based on the Bible. Locke opened the evening in a spirit of unity and reconciliation and delivered clear instructions for the crowd to remain civil and loving. But Odell wasted no time to angrily threaten a walkout after Locke believed his first line of questioning. Levied his first line of questioning. No, he said, I'm not going to take you interrupting me and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's really, think about that. The shit that he put in there.
Oh, you're just
Can I say something? I absolutely can't stand Dean Odell. I think he's a deceiver and a scumbag for other reasons. But he did good. He was totally in the right in that debate. He went in there, he talked about flat Earth and the Bible, and just got to call it like it is. He did a good job, and this other guy was a complete douchebag. How could anybody that actually watched that believe this dribble written down in this paper? I mean, God.
Right. Yeah, look, I'm like this with it too, is that I think it's interesting to see, because I have often said, you know, how can you go to church every week with a book full of flat earth in your hand and also full of supernatural events occurring? I mean, this book is full of supernatural shit going on, man. And then when somebody hits you with, hey, there's changes supernaturally happening to that book full of supernatural shit. No, you're crazy. That can't be. Blah, 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 blah. Right?
Oh, I've shown Dean Odell correcting quote unquote scripture live on air after he's saying God's word is perfect, and then correcting it to his, to his memory of what it was, which happens to be a Mandela effect over and over. But as far as the flat earth thing side of it, he did well. I thought he went in, he stayed composed, he didn't act like an asshole. And the other guy completely came unhinged and acts like a complete douchebag.
Damn it.
So yeah.
Right.
Dean did a good job. Not a fan still, but he did a good job. And a lot of people saw it. And I do think it was positive, if anything, for flat earth, because who's going to watch that? That's new. So if you go to a debate, I heard you guys talking about this a little last night, I think. If you go to a debate, you're just going to stick to whatever side you're on. Nobody's really switching sides. But if you're neutral, who there that was neutral is going to go to Greg Locke's side and be like, this man's speaking truth. I was undecided, but man, we definitely live on a globe and the Bible proves it. Nobody. They're going to think he acted like a fucking complete asshole if they're truly neutral.
Yeah, he didn't win anybody over to the globe at all. I mean, well, here's the spirit of the event in my eyes. I was sitting sometimes on the front row, sometimes on like the third row, because I was running Austin's camera, and I actually talked him into it because Witsit was like, I don't want to run my camera. It don't matter. And I had already told people, like, check, Witsit gets it. He'll have the live stream going. But then I told him, I said, in case it goes south, we'll have a redundant backup. And he's like, you're right. He just typed it in real quick and got it ready. And I walked up and I got it in position. And then the cool thing about Witsit's stream is if you go to the very end, like 4 hours and 12 minutes in, you can see the scene, or you can go back to right when the mic is dropped too, because it is also the whole thing. It's just not as good as audio.
Right. Yeah, we watched that part from Witsit's last night because I liked the angle.
Yeah.
You can see the crowd, more of the crowd's reaction and stuff too.
Right. Then afterwards, I carried the phone out and I had it above my head, and I was kind of aiming it right at Dean, and he got to say some stuff outside. Yeah. Nobody's freaking out. Well, I got to let you finish reading this before I tell you what the scene was really like, because wasn't this at all.
Right. Well, I didn't get a sense that it was, and it does sound like it's damage control, because he angrily threatened to walk out after Locke levied his first line of questioning. He didn't. It wasn't angrily. He asserted his position that I'm not going to take you doing that on me, and he was. So you can't do that. You can't have fucking people just keep interrupting you. Odell repeated this threat every time Locke challenged him on point of fact, which I wouldn't call it a challenge, but Locke continued showing great restraint, even while Odell delivered his opening presentation by stating the false premise that the Bible was not in any way a book of metaphors, but had to be taken literally at all times. Odell then went on to deliver a 2-hour filibuster wrought with pseudoscience fallacies and misinterpretations of Scripture. Holy cow. That's just insane. That was not, wow.
You ever notice that the people that get the most aggravated, the most vocal against these topics, like flat earth, Mandela effect, this stuff, they're the most ignorant and arrogant people you've ever seen. Like they've done no research and they're so arrogant about it and so smug.
When he hit him with that thing about, well, what about the earth accelerating upward? That's what you guys believe. And I was like, this guy did no research into the subject whatsoever before he started. None.
Yeah, none. And his whole
I wouldn't say none.
And all this. God.
I wouldn't say none. He typed in flat earth in Google, and that was the first shit he got was Flat Earth Society, and he went with it. Fucking wow. Anyway, so Locke and his minority crowd, Locke in his mind. Wasn't it in his own church?
Yeah, it was in Locke's church.
You're muted, Ron Boston Bear.
It was 50-50. It was in his own church. I mean, I got there an hour early. The parking lots were already just like buzzing and filling up, and they had people directing. And when I went in, like, I could see that I was one of the first flat earthers. No, there was probably 20 to 30 flat earthers an hour early. And then they just kept rolling in, and they kind of lined the back there for a while and then kind of filled in. But I mean, you can hear all the cheers for the truth and the positive things that Dean was laying out. You could hear there's quite a bit of people in there. It was not majority, though. There's no way.
Yeah, I wouldn't have figured it to be. In fact, at the very first, I thought it was segregated by sides. Like the people that were Locke side were on one side of the auditorium, that kind of thing at first. And then I saw Witzett's view of it, and that was totally different. Because Odell kept pointing. He says, "Look, they're yelling, get out, get out," and he was pointing over towards Locke's side of the auditorium, or where that same side. So I assumed that. But you see, that's different, because I saw a lot of people when Locke would say certain shit, they'd look at each other and like shake their head, like, "What the fuck?" Yeah. So it says here, Locke and his minority crowd remained quiet and civil throughout Odell's very long monologue, and even applauded along with Locke when appropriate, never once disrupting Odell. Locke then followed with his very brief biblical presentation, but Odell's crowd repeatedly interrupted Locke with heckling and disruptive outbursts. I didn't see that.
Come on, dude. Nobody was heckling, dude. There was normal crowd reactions, and I don't think either side was really heckling. A few things shouted. I mean, I wasn't there like Ron Boston Bear, but didn't seem out of control at all. Seemed like a reasonable crowd for both sides.
If anything, it was a little bit crickets when he was going, because he got so loud. Like, in my opinion, Odell delivered the truth, and it was consistent. And people were cheering. Like, a lot of flat earthers were like, "Yes, awesome." And then when he was going, he just got really loud. He got a lot louder. He got aggressive, and he just started to almost woo his people and kind of like control his people into this like nodding. And I'm like, what's going on here? It felt real weird, because like 10 minutes into his monologue, I just kept thinking, so does this make the globe? Does this make it a globe? Does it make it round? Does this make the earth spin? Because none of it was refutations to Odell's points. It was a sermon about how much he believed in the globe.
Yes. I said that when I was watching it the first time. I was sitting here, I was like, "Are you kidding me?" And I mean, it just blew me away, the way that this whole thing was unfolding. And like you said, some of those people just kind of going along with him, you know what that's from?
Mm-hmm.
It's his patter.
Yeah.
They're in rhythm with his patter. They'll agree to whatever the fuck he says when they're in that rhythm of his patter. That's what these guys do, man. That's what they do.
They're like hypnotists, Dave. They're really good at it.
They are hypnotists. Yeah, that patter is rhythmic.
Yeah, hypnotists and master manipulators. I mean, they're so good at manipulation.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I need to go into Witzett's stream, because at one point I was on the front row, right next to Matt Long and Dave Weiss, and then Witzitt, and you can see me on camera. And I'm sitting there listening to this and that, and this guy behind me, this was during Odell's presentation, and Odell was just saying, like, here's a verse that shows the earth shall not be moved. And the guy behind me said, "I rebuke that in the name of Jesus." And it was a scripture. Yeah. And so then he did another one, because he was just stacking verses about the earth not moving, and he rebuked it again. And I typed out on my phone, like, I wasn't trying to be confrontational, but I typed out, "You're rebuking the truth." And I didn't show him. Like, I was ready. Like, if he said it a third time, I was just going to show him. And I tried to sit there. I tried to behave. And then Dean did one on the spin or the orbit, and he said, "And the earth is not." Dean said, "The earth is not moving." And the guy behind me said, "Well, my globe moves." Or no, he said, "My earth moves." And I turned around, I looked him in the eyes. I said, "Your earth moves during landslides and earthquakes. That's it." And he said, "You turn around right now." He was so mad, but I just couldn't sit there and hear. I couldn't sit there and hear him just like heckling the scriptures.
What about the audio? Because the classic dirty trick in the debate is to turn down the opponent's microphone, and Dean's mic was clearly lower than the other guys for a long time.
It was
That's
real.
that's as suspect as it gets right there, right out the gate. I mean, come on.
Eddie fixed it. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Eddie fixed it, and it's clear. It's better. And I've downloaded all of them. Every like Jaren's, Witsits, Kingdom in Context. I've downloaded them all because I think Greg's next move is he's going to go out there and try to just get these all pulled down. Like, this is my church. I don't know if he can do that, but as crazy as this thing's about to get, because you haven't even gotten warmed up, Sovereign, it gets bonkers.
Well, he's gonna have to go after a lot, because I'll tell you what, there's clips of that. Robot polisher Mike Oxbig has been he put together a complete mishmash.
Oh, I need to see that.
Of the thing on X, and that shit's going all over the place, man. So yeah, it's already gained too much traction. There's cats out of the bag, man. There's not. I think.
So are we saying the guy that was calling for missile strikes is not a good guy?
Oh my God, yeah. I showed that last night on my show. I showed that clip of him doing that. I downloaded it too,
waving the Israeli flags, screaming for fucking war and shit, dude.
That part was super crazy.
Listen, I'm just gonna tell you, man.
Lunatic.
When I see Christians for Israel, it's the same to me as like chickens for KFC.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, they don't reciprocate, bro. I'm going to tell you that right off the bat. And here's how our alliance with that country goes. It's real simple. We give them billions of dollars in money and aid every year, and we vow to protect them, and they let us. So there you go. There's our treaty. That's our alliance with them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't ever see them rushing to our aid for nothing. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, back to the debacle that is.
All right. Okay, I'm going to smoke. I'm going to stay in the backstage, but I'm going to go on mute and go outside for 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
All right. Says when Lot concluded his opening presentation, Odell reported with more combative language and continued bullying posture, while denying the Bible truth Locke had presented, with further incited his crowd to outbursts that they put the security. Let me put this back up a little bit. The security team on high alert. Locke eventually decided he'd had enough and told Odell to leave. When Odell responded by throwing his microphone at Locke, it was clear that he had gotten exactly what he came for. The Global Vision Bible Church security team did an admirable job for keeping the peace, while Odell's flat earth, the security team, while Odell's flat earth supporters erupted with anger and took over the floor. What the fuck? I didn't see any of that. Several of Odell's supporters had to be restrained for rushing toward Locke while yelling profanities, and many more screamed and raged at the small number of Global Vision numbers in attendance. The visitors continued raging in the parking lot as some defiantly smoked marijuana in the parking lot. Oh my God.
So let me tell you, I had Witsit's camera out there, and we gathered around Dean. We were all talking to him. He gave us a brief recap. I felt the urge to pray because it was insane. Everything was crazy. And I wanted to pray over the people that watched online, the people that watched in attendance, because truly, I feel like this is a spiritual battle. I feel like it's blindness. It's a veil that people can't see through. And I just said, I was like, hey, Dean, can I pray over you real quick? And he's like, oh, yeah, sure, buddy. I mean, it's all on Witsit's stream at like just after the 4 hour and 12-minute mark. And I just prayed.
Yeah, we watched that last night.
The crowd was like, amen. And then the next thing you know, they're like, you got to get out of here. The cops are here. Like more and more cops showed up. And so that's all it was. Like we just walked outside. We were like, well, that's kind of lame. And then we did our little hangout for a second and we left the premises. And like, dude, oh my gosh.
Smoking marijuana, defiantly smoking marijuana in the parking lot. That's, oh my God. And having impure thoughts,
dude.
Might add, probably. One enraged visitor rammed 3 cars as he sped away, further necessitating police involvement. Did that happen?
I have no idea. It doesn't seem like it happened. It was slick and raining. I don't know if the cars were packed in tight. I don't know if I'm not going to say that it did or didn't. I didn't hear anybody speeding away. I didn't hear any crumbles. I mean, we were there crunching. I mean, we were there for a while, like all the way up to the point until we had to go. And then we just got in the car and left. But I don't think that happened. But it's like, what?
Anson Howard wants to know how one defiantly smokes marijuana. I'm wondering too. I guess it would be something like this. You know, you got to kind of have a little, I don't know, waggle your head at him or give a defiant look. Like that's what I do. You see those signs that say "pass with care."
To me, it seems
I
like
make it apparent that I don't care at all. I just look away from it even.
To me, it seems like defiantly smoking weed is if somebody says, "You better not smoke that weed," and there says, "I'm going to smoke this weed."
Yeah.
And
I guess
isn't weed an herb? And it's mentioned in the Bible that it's for food and medicine.
But not defiantly, Dreamy.
I'm just saying though, why are they complaining about a herb? They believe in their Bible. They must rip those pages out.
Yeah, but you see, it's not what the herb is not what's important in that whole thing. It's the adverb of defiantly.
I get it, but I'm just saying he's supposed to be a preacher that knows his Bible. So by saying things like that, he's blatantly misleading people.
All right. Do you want me to rip through the rest, or do you want it?
You want what?
I said, do you want to rip through the rest of this, or do you want me to read that last bit?
Oh, I'll rip right through it. We'll stop. We won't. Yeah, it's almost over.
Yeah.
Sadly, despite very difficult hours, very difficult, the actual debate never happened. For this and for the bad faith behavior of Odell and his flat earth supporters, Global Vision Bible Church and Locke Media have decided to remove the event from all platform archives. We will not help them promote their deceptive fairy tales and conspiracy theories as we consider them to be doctrines of demons. The truth is clear. The Bible never claims that the earth is flat.
976 comments now. It was only at 700. Like before I started doing dishes earlier, I was listening in on your show.
Yeah.
People are going nuts in the chats. You should check that out later or now. I mean, it's hilarious.
Look at it right now. Hell, this is Mike Hertz. This is probably on top comments right now, but it says this article is not even close to what actually happened. The video is widely available as proof, which is likely why it was removed from this page. Well, duh. No shit, right? Let's see what these other ones are. I didn't say I wanted to write one. I said I wanted to view them. Jesus, criminally here. We all seen it. So did our Lord. Oh, wow. Yikes. I was there. And this statement is all a bunch of baloney. The Bible says firmament, period. Oh my God. Well, it's time for my family to say farewell, Greg. I've been to your tent many times and drove to many events in our area, but your ego and pride has ended our endeavors. I believe you love Jesus, and that's the main thing. Peace be with you. So I wonder if that's indicative of how many people do you think decided to kind of say, well, shit on this guy?
Well, but by the end of the thing, his closing remarks were basically get out Dean and get out flat earthers. And if you believe in this garbage or whatever he said, I don't want you to come back.
Yeah.
And
wow.
I think a lot of his folks were bringing it to his attention. That's why this whole thing even happened, is because they were bringing up biblical cosmology because it had come across their radar, and he was just like shutting it down.
Well, maybe this was his way. He doesn't want that. He's purged his church of those people, I mean, it's not like he's hurting for money right now. Let's get real. Look at this one. Says, good try at saving face. I've been an online member of Global Vision for years. No longer. There is no excuse for this behavior. Haughtiness comes before the fall. I thought I liked this church, but lately I've seen a lot of things that have changed my mind. This does nothing but cause division in the body of Christ.
You know what, Sovereign? You're reading these because these are going to get deleted, and you're reading them live, and you're like preserving what was on there.
A record. Yeah, that's pretty cool, actually. So we just finished watching Austin's copy of the debate, and they are now standing outside the church, and we have been for at least 20 minutes. Nothing is going on. Folks just standing around talking and now praying. What a lie this statement is. Oh, this hurts my heart so much. Lord, humble us. Let us never be a reason for someone to turn their backs on you. Let us do everything with love in your family. So it's exaggerating the narrative is also considered lying. I'm so disappointed to see Greg and the church handle things this way. Praying for Greg and Global Vision Bible Church, sending love to all. Wow, this is not looking good for him at all. This is on their own thing, man. Praise God for Pastor Locke, a true man of God. Okay, that might be, it was the couple that was sitting behind you, Bear.
Or maybe pop open the replies, and I bet you somebody's going to be like, "Say
Oh,
what?"
you know, get out of my head, man. Run while you still can. Somebody told him, run while you still can. Truly, that's sad. Oh, these people need a like. Joanne Pettit. So that's how a man of God is supposed to behave in your mind. Wow. I certainly would be cautious of having my pastor proclaim, "You're not going to convince me of what the Bible clearly says." Wow. Woe to you, saying to her, God dang, this is not good, man. Guess you didn't bother to look into the pastor's background, which is another thing. From what I understand, I guess his previous wife was in a battered woman's shelter and got divorced from him. And as soon as the divorce was final, then he married his secretary, who's the current woman that's with him.
Wow.
Some real Jim Baker shit going on there, you know? This guy, Joanne Pettit, he is just a truth denier, ego and arrogant, pitiful loser. Jiminy Crickets, looking through my Bible to find the verse that says, "For God so loved the world that he made it flat or round, or whosoever believeth flat or round should not perish." It's an
Keep reading that one because I responded to that guy.
Did you?
Yeah. Keep reading that one. But have everlasting life. It's a non-salvation issue, people, and a childish argument that should never have happened. And try to find my comment in here.
All right, let's see. Well, how many was there? It's not
just,
too many. It says, I totally agree with you. It's an interesting subject. Okay. There's you.
No, it's gonna dox me, but it don't matter. My name's on there. I don't know where it's at. Or I could just read it to you if you want.
Yeah, go. Oh no, go ahead.
You can keep going on the next one, and I'll read it out.
Yeah, go ahead and go ahead and read your comment if you know where it's at already.
No, I don't. I got to find it real quick.
Okay.
But while you guys are finding it, can I make a comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
How about the ultimate straw man? The ultimate straw man, he brings up a supposed list of stuff that didn't even come from Dean and came from a dude named Nathan Roberts, who I know who Nathan Roberts is, and he's a complete lunatic. He's a douchebag and a lunatic. And even Dean doesn't talk to that guy anymore from what I know, but like that guy disappeared like years ago after all he would do is what many of these people do, attack everybody in the community and be a fucking complete douchebag. And but even if that wasn't the case, even if Nathan Roberts was a great guy and I thought he was highly intelligent, why are you bringing somebody else's list? And then right when Dean tells him, hey, we don't support that list of these verses that you say, we're not claiming that those verses prove that the earth is flat. In fact, I told Nathan that a lot of those verses didn't mean that, blah, blah, blah. And then he just still tries to roll with it. Like, what type of straw man is that? That's when I really liked what Dean had to say, because Dean was like, if you read that list, you're not debating me, you're debating Nathan Roberts. It's like, what a ridiculous move that was.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I found it. So that guy that was kind of being snarky about the shape of the earth not being salvational, that's absolutely true. If you believe in the Messiah, that's the most important thing. So I just told this guy, I said, You are right, Daryl. It's not a salvation issue at all. What you're missing here is if our Heavenly Father created a beautiful place for us to live that's not a ball orbiting the sun, but a level earth with hills and valleys and a local sun and moon with stars above in the firmament designed for our realm alone, then the heliocentric theory is a disgrace to what was actually created. The truth is what many of us are after. I'm pretty sure your Bible also mentions it's good to seek truth out. This will help paint a picture of what the heliocentric theory even is and where it came from. And I posted heliosorcery for him to take a look.
Very well said.
I mean, because really, isn't that what it really comes down to? If
Yep.
what's outside doesn't have curvature, doesn't have motion, and we were lied to about our existence, our reality, we're allowed as human beings to question the narrative that's been pumped out for almost 500 years. And when they say, no, you can't do that, they got their white coats on and they're brilliant geniuses that have figured out the universe, but 98% of it's dark matter. And you better trust us because we've got philosophically based theories stacked on theories with band-aids all over the model, and nothing works by, in its entirety, just pieces work. It's like, bro, hold on. It's 2023. And I think people are starting to say, what's in our food? Why do we not feel good? Why are you driving us to this screen all the time and Netflix? We're waking up and we're reconnecting with people in love and on a high vibration. And for me, I want to bring glory to the Creator. And I don't think if a human being is living under the oppressive thumb of lies and deceptions, they're doing a disservice to themselves and the Creator. And I'm not about to have one of those people that won't even look at it tell me that I can't look at it. That's ridiculous.
Right. The Jehovah's Witnesses do that. Okay. That anything that says anything negative about the JW doctrine is apostate material. Any other religious stuff is apostate material. And so they're not allowed to look at that.
Remember, I tried to give them my card and you had to explain this to me. I didn't know when I was talking to them about the Bible changes. Remember?
Yeah.
I the one that told me that they're not allowed to even take my business card.
Right. So it's like they're the only time that they have association with worldly people is if there's a hope of bringing them into the fold. Outside of that, they're only just supposed to NPC kind of with you,
If you had told you're not supposed to take any information from anybody but your own group, you probably should realize you're in a huge cult. You're in a big cult.
Well, here's
All
the problem.
churches do that, though. It's not just one; it's all of them.
Well,
Every
here's the
church I've been to.
Here's the problem, though. They're deeply controlled within this church hard. And just Dreamy's right. A lot of them are the same. But the control goes even deeper in this one because you got kids that have been grown up in this. Okay. And all their friends, of course, are kids that are in this. And all of their family and aunts and uncles and shit are in this. Right. So the only people they really know are in the church. And so when they don't follow along and they do something wrong, they get shunned. Okay. So now they don't really have anybody at all because they don't know anyone else. They've never been allowed to associate with quote unquote worldly people. And all the parishioners, all the people that they know, even the family has been told to shun them. And it's very, very damaging. And so they really have a tight control on people in this thing. And like if somebody finds out that, oh, so-and-so was on Facebook looking at such and such that goes against our doctrine, boy, they'll have a whole thing on them, man. And you could get into some trouble. The only place you're supposed to go is jw.org. That's it, man. Outside of that, there ain't nothing else on the internet you need to look at. You just don't make no never mind about that now,
Hey, Sovereign, are those the ones that come door to door and they're tied and they go on missions in different places?
No, those are Mormons.
Oh, those are Mormons. Okay.
The little with the short sleeve.
I get confused about the differences there. I think Mormons do believe that they are going to end up being a god on a planet if they act right, And that's kind of interesting with the whole heliocentric model and their religions. Like, whoa, what are you talking about? What if there's not planets? What does that mean for your religion? But the ones, yeah, they came to the door once and talked to me because I had a massive transformation. I mean, I'm not going to filibuster on it, but I had a life-changing surrender to the maker of this place. And it was pivotal. It was amazing 14 years ago. But I had them inside because I was like, come on in and we can talk about it. They were trying to tell me, they took a pen, they took the cap off the pen, and they said, well, what you've had is you've had a really, really close encounter with the creator, but you haven't clicked the cap all the way on. And you have to have a special minister do that. You can't get the Holy Spirit. You can't get on this path that you think you're on without like confirmation from this other dude. And I told him, I was like, no, the Holy Spirit entered me and I went in a whole new direction. I didn't need another man to help me find a different path with God. And then they were like livid because I told them that. And I said, I'm not going to listen to what you're saying either, because you're trying to limit. Like, I know what changes have happened to me and I know what's going on here. And you're just feeding me a bunch of lies because you're telling me that something hasn't happened that has happened. It's crazy.
Well, so yeah, you're right, kind of, Lisa. They used to go door to door. In the last few years, they haven't for a while go door to door. They set up like a little kiosk. That's what Brian ran into.
Mm-hmm.
And did they actually have a hard copy Bible there, Brian?
Oh yeah, I actually was like, I need you to open that copy right there and open to Isaiah 11:6, and not just look online on your phone. They had a hard copy sitting right over there on the side of the wall. I made them go get it.
Because now mostly they're relying on tablets.
No, they were using their tablets. I mean, every Bible
Yeah,
change
yeah.
I talked about to them, she was like, I'm like, no, you can look in there, but I want you to go look in the Bible over there. But they would, you could tell that they were very used to pulling out their device to do that and not an actual book. They were both like doing that, you know?
Yeah. That's what they're all been accustomed to doing. And they're tapped into jw.org.
Their Bible's weird. Their Bible says, obviously it says wolf now, but it said the lion will live with the lamb for a while. So now it says the wolf will live with the lamb for a while. Like, it's just like this lax like way to say it. It's so weird.
Yeah, see, I got one of their Bibles. I've got their
What's it called? New World Translation? Yeah.
Yeah. See, my sister-in-law is in the Jehovah's Witness. My wife's almost whole family is in the Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah,
and
but their book has all the same changes. I went over a few of them, you know, except the KJV exclusive types. But 2 or 3 is 2 or 3. You know, I forget which other ones I talked with them about.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. At my father-in-law's funeral, it sounded more like a recruitment for JWs, and it's like they didn't talk nothing about how he was as a grandfather, how he was as a father, you know, and that kind of thing. It was all about his involvement with the church, you know. And it's like this whole thing, it's a mess, man.
I think I offended them right from the jump, because right when I got there and I started to talk about like the creator or whatever, they're like, oh, do you know the name of God? And I said, well, I've heard some people, you know, I'm not even putting 2 and 2 together what they want me to say and nothing. I'm just like, can I? And I talk to all my flat earth friends and stuff. So I'm like, yeah, I have people call him Yahweh, Yahuwah. They're like, his name is Jehovah. It was like, okay, you know, whatever, dude, you know.
Right.
I don't care about the names, and you know, like, you guys are all talking about the same thing, and you guys think you all like have this exclusive. It's like, it's
well, that would have been that would have been a good time to bring up the one in Exodus where it says that his name is Jealous and he's a jealous God. Well, it says right here that his name's Jealous. Look for yourself, and it'll be there too. I looked. Let me see. Where is that? That's which one is that? Run, Boston Bear. That's Exodus. Thou shalt have no other gods.
Oh yeah, I have to look it up. I don't have.
I know where it's at. It's in this other one, and I can find it and equate it to this one because I have. Let's see.
Dude, and listen, when I brought the lion and the lamb up to them, I mean, I had them give me the whole context before I even brought up the verse to them, you know, and about what it signified and everything. So they're telling me about the whole millennial reign and all this, and like
34:14.
I saw Exodus 23-5, maybe.
No, it's 34:14.
Okay.
Okay, so let me get to that one. I keep popping into Leviticus, Exodus 30. Actually, I had my sister-in-law get me like a brand new copy of the New World Translation.
Dave, I had one of them mumbling through the mask. He was wearing a face mask, and I had him on Matthew 18:20. You know how I feel about that verse and what it correlates to. And he's
Right.
literally, and I'm just like, oh my God, dude. And then I showed him, and I just.
Oh, it wouldn't have worked, Brian. It wouldn't have worked because here's what theirs says. Okay, so in the King James Bible, it now says, for thou shalt worship no other God, for the Lord whose name is jealous is a jealous God.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now in theirs, it says, you must not bow down to another God, for Jehovah is known for requiring exclusive devotion. Yes, he is a God who requires exclusive devotion.
Yeah. Well, that's not one I would have ever called or assumed was a universal change anyway, so I wouldn't have brought it up to them, but
It's interesting.
it's good that you brought it up. Yeah.
I just learned something. You didn't change.
Yeah. No, it's very good to know. I still hear people making mistakes on things that I've told them about Bible changes, like Matthew 7:1, for instance, judge not lest ye be judged. It's definitely gone from the Bible and anybody you know is home. But there is one version out there that does have it, which predates the KJV, which is very interesting, which is the William Tyndale Bible from the 1500s. That one is still in there intact. Obviously, the entire world didn't. Most people don't even know what the fuck the Tyndale Bible is. Never mind, learn from it, But for some reason, that's hung on to that one. Now, other verses in there are changed. I've checked a few of them. I think there's one more that might be original in that book, though, which is interesting.
Okay, so it's changed in the NIV too. That Exodus, it says, do not worship any other God, for the Lord whose name is jealous is a jealous God.
Yeah.
Look at me. I'm sitting here. I got the I got the NIV, the KJV, and the New World Translation all sitting over here. I got like all these different books. I got the Book of Mormon sitting up here too. Shit. It's crazy. It's like, seems like it's just like get drawn into these conversations so often.
I just don't get it, Ben. I mean, they're all about a book of supernatural stories, and it's supernaturally changing, and it's like they're not making the connection there, and like it's like, dude, it's so weird. But again, it goes to show you how religion has really gatekeep people's true spirituality. That's what it's there to do, to get in between you and the Creator, in my opinion.
Well,
and we can see that play out in many ways, man.
What you find is they're not really, a lot of times these people are not following a religion so much as they're following a pastor. You'll see that very, very often, right? They're not paying attention so much to the doctrine as they are to the rhythmic pattern and the way this guy's doing his thing. I noticed when you that thing with the Israel where he was wanting to blow the Dome of the Rock off the Temple Mount, and when he started to say that, man, it's like right on cue. Here comes the music, and as we've discussed on my channel so often, you can influence the shit out of people with music. Music is emotion. And if you put it with words that are in a certain pattern, those people are going to respond the way you want them to, man.
That dude is from the other night, that Greg Locke dude. That dude's just a piece of shit. We should be able to call him a piece of shit. And just because he wants to hide behind his church or something, we should still be able to call him a piece of shit. And a lot of these guys are already pieces of shit and know it, and then go and try and hide behind the church. We know that everybody isn't like that. We know there's a lot of good going church people and stuff, and there are good people out there. But guys like that, they use and abuse the situation, and they manipulate people. Did you see before the debate started, the way these people are like in like a trance stage?
Yeah.
Like, this is
when
totally
he said,
fucking disgusting.
I was taking a drink of coffee when he told Odell, he says, talking in tongues comes from the Holy Spirit. The flat earth doesn't. And I had to spit my coffee back into my cup because I just lost it. I was like, are you shitting me? This guy actually said that. But see, that's what I was just saying, is that people follow a person rather than what they're standing for, right? and it becomes cultish. And he actually broke people out of his own spell, I think, last night, as we saw from some of those comments. I've been a long time parishioner and I'm gone now, that kind of shit. Because they were not really paying attention to what he was preaching. I mean, that's reprehensible. Talk about blowing. What if somebody said what they need to do is evacuate all the people and blow Pastor Locke's fucking church right off the face of the earth?
Yeah.
What would because of some other people that don't agree with him, what would he think about that? He doesn't. That's not Christ-like at all.
Yeah,
of course not.
I mean,
he does this. Wasn't he cheating on his wife too? I heard something about that. He was banging the secretary or something.
She was in a battered woman's shelter, from what I understand.
So he's and he's a warmonger. He cheats on his wife. He probably siphons millions out of people, and he manipulates people. I don't think that's a good guy, dude.
No, he's no better than Copeland, man. You can see it. You can see it in his face. And let me tell you something. I don't know if you guys noticed it. I brought it up last night. If you look at the body language when they first sat down in those chairs to talk, Odell had a welcoming, embracing posture. Okay. And what that includes is, like, if somebody is over to my left, and to be inclusive, my body language would suggest that I have my right leg over my left knee, causing a kind of an embracement, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if I put my leg up the other way to you, that's like a defensive posture. And I noticed that Odell was not only nervous as a whore in church, he was also had a real defensive posture as he was sitting there with the dude, I don't know. Did any of you notice that as well?
I noticed the vibes. And this, I feel bad for the dude because I was lost, super lost. I had a depraved mind and I did all kind of debauchery and I was broken and dark and like whatever's in us that's like our degree of light. I was merging towards the dark and it was going darker. And I surrendered, to the Creator and asked for help. At that point in time, I just said, Jesus, I don't know if you're real. I don't like where I'm at and I need help. And it was like this point in my life that changed 14 years ago where it pivoted a little bit. And so I think that personal relationship is important. And I don't want to say I don't like pastors, but if you're trusting another man, if you're looking to another person, man that is popular, the head of the church, and you're yielding your ability to discern if they're bringing truth and goodness, basically the fruits of the Spirit. Are they bringing love? Are they operating in love? Are they helping you love other people, showing you how to do that? Because if they aren't even doing it themselves, then how are you going to trust them to show you how to do that? Or, I don't know, man. I feel bad for the dude. And after I read that letter, I was like, holy smokes, this isn't even the truth whatsoever. So I know that I went from darkness to light and I have a hopeful spirit about him. I'm like, dude, what if he did get broken, but just crushed by the maker? And he had to say, I've got to go a new direction. And he finds flat earth. Like it, after all this, if he changed his ways and admitted some lies, I mean, I know that seems like Hollywood type hopeful, but I'm just a hopeful dude.
I don't think he has. I think he's the type that's using the church as a mask.
Yeah.
And there's a lot that do that. They use it as a mask for their own, because, well, nowadays you do suspect the preacher because, I mean, it's the same Jim Baker bullshit, ends up divorcing his wife, marries the secretary. Boom. Same thing that's been going on for, with all of these clowns, man. Don't matter where they're at. And so I see that same thing, but I recognized him as like, he reminds me of that jailhouse preacher who sets up in front of the courthouse to try to save people's souls as they're going into court and shit. You know what I'm saying? And he's got kind of his own interpretation of the scriptures that he's stuck with, and it's worked for him, and he's staying out of trouble, and it looks good to the judge and everything else like that. That's what he reminded me of.
Yeah.
And I've seen his type. I know what that is. It's a type of salesmanship. That's what snake oil salesmen used to use. They use that rhythmic patter. And that's what he does. I'm always wary of these guys that use a rhythmic patter. And when they want to incorporate that music, when they want to exemplify a point, you hear the music go, dun, like that. Okay,
Yeah.
quit playing with my emotions, man.
There are very few pastors or preachers or teachers or anything like that will actually stick to the facts and the truth. They will very rarely own up to when they're wrong. I know this to be true because we had a Seventh Adventist pastor. We had a balcony in our church there in Keene. You can go to Keene, Texas and see the balcony. And we had a bunch of teenagers throwing paper airplanes and spit wads off the balcony. Following Saturday, the preacher got up there and preached about how children were to honor their parents and also how parents were supposed to be teaching their children. He was kicked out of church because they did not like, everybody complained about his sermon. So he was no longer pastor of the King Church. That was Ron Halverson. But it also, and this is a difference in churches, I was going to a Baptist church in Arizona, and I was at first not willing to go because I was sick and tired of churches. And I get there, and it was Christmas. And I had skipped 2 weeks because there was a lady that had 1 week where people got to get up and tell testimonials. And this one lady was talking about how she had been going to the hospital there in Sholo, visiting this lady and everything. And 1 weekend she showed up and the lady was no longer there. So she saw one of the nurses and asked what happened to her. And the lady goes, "You do know she was a Mormon, don't you?" And she goes, "Oh, no, I didn't know that she was a Mormon." She goes, "Well, here's these gifts I brought her," because the nurse told her she had been moved to home or nursing home or something. And she goes, "Well, here's these gifts I was going to give her. Maybe you can find a nice Christian person here that could use them." So she gave the gifts that she'd brought the Mormon lady that she'd been visiting. I was so pissed. I skipped 2 weekends of going to church. And then the pastor happens to catch me outside and everything. And I'd been reading the Bible and whatnot and praying, thanks to my neighbor, because he went to a totally different church. And I was so upset. I talked to him and he goes, "You don't need to be talking to me, because you're just spreading gossip. You need to take that, in prayer." So I did exactly what he told me. And then the pastor sees me outside and he says, "Are you going to be here? We've missed you the last couple Sundays." I said, "Oh, yes, I'm going to be there. I promise you, I'll be there." And I don't know why I was so excited to go, but because for 2 weeks I was not wanting, I was just done, because of this stuff. But I still kept praying and whatnot. And I just told him I'll be there. I was in total shock when he got up there, apologized, brought up that exact story of that lady's testimonial, and said that how wrong it was for him to say that he commended her for, saying and doing what she did. And he brought up every Bible book and verse that I had read and everything, and brought it up and admitted his wrong and how none of us should matter who we help or who we support. Whoever needs our love and kindness should get it, because we're supposed to love one another. And he actually admitted his. So after church, I had this big several times. I had to stop myself from laughing because he was of what he was saying. And I'm thinking, I just read all this stuff, you're repeating exactly everything I read. But not many pastors were willing to do that. Even the lady in church got up and stated, you're right. You're right, Pastor. And I can't remember his name, but she was saying, you're right. And I'm really sorry for that. You're absolutely right. So you can see the difference in churches, the pastors that want everybody to worship them, not God, but them, versus pastors are willing to put, the true God in front of themselves and admit their wrongs. But almost all churches that I've been to, I've been kicked out of several because I won't buy into their BS. And when I start questioning it, they kick me out. Started when I was 16. But yes, there are a few, and you do know the good ones from the bad ones based on, I made a mistake here. I'm willing to correct that and bring that to other people's attention as well. But yeah, I'm not into churches because of that. I'm God up here at this pulpit, and you're going to obey me, and you're going to worship me. It's that same, selfish syndrome that they all have, or most of them have.
Yeah, I posted my comment on that Facebook post.
There you go. Thanks for sharing that, Dreamy. That was a good story. And I mean, I know Pharaoh in the Bible refused to change his ways and got plagues and got all this stuff. What about this? Maybe he has the blinders on for a reason, and he threw this big tantrum and this crazy. I mean, who in the world would, if you've already messed up, like I thought that it was going to get better, but it got worse with this statement. The statement's just a lie. More and more and more, and he's driving people out of his church. And I don't know, maybe it'll get national news. Who knows what this is going to do for FE? Hopefully, I mean, dude, people on YouTube are covering it left and right. People that don't even usually talk about flat Earth at all. They're just putting it on their channels and saying, "What the heck's going on here? What's this all about?" Hearing that, like you were talking, Sovereign, about his body language and his tone and his mood and his energy and his vibe, and some people have issues with particular parts of Odal's, personality or whatever. But when he spoke his presentation, he touched on true conspiracy theories that we know, that are true. They're just conspiracy truth at this point. And he guided people all the way through some really good evidence. And I hope a lot of people see it. Last thing is, my wife's mom and stepdad, they didn't know I was into flat Earth. It's only been 2 years, but I haven't had the talk with them yet because they live in another state. And when they come down, they just want to see the kids. And it's like, I'm not going to drop flat Earth on them and have the whole weekend just be them tripping out. But I went to Vegas and met you, Sovereign, at Flattoberfest. And they were asking me, what are you doing in Vegas? And we were just kind of like, oh, I was just going to meet some friends, kind of hang out with people. And then this time, because this was such a last minute trip to go to this debate, he's like, you're out of town again. Why? And then I was like, well, there's a debate that I wanted to see. Some friends are going. They said, what's the debate about? And I'm like, okay, it's been long enough. And I just wrote a whole email and I said, they're debating about creation. And I don't know if you know about this, but there's a thing called biblical cosmology. And then I gave them a short little video to check out what I think about the truth of our realm and what NASA says. And I said, if you're interested, I'll answer any questions you got. But, I don't think we're on a spinning ball. There's no curvature to be found. There's no motion that can be detected ever. So I'm here to support. And dude, I'm telling you, a weight came off of me to where I'm communicating with them more. I'll just tell them anything at this point. But anyway, that's my little.
How'd they respond?
So far, neutral, I would say.
That's good.
I thought they would just lose their minds, because it's pretty different. Like my wife's stepdad is pretty high up in the Army. He's retired, but he's back, doing some, I don't know what you call it, but
we're getting ready to go to war, man.
Yeah, but so far, they haven't pushed back super hard. Maybe in person they will, but I've got the ammo, man. I've been in the game long enough to say, it's just not true. It's pseudoscience. It's a philosophy.
Right.
It's a religion of itself, and I can explain that to him with confidence. So we'll see. I'll keep you posted.
Did you happen to see McToon there?
Oh, I heard he was there. Dave said that he like shook his hand or whatever, and
Yeah, we
I
showed
didn't-
Dave Weiss's response on Jaron's stream to it.
Okay.
I was laughing my ass off
Yeah.
because he said he's just like a little marshmallow. Dave said he didn't recognize him because he came up without his glasses, and he doesn't look like he does on camera, I
I
guess.
heard that. I heard that.
He said he had to wash his hands like twice. Dave said he had to wash his hands twice. He wanted to use a wire brush. He said it was just like he was just shook hands with evil. And yeah, he said he did a selfie. I haven't seen the selfie yet. Did Jaron put it up on any place?
I don't know. We'll have to see.
Maybe he put it up. Has he got a community page?
Kind of sort of what I saw was you know, the saying, the light outshines the darkness, and that light is exposing these people that are, you know, telling the lies. It's just, and what better way than two pastors to come together and argue the way that they did and whatnot. I mean, it was shameful to see on both sides, but at least one was pointing out facts and truth, even though, you know, they shouldn't have been arguing in the first place, being what they are, and they should both be able to discern what the truth is. They're pastors teaching other people, so they should have been on the same damn page based on the book.
So Brian, what does Odell say about the Mandela effect? I mean, is his reaction like angry? Or
oh yeah, very aggressive and hostile, and this has been going on for years. And it's very interesting because this opens a whole can of worms that I talked about tonight, because the whole thing went down in the debate that goes back to his anger against the Mandela effect, and it goes a little something like this. Okay, this all goes back to the whole planets in the Bible thing, because planets was not in the Bible. Okay, it wasn't in the Bible when I started looking into flat Earth. Everybody knows it wasn't, even though people aren't gonna, you know, admit it because they don't want to say the Mandela effect's real. But planets wasn't in the Bible. I did a video in 2021 about planets in the Bible. Now, at this point, Dean Odell had already been aggressively against the Mandela effect. I hadn't had personal interactions with him, but I know other people had spoken to him, like Jesus Freak, Computer Geek, and other people. So anyways, at that time in 2021, when I knew that planets was in the Bible and it wasn't anymore, not only was I able to show conversations of people talking about planets not in the Bible, but Rob Skiba, who was the, you know, probably would be considered one of the most versed on biblical cosmology, was literally doing PowerPoint presentations on biblical cosmology and literally telling people the word planet does not exist anywhere in scripture. He's got it written on him behind him on the board, right? And underneath it, he's got judgment spelled the old way, which has been changed in every single Bible. This is all in one thing, right? So I show this, and again, you know what I'm saying. I'm not calling the guy a liar. I mean, he just doesn't know that it's changed, and you know, at one point he was correct, you know, but it's been Mandela affected, and it's a huge change. And you would think these are the people that would take the most interest in it. So it ended up turning into an 800 comment Facebook thread with me against Rob and all, you know, his delusional people trying to come in and say the word of God can't change and the whole thing. I had already shown years before that he was affected by the Lion and the Lamb and other ones, including, what's the one, Crush Thy Head and Bruise Thy Heel? He was affected by that one. I showed that in the video. That's a good one, because in the KJV, it's now Crush and Crush. It's not Bruise. So I've shown him on that one. Anyways, Dave, when something like this goes down, you know, all the people in those circles are obviously watching. And I know Dean Odell knew what was going down. So here's the best part about it. Dean Odell, probably from that back and forth with Rob, found out that planets wasn't in the Bible. So he's going to build found out that planets is now in the Bible. So he's now aware of that, but he's already got an agenda against the Mandela effect. So he needs to come up with an excuse. Okay. So check this out. This is where it goes to the debate, because this is a huge change. People should be concerned that lies of heliocentrism are being pushed in the Bible. Why, I don't know. Nobody takes any interest that I tell them. That drives me fucking crazy. But here's the thing, right? So I've done a second video on planets in the Bible, and I'll tell you about what's in that video in a minute. But what happened on the stage last night, Dean Oldham went up there. Just like I said, Globies are going to use the fact that planets is now in the Bible against flat earthers, and they're not going to be prepared. Well, Dean was prepared for it, but he's a Mandela denier. So what Dean did is he said, and even though he's been saying this, this is the true word of God, now all of a sudden he just comes out of nowhere and says, well, planets is in the King James once, right? And it's a mistranslation, he tells the other guy. And I'm like, oh, here we go, right? But what Dean doesn't know, it's not just in the King James now either. I showed again tonight. Planets is now in 7 or 8 different major translations of the Bible.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that is.
And it was only in one when I originally made the video. I tried to bring it to the attention of the entire flat earth community. I had this huge thing back and forth with Rob Skiba where he was getting completely owned by me because he's fucking wrong. And he eventually in the end had to just say that somehow it crept into the KJV later. No, not later. It's in the KJV going back to the 1611. And then Dean tried to bring it up last night, say it was a mistranslation. How are you going to say this is all correct? Now, all of a sudden, the one word that's supposedly mistranslated is planets. Well, planets wasn't in there, but the way that he said it specifically, and I have the clip, you can hear that he specifically is referring to that it's only in, he literally says it's nowhere in scripture. It's in the KJV once. That's literally how he says it last night in the debate. But what he doesn't know is it's not just in the KJV now. The Mandela effect has now inserted it in other major versions of the Bible. Not all of them. A lot still say wandering stars and constellations, but now 7 or 8 of them say planets.
Wow.
That's what that whole thing was about last night, like when he went into that.
That's why a lot of times I like to go back and look at, and that was another fucking thing that cracked me up about what Locke said. He goes, I don't like to look at these old Bibles because they used to use F's for S's and all this other shit. Well, so learn how to read it. I did. I think when I go back and look at a replica of a first edition, first printing, King James 1611 hardcover. It was really cool. And it came with a real leaf, one of the pages from an actual 1611. So it's like an over 400-year-old piece of the Bible that came with it. But anyway, when you look at the way things are written, and as I've said before, sound, vibration, the phonics that we use within the words have meaning. And they have confused the English language. What we use now is not correct. If you go back and use, there was a reason that these various letters were put in these order. And it's because these letters are each a pictorial representation of something. And when you put the word together through what the letters actually represent, they represent what the word means. It's really interesting when you start getting into it. Like, for instance, I often use like the E. If you look, it's a vertical line with 3 lines coming off of it. It's a direction toward. Okay? Think of the words that we use for a direction towards. Enter, exit. There's a lot of, so then the next, so it goes with the direction toward. The next word, the next letter is another pictorial. Okay. In whatever the word is. And it gives you like, if it's really interesting when you decipher the word death, and it's not so bad.
Yeah.
You see D being used in to denote a passage, a going, going from one place to another. And of course, the passage, the next letter is what? An E. We just described that, right? What is the E? That's a direction towards. So you're going through this door. What's the A? The A is like this pyramid with a separation from the top, right? What does that represent? Usually higher mind, higher self, God. So it's a doorway going to God. And well, of course, the T, we've got it.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, real cool. While you're talking, it made me think that, like you said, death isn't a bad thing. Like culturally, a lot of the times it's instilled in people's mind to fear death, like super
Yeah.
duper everything's about fear. But then also the words and the meaning of words and the English language and how much spell casting and like spells are in the trickery in the English language. And then I heard that Shakespeare quite possibly may have been a fictitious character. And if you look at how many words he came up with, like he invented, it's kind of wild.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's the T is the denotation of God above, right? You got this symbol right here. It's above. And then the H. What is the H? Think about. And if you look, it's two vertical lines with a line connecting them, right? That's one giving that breath to the other. You see, so you can actually work out what the word death actually means through its pictorial representation and its spelling. You understand? The whole English language was invented for the King James Bible. That's why it's called the King's English.
Wow.
And death is just the ending of one thing and the beginning of another.
Yeah, it's pretty epic. I'll tell you, finding flat Earth and like not being scared to be public about it, be on camera. I don't care what anybody thinks of me, man. I don't care.
Yeah.
I just want the creator to be happy with how I'm treating my wife, how I'm raising my kids. I want to exude love, high vibration, chill. Let's chill, man. Talk to me about it. A lot of people have so much mental gymnastics that they do to try to pretend to be something they're not.
Yep.
And they're so scared. Like it comes out as aggression, but it's really they're scared.
Well,
and so
aggression
to be pure in spirit.
Aggression is part of that fight or flight response, which is rooted in fear. It's in and usually accompanied with anger, which of course is another derivative of fear. That's the fight or flight response. So you're either just going to shut it out and go away from it, or you're going to stand up and fight against it. And this is why we see the responses we get when there's anything that challenges a core belief. This is why it's important to let your core belief system be malleable. Because you're always going to be learning new information. Don't be those wineskins that can't accept the new wine.
Right.
Speaking of wineskins, one of the things with Dean Odell, right? I literally showed him reading from his KJV. He reads off bottles and then corrects it to wineskins and tells you the word should be wineskins. And then there's another one, another verse where God was supposed to test Jesus, and in all the other versions it still says test, but now in the KJV it says tempt, and he's even got it written on his page that he's presenting that it's from the KJV, and he reads it the new way, but then he corrects it back to the old way. And then right here, this is the part I'm going to show about planets. Check this out. We only got to play like 20 seconds, but this is Dean Odell. Knowing that this is him knowing that the scripture has changed and planets is in there, and he's protecting that lie. That's why this boggles my mind with these people.
The word here, if he looked it up in the Greek dictionary,
I had a
find out it
feeling.
doesn't mean anything like that. In fact, the word is the Greek word eon, which means ages or time periods, not planets. So that you just did with that verse is deception and error.
Well, then explain the two verses that I used that led into that verse, because they did prove that we are the only habitable planet amongst many.
No.
What, amongst many?
First of all, the word planet does not exist. It's used one time in the King James Version, and that's a mistranslation because the actual...
It's always a mistranslation.
So it's used one time in the King James Version. But no, it was when it was probably brought to your attention that I called it out as a Mandela effect and you had to come up with this bullshit. But now, if you look, and I did an update to this like over a year or two ago, about a year ago, planets is now in the King James. It's in the American Standard. It's in the English Revised. It's in the Good News Translation. It's in the New Heart English Bible. It's in Webster's Bible Translation. It's in the World English Bible. It's in Young's literal translation. Okay, so we're talking about supernatural changes in this realm. One of the biggest deceptions that there's ever been is the globe deception. And now we're seeing the word planets integrated into scripture retroactively all the way back to the beginning of time. And people think what I'm talking about is stupid and they don't need to look at it. No, they need to wake the fuck up.
Yeah.
Dean Odell knows this has changed. I legitimately think when I brought it up to Rob Skiba, he didn't know at the time. Dean Odell knows, and he knew going into that debate, and he knew that was going to probably come up. Of course it would. Why wouldn't it come up? The word's in there now. That's what I've been saying.
Why in the hell wouldn't these guys be going, holy crap, this is big news, man. This means you better get on your stick, babies. It's happening. Man, this is it's prophesized in Amos, it's prophesized in Daniel, it's in Revelation. Why are they wanting to downplay it? What the hell are they doing? I don't get it. If I was a minister and I came across this as I have, and I'm going, wow, that's crazy. What is really going on? I would be getting together with other pastors and other ministers and shit, and I'd be going, hey, look, what is going on? Get your Bible, see if it still says such and such. I mean, you're going to know a lot of these scriptures by heart. After all, it's your job, right? And especially when one is huge and well known as Isaiah 11:6 is so obviously changed. I mean, I think that's the one that we're actually supposed to pay attention to because it's so freaking obvious given the amount of artwork, the names of ministries. You can type into Google Lion and Lamb Ministries and just see how many different results you get. You're going to get tons, man, tons. So what these people all just accidentally name their fucking ministry Lion and Lamb and oh shit, well, it was a wolf, but we already paid for the lettering, so
for anybody that's still not getting it. I'm sorry, go ahead, Dreamy. You were going first.
I was just going to say, Brian, you are testing the spirits, and the Bible talks about that, and that's what we're supposed to do, so we know what spirit that is coming at us. And if we don't test it, we ain't gonna know. So you're right. You're testing it, and if they deny it, then that tells you what kind of spirit they have.
Yeah, totally. Totally. I see so much dishonesty when it comes to the people that deny this. There's definitely people that don't understand. There's definitely people that are kind of on board, but aren't. Some of them are probably listening right now. But there's people that absolutely know this is real, but have a huge agenda to deny it. And that's complete dishonesty. And they're not here to seek truth. They're blocking our way with their bullshit.
I agree.
Get the fuck out of the way. The scriptures are supernaturally changing. The land masses of the earth are in the wrong place. And then you have all the physical stuff that's changing too that people want to try and brush off like it's not important, but it's all fucking important.
So here's one just on the topic, but in a different venue of it. With that Sinbad thing, I was thinking of this, okay, so that little supposed spoof clip that they put out that they said they did just okay. I'm wondering how in the hell were you able to do that and replicate the genie costume, the attic scene, the characters being a brother and sister. And if this scene never existed, how the fuck did you duplicate it?
Yeah.
Right? Because that was in the trailer. That scene was in the trailer. That's just more of them fucking with you. It's sort of like for years and years, nobody asking, hey, look, there's Neil Armstrong coming off the fucking ladder onto the moon and shit. And finally somebody said, hey, who took that picture, man?
Yeah.
Who took that freaking picture? And that's the same thing you got to ask in a case like this.
I mean, these people are so low vibe. These people, the deniers. I mean, they're just like, I don't even want to be around them. I mean, you can't investigate this reality and exclude the Mandela effect. I mean, it's the biggest thing in the reality. Like, how can you even do that? It doesn't have to be your favorite thing, but you can't just say it doesn't happen and dismiss it. You're going to get nowhere. You're going to get nowhere. Your Bibles are changing, your geography's changing, facts of history are changing, events are being inserted, and you're just going to bury your head in the sand over all of it. Meanwhile, items in your home are changing, the emblems on your car, the mirrors on your car, like stuff in your food cabinet, your Bibles, precious things that you've had. I mean, it's endless. It's fucking crazy, dude. They are totally delusional.
Oh God, yeah.
They're delusional.
Well, it's like I said that day, the last time, is that I think you have different categories of deniers. You know, you've got the ones that know this is really happening and they know that there's something else behind it, and obviously more than we do about it, and are trying to cover it up. Hence, like the Publishers Clearinghouse and their little troll video and
Mr.
all
T and
those,
sketches.
right?
And
Yeah, Mr. T sketchers,
Forbes
Sinbad, and all
magazine,
that.
Psychology Today. It's multiple things every day.
Right. So you see it on that level, but then you've got the people that are frightened of it.
Yeah.
And don't want to see it. They want it to be, oh, it's just people misremembering shit. That could be impossible, because the ramifications, if that's true, blows their fucking mind. They can't even comprehending it. You know, it scares the shit out of them. So you got that crew too. And then, of course, you've got the ones that are just plainly really into just being fucking trolls. If you tell them it's day, they're going to tell you it's night, you know, those kind. So
it's mass deception like we've never seen before, which we were warned about.
Yeah. The biggest gaslighting ever is these people trying to tell us to not trust our experiences. The craziest thing about it, though, like I always say, it's not like us and 20 people or 200 people, like we went in some place and like we had some paranormal experience or something. It's literally everybody's experiencing it. So these people, they can't even look at us and think, oh, these people, they're just stupid, because they actually have the same experiences. I know they say that, but they remember the cornucopia on the fruit of the loom. They remember Mirror Mirror. They remember South America underneath North America. So many of these things down the line, so they're experiencing it too. They're denying their own fucking reality, their memories, their senses, and they're trying to hold us and drag us down with them. And I'm ready to just step on their heads and move forward. Fuck you people. You people are the most lost people out there.
Yeah, it does. It is very frustrating, because I totally agree with you. Move on, find solutions, enjoy life, live it in the reality, not their fictional reality.
Hey, I gotta tell you. Sorry, after you're done, Dreamy. I'm just excited. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Hilarious. I was telling some teenagers in the park about the theory of flat Earth back when I thought it was like a theory, or I was looking into it. I was really starting to look into it. And they were like, oh, that's crazy. Oh, I never heard anything like that before. And they were like, have you heard of the Mandela effect? And that was the first time I ever heard those two words in my life. And I was like, no, what's that? They're like, it's going to trip you out, man. Stuff's changing, da, 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 blah, blah, blah. But it was just going over my head. I was just kind of like, oh, whatever. I was more excited. Like, I was just super excited to tell them about what I was looking into. But then this was before I found your channel. And after I'd settled in and realized that our realm is not what we were taught, and it blew my mind that the dinosaur narrative and the billions of years fell away, and a lot of different deceptions. It's just history. Like, history is not what they tell us. Then when I started seeing your videos, it didn't come across to me as difficult or weird or strange. I didn't even kick back against it at all. I was curious. I wanted to know, well, how many more are they? And like, as you keep doing lists and lists, like, they don't all affect me the same, but some are just like mind blowing. And as where I'm at right now, I'm wondering, well, what's the next ones? How many more are there? But the trolls and stuff, they're just, man, I feel like we can see, like Neo, we can see the code. Not that we're special, but we're definitely not blinded. Like, the veil is not here. It's lifted. So if new information comes in, we can process it and assess it, make a decision about it. But why are you going to push against supernatural changes if your world's been upside down?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So just chill. Try to learn.
Oh, I don't get it too, because it's like, I thought this whole journey, at least, I have a different perception than everybody. I guess we all do, right? We all have our own perspective. But I really thought a lot of learning, especially the last several years with the flat Earth journey, was learning to finally trust your senses and your experiences and your observations. But then when it comes to the Mandela effect, so many people, they just go against all that and go back to what they think reality is. It's really strange to me, especially when you consider the implications. Like, this Earth wasn't an accident. The Big Bang's a lie. The Creator put the Earth in the center, gave everything for us we needed. So there's proof of that. Like, that's not that's some intelligent design. But now it seems like we're actually having communication from whatever created this place. And people want to shut that down. People have talked about how it's going to come, and for thousands of years they've been talking about how Jesus is going to come back and all this stuff. Well, what if this is Jesus coming back communicating with us? So what if this is God? You got to turn it away.
For those with eyes to see and ears to hear, man.
And one of the things that gives me hope is all these young people that are coming out and no longer willing to accept the deception and the lies they've been told. That is the most powerful to me, you know, because the young people are like, no, because they still have a younger mind and younger heart that's pure. And they're really coming forward, stepping up, and I'm loving it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My thought is this. What if the true Earth, the flat Earth, and the Mandela effect and many of the deceptions falling down like a house of cards, what if it's truly to have us let go of ego? Like, really it's really checking people to see if they're going to fear against it or have anxiety against it or infight with their fellow brothers and sisters. Like, well, I get on Discord and there's a menagerie of people on there, and when I first got there, I felt threatened and attacked, and everybody was saying different things, and I didn't know what to do because I'm a Christian boy, and that's not what I think. And now I'm just like, I show up empty-handed, I show up empty mind, empty heart, and I just want to love whoever's there. I don't care who you are, I don't care what you're saying, as long as you're not like just spewing obscenities at me or shutting me down. Like, if you're gaslighting me or ad homing me, it's like, bro, come on. But if you're just talking to me about what you believe or what you hold in your head, why should I fear or try to stop somebody from sharing me their experience? So I'm loving it, dude. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's almost like the last thought is, when I was a little kid, like 5 years old or whatever, I was very creative. I like to color. I like to explore. I just like to play, right? And then indoctrination system taught you to sit still and be quiet and don't be fidgety, to focus. And it was almost like squeezing the life force out of me as a man or as a boy. And now I'm returning back to the reality that I get to think about all of it. I get to hold it in my hand. I get to discard this. I get to keep that. I'm in control. It's amazing.
That's what
Not to get off topic too bad here for a minute. Remember I talked about that explosion of a house that happened in Arlington just a little while ago near DC. That's about an hour and a half away from me. It says now, this came out about a half hour ago, it says new footage sent by a follower has captured the massive house explosion from another angle that occurred earlier tonight in Arlington, Virginia. The explosion reverberated across Washington, D.C. Now, get this. Let me bring this up. Sorry. Get this. It says, according to police, the suspect discharged a flare gun approximately 30 to 40 times from inside his residence into the surrounding neighborhood. Now, let's see if
and the explosion, an explosion from a flare gun reverberated all around DC. I mean, what are we even talking about?
That's how fast was he ripping those rounds off?
That's not a flare gun, dude.
That's not a goddamn flare gun. What the fuck? Oh, there's flares there.
No, that's
Those ain't flares.
That's just paper on fire. That's like anything that's flammable floating up there.
Come on. They expect people to believe that shit?
Yeah, I'm okay. The house blew up.
Dude. Man.
So, flatter.
That's
I think
fun.
when you were talking about the young kids and they, you're talking to them about flat Earth and they're bringing up Mandela effect. You look how more techie they are and involved in the internet and stuff than we were when we were that age. So they're immersed in all this. It's just a matter of them kind of finding it. I work
Yeah.
with a lot of young people. Some of them are completely oblivious to it, but some of them actually seem to have heard about these ideas before, and they're like, "Oh, what are you talking about? Oh, is it conspiracies? Is it this?" I don't really like to say conspiracies now because I'm more about the Mandela effect and not going down the different rabbit trails they want you to go down. So I don't want to direct kids to be like, "Yeah, conspiracies." I try to explain it in like a different way, but like with both of these topics, I think they totally teach you to like the worldly things are not what's important. I think that's one of the biggest lessons. And then along the way, you do certainly get your ego checked. I mean, I've noticed the people in the truth community that have the hardest time with the Mandela effect are some of the people with the hugest egos. I mean, it goes pretty much hand in hand. As far as the kids waking up, like I just think that like there's a lot of changes that are geared to them that we don't talk about, like in video games and children's shows and stuff like that. There's a shit ton of that going on. The problem is like people ask me, hey, what's more triggering, flat Earth or the Mandela effect? Well, it depends who you're asking. I think if you're talking to a normie or a family member, flat Earth is by far more triggering. I think Mandela effect is less triggering because I think they've heard of it, but they've heard of it in a misrepresented, goofy way, like the TikTok way. You know what I mean? That's how they've heard of it, but it doesn't trigger them. But then if you're talking to truthers, I think the Mandela effect is much more triggering. So it depends who you're talking to, right? Because of the different mindset that they're in.
Yeah, man. I think that any person is wanting stability. They're just hoping to find like routine, rhythm, stability, comfort. They're seeking out an equilibrium in their life that's like, okay, I'm not being hurt. I'm not physically or emotionally being hurt every day. And for some, if you bring up the Mandela effect or flat Earth, you're essentially saying if you go down this road, you're going to have to do some work. You're going to have to do some digging, deciphering, using discernment. And I think that's why my dad doesn't want to look into it. He's like 76. He believes in the moon missions. He loves space. Like he told me, I love space. I understand space. I don't want to talk about this. But the truth of the matter is, I don't think he's real willing to do whatever amount of work it would take to understand. And if you can lose your ego and just be exploratory about things and be interested and not fearful, you're going to have a leg up, man.
Yeah. My mom, for instance, loves the Mandela effect. So nobody in my family watched my show for years, but my mom now has come around, and in the last year and a half or so, she's been watching my shows. She loves the Mandela effect. She hates when I talk. I know she still hates when I talk about 9/11, because she's really in fear of these events and she's having a hard time. That's a hard one to let go, any of them, whether it's 9/11 or a different one, realizing that what you were scared of is completely no reason to be scared of it. So I can tell she doesn't really participate in the chat much when I talk about that. But as far as flat Earth, like she had a pretty hard time with it for a while. I mean, obviously I've been mentioning it to her for probably, since 2015 at least. And now she's starting to come around, and she's at least at the point now where I don't think she believes that we went to the moon. And she's even done some of her own like investigation in Massachusetts into some companies that she think were involved in some shenanigans to do with the lunar lander and whatnot. So she's going to realize the whole picture of that soon. She had a hard time with it, but she's listening now. And I have other family members that watch once in a while. A couple of her brothers, one which I went and visited during COVID. Me and Steffi went and seen him and his girl. They weren't playing the game either, and none of it. We had a nice dinner and got to hang out with my uncle while I was in California, so that was really cool. And these young guys at my work, man, I got them watching, so they're hearing all the stuff we're talking about. They're hearing the Earth. My boss, he likes the show, he likes it, but he's like, he thinks the Earth is flat as crazy, But he's like asking me questions, so I went into him about the moon landing for about 15 minutes after work, and then that's fun. These other guys at work are like watching my show. They're like, I saw your show. I've had like 7 or 8 people at my job, and I only been there a couple months, tell me that they're watching my streams. That's a lot of people. And I didn't even have to I only told a couple people about it, and then it spread, and then people were telling other people, and I'm coming in, my manager's like, hey, I got shown a YouTube video yesterday. Guess who was in it? I'm like, me? He's like, yeah. I'm like, well, I'm not shocked. I'm like, keep watching. You can learn something.
Don't you think it has a lot to do with pushing fantasy on children and their like Disney and their cartoons and all this stuff? They really push fantasy. So those fantasies can become reality, don't you think, in some of their minds?
Yeah.
Well, here's
So
what
then
I
it's
want to
hard
say.
to turn around and think differently.
I want to say something on that, on the whole aspect of fear. And, I've thought about this a lot, and it's helped me to think of it this way. We know that this entire control system operates by keeping us in a state of fear of one derivative or another. Okay. Whether that fear be exhibited in anger, frustration, what have you. But there's nevertheless fear. But if you really look at it, other than triggering a fight or flight response, and we've been trained to subdue both, what good does it do you to fear anything? How does it help you to fear something? If it's not helping you, then why entertain it? Okay. And I've said that before, when it comes to death, people fear death. And it's like that's like fearing sunrise. It's going to happen. It doesn't matter whether you fear it or not. It's going to come. When your number's up, you've heard it. When your number's up, your number's up. Boom. And when you come to the realization, hey, what is that really? Let's look at it really. What was I afraid of? What is it that I'm actually afraid of? The unknown? Because I don't know what comes after this experience or whatever, what have you. You start really getting into the idea of how fear can really control you. And the mechanisms of fear they use, the fear of loss. That's a big one. Lose your job, lose your house, lose your money, lose your life. You see? And the various different ways mechanisms that I can throw out there to keep that fear at you. Oh, giant rocks from outer space. Better be afraid of those too. And nuclear bombs. Oh shit. Don't forget there's a bunch of these crazy fucking people running other countries. Somehow other countries manage to get crazy lunatics for leaders, but we don't. Isn't that funny how that works? Just really start looking at it. Quit taking it so seriously, all this fucking shit. And you realize that that's all they're trying to do is keep you in a state of fear.
You know what else has helped me on a personal level, Dave? You know that I don't believe in any of the fear and haven't for many, many years. So almost all of my journey through the truth has been completely fear-free, which obviously has helped in many ways. But there's these different things, like hurdles that I get over, in my personal journey that help me. And what's helped me, and it's not going to sound like the right thing people want to hear, maybe, but what's really helped me and made my life improve a lot, it's me coming to the realization that when this thing started in 2019, 2020, very shortly into it, I realized that these fucking people are never going to wake up, Dave.
Some of them
I know some are. There's enough that are and have a chance to, that it's worth us to speak and do what we do. But I don't ever think there's going to be a majority of the world that's going to wake up and the world is all going to change from it. I'm willing to let that go now and prioritize myself being happy while still being a good person and still trying to wake people up. But now me being happy and living a fruitful life is at the top of that list, rather than I'm just going to sit in my room, stay on the computer all day and try and wake everybody in the world up,
Yeah, you got to balance it out, but don't ever stop. Don't ever give up the fight. Okay. Because here's what's going on. Yeah. I mean, although you have a very large subscription base, you get a large viewer base, by comparison to the population of the world and the population of people watching YouTube videos, we're not even a drop in the bucket. Okay. And we are actively squelched. So we have to just keep kind of clawing our way. I put it to the just like at the Confederates at the Battle of Second Manassas, which is Second Bull Run to you Yankees.
I ain't no fucking Yankee.
Well, you know what the definition of a Yankee is?
Yeah, I get it, dude. I get
It's
it.
like
Tommy
it's like
calls me a Yankee too. Fucking
no, it's like it's like
when you're from Boston, you don't call somebody from Boston a Yankee. It's like an insult, dude.
oh no, a Yankee's like a quickie. You just do it yourself.
That's funny.
Yeah.
No, what was I talking about, man? I'm high as gas.
Dude, I'm about to have to bail. I stayed up just to tell you. I did the debate, and I did the hangout, the FE hangout after till like 2 a.m. And I got in the room and I was like, dude, I got to start packing this crap up. And I started packing because I had a real early flight. I had to drop the car off at 4:50 in the morning. So I was like, I'm just going to stay up. So I took a shower and just ate everything I could find because I was like, I don't have breakfast, but I have a lot of snacks. And I stayed up for 37 hours. And that was yesterday. So last night I slept for 12. Here I am again. It's 12:39 here, rocking and rolling with you guys. It's been a real pleasure to be here.
Yeah, nice meeting you.
I remembered what I was talking about.
Nice.
Came back around.
Do it.
It was that, you know, as far as waking people up, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're getting out there, but what you got to understand, Brian, is this: it's like all those people at work that are watching your channel, right?
Yeah,
they're gonna tell people that they know. Because they don't just only know the people that they work with. They have people in their family, friends, and shit. They're all going to go, hey, check this shit out. And it spreads, man. It starts spreading. And like I was starting to say, the Confederates at Manassas, and I see you, Joe, I'm going to bring you up in one hot second. They ran out of ammunition. They were greatly outnumbered, and they ran out of ammunition. Did they surrender? Not one fucking inch, man. They started using rocks and sticks, and they won that battle. And that's what I'm saying. We got to use those rocks and sticks. They try to use it, take our ammunition. Look how many channels you've been through, Brian. Look at all the different things that we're censored all the time. We're slandered upon by these people. We take it all. And the bottom line is, like Barn Boston Bear says, I don't give a fuck. I won't keep going.
Yeah, you know, I'm not going to stop. I'm just
keep going.
I'm not going to stop. I'm just being realistic that we're not going to wake the world up, and we like we're gonna. I don't think we're not having an effect. I think we're having a huge effect. I just think you have to really have the right balance, and your personal happiness has to be there without compromising your truth and everything, you know. But your personal happiness has to be there. And I know that many truthers go through many years where they put that to the side. I know I did. I was miserable. And even though I didn't believe in all the fear of the dark conspiracies and all that, I was still in all these holes, and all I cared about was I used to do streams sometimes 3 times a day. People remember I was doing 2-3 live shows a day from my cousin's house, never leaving my room, never going anywhere. And then when the COVID hit, and you know, I took that first trip out to California to see Steffi, my like entire life changed all like instantly. I realized I had a mission again. I realized, and again, like I'm never going to stop. It reinvigorated me, and I got out on the street and took all the flights and everything and showed people to not live in fear. So it like reinvigorated me, but at the same time, it also made me realize, like, wow, man, even though I'm leading by example and showing these people not to live in fear, I needed to learn lessons to get out and experience fucking life. Yeah, and that's what I do now. I get out and experience life. I have a great time. Some people look at it like, oh, he's too happy all the time. He thinks everything's too good. Life is fucking great, man. I really do think life is awesome. Most of the bad shit is through the screen. It really is, dude. Not to say there's not fucked up shit going on, but if you focus on having a great life, setting goals, doing things that make you happy, and then balancing it with this, and trying to wake people up and everything, I think it's the winning plan, rather than devoting your whole life and I knew that I was sacrificing my happiness to put 100% into trying to wake people up, and not putting anything into my own life, not being organized, being a mess, not hitting any goals, missing deadlines, letting fucking bills go overdue, like shit that didn't even need to happen, just kept like snowballing, you know. Now none of that happens. Everything's good right now.
Well,
you know?
if we weren't,
let me welcome Joe from Albuquerque. Go ahead, Dreamy.
If it didn't matter what we think, why do they care so much to tear us down? That's
Right.
what makes me think we're on the right path.
Totally.
They are so busy trying to tear us down, but they can't win because, like Saab says, every time you try that, you just create another one just like us.
Mm-hmm.
Just like what happened with imposters, they've created more of us without even realizing what their show did to everybody that sees it, that is, or was there.
Well, yeah, look what happened to that. That one comment, that was somebody who was, I've been, what they said, they was at the church for like 5 years or something like that. And now they're leaving.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's right.
The light is starting to get brighter and brighter and brighter.
All the
I'm
time.
not talking about the
Well-
Illuminati light.
Yeah. I mean, I've met, I get frustrated. We all get frustrated with people with the lack of discernment in the community and the assholes and all that. But
Right.
as much as I complain about that, I've met some of the best, most amazing people in my life, and many are on this panel right now and in this chat room. So,
So cool. Yeah, I'm gonna dip out, Sovereign. So I heard the other day, it's my last little story. The other day I heard Lucky Haskins mention your show and how much he likes watching your show. And I like watching Lucky. I think it's great.
I love Lucky. He's a great
I
guy.
just got the email that he's subscribed to my little channel. I was like, Lucky. And so did Barbara, Jehovah Barbara. And I was like, yes, it's a tiny channel, but I'm starting to just talk on there, and I got to
just
get
love that.
OBS and get it going and actually start having people on. Brian, I told him at Flattoberfest that I really wanted to hear people's stories and just like get like one-on-one with people and just let them pour out and share, because I think that's really important.
yeah. Hey, I'll come on anytime you want. You let me know.
Yeah,
Hell yeah,
for sure, for sure. And Joe, sorry I'm bailing right when you're getting here.
No worries, man. It's nice to meet you.
Well, yeah. Now that fucking shill is on, I'm out of here too.
I'm tired because
Looks like it's just you and me, Dreamy.
Joe, I'm not Joe. Boston Bear, if you'll just type something, I'll post your link again for chat.
Oh, okay.
But just say hi or whatever, and I'll
And
post your link again so everybody
Oh.
gets it, and I'll link to it too.
Yeah, it'd be
I'll
good. I
say-
mean,
Well,
Wait.
I just Boston Bear, I think I just gave you moderator powers, didn't I? You can post links.
oh, cool. I appreciate that.
Oh,
and I'm just gonna go smoke real quick. I'll be right back.
Barbara.
Awesome. Well, y'all have a good evening. Thanks so much, Sovereign, for all you're doing. And what Brian was saying there at the end, and what he realizes, and I think what all of us realize, is we are a light. We are shining light into the darkness, and we're affecting people's lives in a positive way, and we're unique and we're special. And don't let any loser tell you that that's not the case. So thank you for having me on tonight, and I'll talk to y'all next time.
Absolutely, man. Thanks for coming on, and we'll see you the next time, bro.
All right, later.
And I sub to your channel, so when you do another thing, whatever, I'll check it out.
Awesome. Peace, y'all.
All right. See you
All
later,
right,
buddy.
bro. All right, bro. All right, I'll be right back, Dave. I'm not leaving the stream, but I need a break.
Well,
I'll
all
be right
right.
back.
You go ahead.
You and Joe chatting up.
We'll save your spot. So what's going on, Joe?
No, I was just listening to your guys' conversation. Thanks for having me up, Dave.
Yeah, man.
And what I wanted to reiterate was something that I've said before, is that I do believe that people like us will always be in the minority. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't change our value one tiny bit if the majority of people think like us or not. It's okay. And again, I see so many of these people out there, and I really wonder, are they people at all?
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, like
What about-
NPCs of some kind,
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
there would
what would be harder to make? A fake human that can bleed and look like any other human inside and out, maybe even procreate? And what would be harder, to build an artificial one thing like that, or to build a tablet that any one of us has? Like, I mean, it's really something. I think they have the technology to do it.
Well, like I
I
say,
believe
I
it.
don't care what you believe. I care how you treat me. Because belief is just based on someone's experience, what they've been taught, what they've figured out on their own. So I don't care about any of that. I simply care about how I'm treated by you. That's it.
Right.
You can believe whatever you want. You can believe that the moon is made of cheese and men walk around on it if you want to, or you don't have to. I don't care. I do care how you treat me.
Yeah, man.
I
That's
think
all on
that's
you.
yeah, I think that's right on, Dreamy, right on the money.
Well, that's how
And
it
that, and
should
that goes to, I mean, what I was saying is that, I mean, if most people aren't going to, most people who don't think the way we think don't treat us very well. We don't
Right.
have to regard them, even if they are the
Exactly.
vast majority of the population. We don't have
Exactly.
to. We don't have to regard them, and it's totally cool that there will never be a tipping point where the majority realizes the things that we've realized.
Right.
No, and there's going to be, you can mark my words. I'm confident that there is going to be a tipping point this year, this coming year. Absolutely. I believe that 100%. And if I'm wrong, I'll eat crow on it. But I've been watching some polls and paying attention, and polls put up by some people that ain't even involved in the argument, just to see what people put up. And I'm seeing some neck and neck shit. I mean, even on Cyman Dan's Twitter account, he put up a poll. Still 38% said that it was flat. That's still a pretty good. I mean, that's not far off. That's not a real big margin, really. It really isn't.
Yeah,
That's getting
enough.
there. That's you might as well say 60-40 at that point, you know? And yeah, and it's really, and with the help of people like Elon and his rocket program, and you know, these fucking debaters melting down and losing their minds and shit. And I've always said, you're not going to change the debater's mind. They already went in there with their mind made up.
Yeah, yeah.
For the people that are listening to the debate, and you can see by the comments on that Facebook post on the global whatever church, that there was many of their parishioners that were not happy with their performance and have left. So it's wow. Unfortunate.
That's powerful, man. That's super powerful. After 5 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
What a horrible energy to be in. Can you imagine being like in a closed environment like that church with that dude's voice coming at you, and you having to fit in with the herd, because otherwise, you know, you don't want to not fit in with your fellow parishioners and all that.
That's
and
right.
It's just an awful energy, and like you could just hear it all in his voice.
Yep, that's why I said he sounds like one of these. It's almost very accusatory. It's an accusatory tone.
Yeah,
I guess that's the best way I can put it.
Yeah, I think that's perfect. The perfect word.
So yeah, always. Yeah, it's, and listen, believe me, it's a type of thing they do. This patter that they have. When they're doing it, there's certain ways that they do it. Like you hear these ones that go, "'Cause when you come to see Jesus," you know, and then they, you know, like that. And
A sway,
yeah,
a sway, yeah,
yes.
And the listener can get hypnotized by that sway. Just get in it and groove in it and go along with it.
Yep. Now you add some music.
Oh man,
the right chords. Yeah, you got them. You got them.
And when you're surrounded by other people who are like cheering and stuff, it's like you got to join in. It feels so good.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're gonna just go, hell yeah.
It's like it's contagious.
Yeah, yeah.
But you know, I find positive people more contagious than negative ones. I tend to start pulling away. The more negative something gets, the more I pull away from it. I can't deal with that feeling. And energy from people, like what what's his name was saying about shaking Toontown's hand.
Yeah, McToon, that was fucked up, man.
You know, the Bible even talks about touching and how spirits can pass through just simply touching somebody. Spirits can pass through people as well, you know, and they can enter into you as well. So I do think that that's the reason why some of us can't deal with certain energies, because they're so negative and they are not a right spirit.
Yeah.
So they're repelling.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you distance yourself from a toxic person like that, time goes by, and as time goes by, you think of them, and it's really repulsive.
Right.
Oh
Yes.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
to the point of like monstrosity.
I think that's why we're given that sixth sense, and we should really listen to it. Some people call it that gut feeling, this,
Yeah.
that, but that sense of this isn't right. You know, you can be in a situation and all of a sudden your alarm bells start going off, and you may not realize just exactly why, but you need to get out of there and you need to get out. You know?
Totally.
Yep.
Listen to that Get Out one. That's a big one.
Yes.
The very first
I learned that lesson way too late in life.
Oh, I learned it too late in my marriage, whenever I knew I shouldn't be hanging out with this one particular girl, but I kind of felt sorry for her. So I kept trying to help her. Well, she ended up being the one that ruined my marriage, you know, by her and my husband decided our bed was theirs. So, you know, that told didn't matter that she had children and a family of her own, and I had mine, but it ruined the kids' lives more than anything else.
Yeah.
Me, I can deal with it, but what it did to my children, and that was where I just had to draw the line. And even whenever he tried to use other people to get me to come back to Texas, because I left Texas, I told him, you ever pull this on me again, I leave, and you won't just be able to come, 5 minutes down the road and knock on my door. And I did just that, knowing that he wouldn't leave. So, you know, and then he tried to use other people to try to lure me back, and I just wouldn't go. Because once you're out of a situation, and I'm just using that example, but once you're out of the situation, you start to see why, you're given these gut feelings or this sixth sense that you should not be involved with a specific person or in a particular environment, that you need to leave that. You're given warnings, and I didn't heed those warnings. I kept thinking I was doing what was right by helping somebody, who was going through a difficult time and always in misery and always complaining. I didn't realize what I was doing at that time. I do now, but at that time I didn't. But I paid the consequence and the price for that as well. So it was quite the learning experience for me. So now I go by with what my gut tells me to do. I listen to my inner self.
The very first time I saw Hillary Clinton on TV, my blood ran cold. I had a chill go up my spine. That ain't no shit. And I couldn't figure out why, but for some reason I was like, that woman is bad. That woman is evil. And I couldn't really figure out why. She gave me no reason why I should feel that way or anything. But then now I look back and I'm like, whew, that feeling, that intense feeling I had when I saw her, it was crazy. It was during they were having the primaries, and they were showing all these crazy, these guys that were running in the Democratic ticket, and they're standing there with their wives. I think it was before one of the debates or something like that. And I remember thinking, good God, look at these used car salesman looking guys. They look like television preachers and used car salesmen, And they started going down the line, and they were all standing there with their wives. And they said, and here's Governor of Arkansas, Bill Clinton, and his wife, Hillary Clinton. And they panned the camera on her, and I just went, ooh. I was like, something just fucking like a chill. Like the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I was like, wow.
Yeah, you just got that instant feeling.
Yeah, I knew something was not right about that thing. And I was right. She's
I've never been a pro-government because I saw so much, and seeing what went on behind the scenes and being how it's okay for this group to do something. I mean, there's places that, I was invited to just because of the people I knew, like country clubs and people's personal homes and whatnot, and based, all based on like cops and different people from court and things like that. And one of the worst places where they really kind of let loose that blew my mind the way they spoke, the things they did, was the country clubs at these private fundraisers that they would do. And that's when I seen all I needed to know about what goes on behind these closed doors. And I don't think I know anybody that's just a regular, sorry, Joe, but a regular Joe that even can perceive some of the stuff that is said and done behind closed doors that nobody else sees, that these people like Hillary Clinton, I can imagine what we've seen in the public is way worse in the private, where they don't think anybody's looking.
Oh God, yeah.
Brian, you said something, but you were muted.
You were
Yeah,
muted.
I had a comment. Oh, I know what I said. I said, well, he doesn't apply to a regular Joe because he is nothing regular. He's very. That's
Well,
good.
I was just using that term quite loosely, but I had to apologize. But you know what I mean, just everyday people. But yeah, I mean, it's a shame.
Well, it looks like the contingency plan has made it back to visit. What's up, brother?
You want to see a banging piece of residue, Dave? Talking about like from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, one
So-
of those sun flares finally traveled 93 million miles.
Oh yeah, I saw this today. Yeah, I saw this on your Facebook today. Yeah, that's
Well, it
pretty
finally got
fucking
to me. It just hit me.
The sun flare hit you from
Yeah,
93
just
million?
me though.
Just you.
Yeah,
Thank God
just me.
you saved us. You took the bullet for the rest of us.
I did. It was like
8.5
Operation
million.
Human Shield.
Yeah.
Oh,
Now, Dutch Sense mentioned that as well, and also, I guess correlating it with that 7.7 earthquake. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to deny that the sun has flares or doesn't have flares. I mean, I don't know. That's not my expertise or anything, but I do have to question that and start to at least wonder, because I'd never even thought about that. But, are earthquakes a natural phenomenon created, to keep things in balance? I don't know. But anyways, I just thought that was interesting that it was mentioned that it happened. And then we had the 7.7 earthquake there in, was that the Philippines?
yeah, I think
Something
so.
like
Yeah.
that. Something like that. But anyways, we
Pretty
do know
massive.
that Earth, or I believe the Earth is, and think that it's a living
Has to be
thing.
living.
So things, kind of work synergistically together. But who knows?
I think
Go
that the
ahead.
Earth has cycles and that they're aware of this knowledge. And so they know when things are coming and they just come up with a narrative to say, oh, it's a sun flare. Oh, it's a meteor. It's,
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think it's more like, something from like the Vedic texts and stuff or some hidden knowledge that we're not aware of. And that's the same with meteor showers.
Mm-hmm.
They know what's coming. It's not a meteor shower, but they know it's coming. So they just promote it.
Yeah. Call it what they want
So-
to and make a story about it.
For people that don't know, the skipper's hat in the Gilligan's Island has been Mandela affected, and now it's all black when it used to be white with the black.
Yeah.
He looks completely absurd like this. I mean, this is just ridiculous.
Yeah, the captain hat was white.
He used to hit Gilligan with his hat all the time, and so it really made you look at it because he's like beating Gilligan with it, and it was clearly white.
And
Dude,
how about this for
What
residue?
the
This is the
hell?
guy. This is the guy himself mimicking himself at a Christmas special of some sort years later, and he's wearing the fucking white hat that we all remember that got Mandela affected out of the show.
Right.
Well, let me
he's the
tell you
guy.
something about that guy. Let me tell you something about that guy. That's Alan Hale Jr. Okay. And of course, everybody knows Gilligan's Island. So one night I woke up and I had left the TV on, and there was this old movie, man, like from the late 30s, early 40s. And one of the characters in it, I woke up and this thing's in black and white, and I look and there's this dude, and I swear it's the skipper. I'm like, holy shit. Now, wait a second. Gilligan's Island was in the 60s. This is like, I pull up the information. It's like 1939 is the year of this movie. And I pull it up and I'm like, well, how old is this fucking guy, right? So I pull up the info on it and it says Alan Hale. And I'm like, God damn, that guy's been around forever. And then I got to think, I was like, wait a second. That's Alan Hale Jr.'s dad. I swear to God, it's like a clone. He's like a clone of his father, man. I could have swore it was the same dude, man. Same mannerisms, same build, everything, man.
Doesn't this look like a bad joke? Like, I mean, his hat was not black, dude. This looks so stupid.
Yeah, he looks ridiculous. I think that's Alan Hale Sr. right above that picture. There's the black and white right there where he's got the suit in the black and white.
This?
Like down one.
No.
Right in the middle. Down. Go down
this?
one. No, go down one.
Down one
right,
more.
right there.
There on the left. Oh, no, stop. Right there in the middle. There you go.
That
You got
one.
it.
Oh, wow.
Is that junior or senior?
That's senior.
Says junior. Says
Is
junior.
that junior?
Maybe
Yeah.
when he was younger.
Says junior right here.
See if you can find one, Alan Hale Sr.
Let's see if they have any Skipper Gilligan's Island costumes.
Let me see here.
No.
The millionaire and his wife.
Oh, I got a great story concerning that. I got a
And
great
just get anybody that doesn't know. The Dallas, the fence went from white to black. You've seen that, right? Dave, you familiar with this one?
Hang on, wait a second. I'm on another tab real quick.
I am.
What? Oh,
one of the reasons why the
the
railings,
opening scene of Dallas. Yeah.
one of the reasons why the railings, at least I know this about Texas, and the reason they do paint the railings white is because whenever they run and jump up on one, especially if a bull's coming, a white fence is cool where a black fence is hot and you can't touch it in the summertime. So burn your
Oh.
hands.
Okay.
So if anybody
Don't
remembers
wanna
the
be in
show
the
Dallas,
bull. Yeah, that's
look at
not
that
right.
fence. It was all white. Now it's all black.
Yeah.
That looks ridiculous.
It really does.
But that's why they paint them white, especially the metal rail fences.
This is my favorite black to white Mandela. Right
Hell,
here.
people hit them things no matter what color. A good friend of mine, was it yesterday or today?
These
I saw
candles
on
were all
Facebook,
white.
She hit a fucking split rail fence like that. Fucked her car all up, man.
Well, yeah, of course.
All these candles used to be white in this Nirvana performance before Kurt Cobain died. All these candles were white. They're all black now. It's really creepy, dude.
Now Shakira.
Hello. Don't let me interrupt you guys.
Oh, you're doing.
How's it going, Brian?
Welcome.
What's up, man?
Joe, Dreamy, Dave, and I'm not entirely sure the last individual, but is it the contingency plan? The
Contingency plan.
Yeah, the contingency. I have a small screen. I can't read. I'm dyslexic.
Oh,
What's
this is
going on,
good.
man?
Talking about
Have you ever thought about the irony behind someone getting pregnant on a pull-out couch?
No. Why? What's so ironic about it? Oh. Go fuck yourself, Dave.
No pun intended. Oh, you meant pun intended.
Pun definitely intended. Absolutely. 100%. I'll be here all week. Right?
I said that to somebody, no pun intended, one time, and
Mm.
they looked at me and said, "What are you talking about? Why don't you speak English?" And they just got totally irate with me. And
Over
I'm
that?
like, "Well, you've never heard that saying before?" But
It's
they
not like
did.
it's one of Dave's sayings from the Wild West, you know?
They went completely off on me, but it was hilarious.
What was the saying?
When I said no pun intended.
Oh, that. Yeah.
I mean, this was years ago, but I mean, they literally went off on me and told me I should speak English and whatnot, and they were just outraged at me. I was like laughing at
Why are
them.
you trying to say those words? Are you some kind of fag? Like
Well,
idiocracy, man.
but they just
Wow.
didn't. They just didn't know it was even a word or what it meant or anything. So instead of asking, they just went off like a spoiled child. But I laughed. I thought it was funny.
What is this? Oh yeah. I had something in my head. Now it's like gone. I forgot which way. Oh no, Flow State kicked you off the panel. Why? Why did he kick you off the panel?
Because Rocky wanted to play a Simpsons video, and Flo was worried that he could get a copyright strike on it, and then Rocky said, "You guys are a bunch of pussies," and then he got kicked off. But they have a bit of a history already because Rocky is a little bit jaded about his religious views.
Yeah.
And some of us don't necessarily agree 100% with him. I respect Rocky, I have a lot of respect for Rocky, but sometimes he, has he's very adamant about his views,
Yes,
so
I'm familiar.
He
Yeah,
can get
I
worked
just
up.
laugh and let him have it. That's his thing. There's that's part of that unchained mind part that we're trying to work on with people. Break that fucking chain, open your mind up, and remember about that putting new information into old skins, new wine into old skins. Oh, I mean, old bottles. Forgot. Changed everything. They changed it. Bastards. I don't know how people can believe this shit. So many. But yeah, I've been having a good time with just the stream, and like Brian was saying, you get the opportunity. Oh, that's what I was going to tell you about. So for my birthday, my wife had my Jeep detailed, and I got it back this evening.
Oh, nice.
And it's like brand new inside, man. It's
Sweet,
like,
dude.
yeah.
Awesome.
So yeah, I'm looking forward. It was dark when I picked it up, but I could still see how good it was, with the dome light on and when I pulled into my carport. But tomorrow I'll be able to get a really good look at it. That'll be nice too, because let's see, that thing I bought it brand new in 2015. And I'll tell you what, I haven't had a lick of trouble with that thing. Not a lick of trouble with it. I've had it for what's that, 8 years? 8.5 years. April will be 9 years I've had it. So that thing, I haven't had a lick of trouble with it, but it was dirty. This guy had his work cut out for him because there was dog hair in there. And German Shepherd hair. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it is really rough to try to get up. That's why I call that
very stiff and bristly.
It's almost like it barbs its way into the fabric.
Chihuahuas are the same way.
Oh my God, it's terrible. So anyway, he had that, and there's still, I'm sure there was dust and dirt in there, sand from the Mojave Desert, from a few years back. Because I'll tell you what, I had that damn thing everywhere. That's what I loved about it, because you could go places that regular people don't normally go, and you could really do some exploring. And that was a lot of fun, man. We'd go out, find old mines, drive up through old canyons and shit, look at the wild burrows. So one time going through there was like a cliff on both sides of us, and I looked up on the side of this cliff, and it was like somebody had Velcroed 5 donkeys onto the side of this cliff. I mean, right on the face of the cliff. And I was looking, and these things were standing on little ledges of rock that were sticking out like only this wide. They climb like goats. It's insane, man. And to see something that looks like a horse, and you're used to how horses react, and to see something that looks like a horse, like he's Velcroed onto the side of a cliff, man, it really blow your mind. Just
that only works. That only works because the Earth's spinning, Dave.
You're right. The centrifugal force, mass
the gravitron effect.
What people don't understand is the heat of the meat times the angle of the dangle is directly proportionate to the mass of the ass. So keep that. I don't know where that came from. It's just crazy shit. So did I know that you missed it, but the panel spoke of a Bilderberg. Did you people think that was, what is it?
What happened?
Probably because there is no Bilderberg family. No, there's a Bilderberg group. They're called that because they first met in, I think, 1954. I could be wrong on the date, but at the Bilderberg Hotel. And so that's why they're named
The Bilderbergs.
Yeah.
The Bilderberg.
Is that in Belgium? It's not a family. Yeah, I believe it is. Yes. I think Prince Bernhard or whatever he was a big pioneer in this group. I saw the actual Bilderberg meeting take place in Chantilly, Virginia.
Yeah, you were there hanging out with your boy Alex Jones.
I was there with my boy Alex Jones. That's right. In there again, he has a little sweaty, clammy hand too. Like
give him, yeah. Little rub and tug with Alex.
Oh,
you were actually hanging out with Alex Jones?
No, I wasn't hanging out with him. I just met him. I was there. He was there, and I got
kind of hanging out to me. I mean, that sounds like you were hanging out.
Dude, there was a lot of people there. Did
you get to talk to him?
What's that?
Did you talk to him at all?
Yeah, I mean, I shook his hand and introduced myself to him. I had my wife take a picture of me with him. I'll have to dig that out. I got it someplace. And
took a dip in the hot tub.
Yeah, I took a dip in the hot tub.
The world has to see that photo, Dave.
Yeah, I know. I'll have to find that. I got that put away someplace. But yeah, it was interesting. But I'll tell you, somebody else I ran into at that thing too was Luke Radowski.
Oh God, cringe.
Yeah. And I talked to him for a couple.
Who's that guy?
Too. What's that?
One of Alex's little sidekicks back in the day, little 9/11 shill.
Yeah,
really annoying.
He's still out there doing his thing.
He's part of the old school InfoWars crew, not Chiquita, like back in the day. Like him and Jason Burmis and Mark Dice and that crowd.
Right. And then he went with what's that outfit he's with now? Or the last one he was with was something. The one guy was a member of it, and that guy that killed that shooter. Remember, there was a guy trying to do a mass shooting, and this guy capped him, and then the police showed up and shot him.
I don't remember that one.
I don't remember that one. We are
I don't
change.
remember the name.
We are change.
Yeah, fuck them.
That's what I was talking about. We are change.
They're all 9/11 gatekeepers from back in the day, dude.
Oh yeah.
I don't like to throw that. I don't like to throw that term around loosely either, but those guys really are, dude.
Yeah. I mean, you can. It's easy to see that once. I mean, you get to certain levels of this.
Yeah.
You know. And bless their hearts, I see a lot of people, they're coming in, they're new and stuff, and I see where they're at, and I'm like, oh, be careful. You know, I'm like, tread lightly, and I know exactly where they're going. I try to warn people, but a lot of times you just got to let there was somebody named Kampala trying to come up, but I don't know what happened.
Well,
Jonathan?
I have to admit, when it first happened, I first seen the news, I believed it, and I went, holy shit, you know, but after a few days, and the story started changing, and then I started saying, wait a minute, they said this the other day, why are they saying this today? And then some stuff was literally just disappeared, stopped showing up. And one of them was the one firefighter. He said that when he was running away, he was asked by a reporter what was going on, and he starts describing the building as it fell floor by floor by going, it's going boom, 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 as each layer's falling. And then they remove that, and then they only show part of what she was showing, that same video clip, but without the firefighter. And so I started questioning it, and then trying to say that a plane went into the Pentagon. That was baloney. The hole wasn't big enough.
No.
And where was the wings and all the body parts?
I saw a video on Telegram, like revealing like a new angle of the Pentagon. Have you guys seen this leaked video of the September event?
No, I didn't
No?
see that.
No.
Can you bring it up?
Yeah,
Can you
they've
bring
only
it
had
up?
22 years to create that.
Yeah, like
maybe
that. Remember that
they
guy that was supposedly in the Air Force that released a video of Flight 175 like a year ago? Do you guys remember that? I did a video covering it. After 21 years, this video supposedly comes out of the second plane, and the guy just happens to work for like the Air Force and all this shit. Like, it's just so ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I forgot I recorded that.
I'll share it. Let's see.
Yeah,
How do I
see more
share
information
this?
out about the
I'm still waiting
federal
to see.
building in Oklahoma being bombed, and what was all behind that, and the things that were covered up because of it, having
I'm
to
still
do with
waiting
the
for
Clintons.
Neil deGrasse Tyson to release his video.
He said he's got videos of 4 jumpers. He says he's filmed.
Yeah, when's that coming out?
So wait a second. Tyson said that he has that?
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson really said he filmed 4 9/11 jumpers.
Oh, he's full of fucking shit. How come it's always these guys? Right?
Well, why
You know
weren't
what
they
I'm
jumping
saying?
when they had the news on?
We got
Yeah, well, nobody was jumping because those windows are shatterproof and they don't open. And the windows of the jumpers they shown on TV were like 2.5 completely fabricated scene that they showed.
Well, they just recently remember I showed it on one of my streams. Somebody tried to come on there and say, look, here's some newly found footage, some newly released footage of the plane hitting the tower. And I was like, wait a minute. That's made to look old. If that ain't newly released nothing. They made that because if that was around when that attack happened, somebody would have seen it already because the news would have been paying fucking top dollar for it.
Created a new cartoon.
I was just like
the footage of the people streaming out of the building that just recently surfaced.
Oh, yeah.
It's clearly CGI, and it's like if somebody was in that window recording that when the tower came down, they'd have been dead. So I don't know where they found that footage.
There hasn't been video of anybody leaving the towers for over 20 years from nobody. And then that one video comes out, and this new fake plane video, Flight 175, comes out around the same time.
Did any of you remember hearing that they had contacted all the Jewish workers there and told them not to come to work that day?
Yeah, that's a story they want you to believe, but the reality of the situation is there was nobody to tell to not to come in because they'd already moved the people out of the towers, anybody that was in there long before. So
Right.
It wasn't like they called people in at night. Now, there were some legitimate companies, not legitimate because they ran on one of the biggest hoaxes ever, but there were some actual companies that you could go like on the tourist attractions on the roof and whatnot, and the restaurant that's up there.
Well, that was
and you could-
absolutely, that was denied in the news. But anyways, I just found it to be interesting. That's not something that too many people have heard.
You got Rocky up here too.
I can call it and Rocky.
Rocky, you in space?
He's spaced out.
I'm getting some feedback. Maybe Jonathan, do you have headphones?
I don't have anything on.
Oh, you sound.
Is it me?
Back from him.
Now it's
I'm not
gone.
getting it now.
Yeah, it's gone.
Let's say I don't have anything on.
No, you sound good now. I thought it was coming from you because it
What do
came
you
in.
think about this?
I think it's coming from me probably because I muted myself and then it disappeared.
What do you think about this crazy old world we live in, Chicago?
Man, we're all living it, trying to help each other. That's what I know. And we just keep giving each other little tidbits, and we keep learning from each other. And every day I wake up wanting to learn, and every day I wake up caring about one another and my little ones, and that's what I do here. So
Yeah.
and the reason I'm here listening to y'all is because that's what y'all do here.
Right.
That's what
Yep.
Dave does here. That's what Brian does here. Nachiketa, I've seen you thousands of times on with Rose and Joe. He's always been on. I see all y'all in chat. We're all the ones that care about one another. We're
I
all
believe
the
that.
ones, we're all the ones that like want to know.
Yes.
We all wake up every day. I want to know. I care about knowing. Other people, they don't even care. They don't even. I don't even think they woke up the day that we woke up, or the same day that we woke up, or whatever. And so
They only
You can't make people care. You know, I
Right.
mean, like they're gonna just do what they're gonna do. I mean, like more you go into like the different type of conspiracies and these kind of fringe ideas, you just kind of realize that only way for people to have arrived there is that they've truly cared to know what's actually happening. But like a lot of other people, they're oblivious to what we're even talking about. Like they never even heard of the flat Earth or the Mandela effect or any of the conspiracies that we heard about. And a lot of members of my family, and they care not to know. Actually, they prefer not to know about it because
yeah,
if they were to go into it, their whole paradigm will have to shift, and they just like things at a status quo.
Yeah, the
They're
true
comfortable.
pandemic is cognitive dissonance.
Oh my God, yes, I like that. I like that. The true pandemic is cognitive dissonance. Absolutely, I
It
believe
really
that.
is. It really is. It's not wanting to know. It's not caring about the individual. It's not caring about each other. And we all know that that's what we're doing here. Every time y'all turn these cameras on, I don't even come up much. I'm always here, but like every time we do this, it's to help each other. Period.
Yeah, man.
I love all of your streams, Dave. One day you came on Austin's show, and I was like, I like Dave. I started watching you, and then you were on Brian's channel, and I was like, oh, Brian had him on too. I was like, oh, cool. We're all cool. We like learn from each other, and like you just go that way. You just keep. It's like a river. You just flow. You go with your gut and what helps you in life, and we're the ones that are going to keep helping each other in life. My babies, they're going to just keep learning every day from me.
Rocky can probably see that toolbox from the space station there. I'm too far out. I'm out by Uranus.
We know you're probably biasing.
Be careful for the big wind blow that's coming.
Yeah, I see it.
Well, see, that's what you see it out there. Yeah, see, I'm busy cleaning and taking care of getting all these Klingons.
But back to what John was saying, we are pretty cool. I mean, come on.
I'm outside. I'm outside
we
on
do
a
care
space.
about people.
I'm outside on a spacewalk right now.
Oh, that's cool.
Be careful, man. Do that thing with the guy that was untethered and he was just floating in space. Remember that one? You gotta mimic that one.
There's some bubbles up here. I don't know where they're coming from though.
That's paint chips, man. Those are paint chips.
Yeah, there's. Oh shit! Watch out! I'm getting water in my mask. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm drowning. Hey, when I was in Houston, I went to the. I was going to be a commercial diver in offshore oil rig, where you go down and learn how to cut metal underwater, and the biggest underwater place was in Houston, and I knew, and I was wondering what the hell is going on in here. It was huge, and it must have been the NASA underwater thing. I remember where it was. I remember that.
You guys want to see something freaky?
Sure.
Yeah.
We haven't seen enough yet. Freaky shit.
What you got,
Dave?
This is just weird, man. Is that the one? Yeah, there we go. Watch this shit.
Oh, geez, that's
Watch.
not freaky. That's terror.
It gets bad, worse though.
His head already looks like there's something wrong with it.
He's got a mask on. Yeah, that's what my video was about. That I was trying to share on Flow States. It was Simpsons predicting that our leaders wear masks, and I was just trying to share that, and I got kicked off.
Can anybody read that Spanish on there?
No.
I can tell it says something about a mask.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I think the loose translation though is it was on the thing up here, written in the thing. It says the creature beneath the Biden mask forgot the mask was very stretchy.
Yeah,
The
and
creature beneath it.
the Simpsons had a
remember
funny thing about it a long time ago, and it's like, like the UFO thing's coming out, now everybody's up in the UFO thing like it's real and shit, and that's all I was trying to do. I got kicked off.
And they
for it.
got people believing that there's lizards.
No, that's not entirely true, Rocky.
Oh, Ash, stop lying.
I'm not a liar. You're accusing me of lying. So you think Flow
Well,
State
you're
is
accusing me of
not
stuff that I didn't do. You're accusing me of stuff too now.
Here we go.
Here's the thing. Let's think about this stuff.
Okay, I don't
You
want to
think
talk
that,
about
Flow
it. I was just trying to be funny, and everybody got on my case. So now, just,
okay. Well, you're accusing me of being a liar, A, and then you're saying that
you accused me
just
first.
because
You
guys are gonna have to have a rap battle like Sav and Rostamir.
Yeah.
Dave is from the 8 Mile. He already.
Yeah, he told us that.
He's fucking from 8 Mile. You don't want to go with him.
Well, I'm in the I'm from in the 810 because
I know, we know.
Like I said, if you guys
I'm
don't
a horrible rapper.
if
I'm
anybody
a
doesn't
horrible rapper.
you
I'm
want to do
gonna-
a different type of song, you can do a different type of song. It's just got to be a diss track of any type. It can be a country folk song, Dave, whatever you want to do, and you got to. And then you and Rasta can stop bitching at each other. You guys can just get it over with in one diss track each and see who lays it down the hottest.
Well, hold up a second here. Nobody's bitching at each other. I don't ever instigate with him.
Y'all love each
Okay.
Shut up.
He comes over here, right? He comes over here and he blows shit, right? Or he'll come on somebody else's stream and start blowing shit at me, and I blow it back. But
Well,
I
you guys,
leave him fucking be, He's the
you
one
guys
that's
were
got
having a
fucking
cat
problem.
fight, and Zulu's chat was crazy the
Oh,
other
that
night.
was
But it was everybody.
fun.
It was everybody. There was like 6 different beefs going on the whole time.
Oh my god, yeah. It was hilarious, man. It was fun, really. Actually, I was having a good time with it. It was just like, you got to be shitting me with this, man. Come on.
No, but I think
Oh.
a rap battle would be fun for all of us, at least. We can
Well,
rap
yeah.
A little cool, Mandela. I want to tell you about Dave.
Dance, monkey, dance, right?
Dave, you always
yeah.
bring up a dilemma. It was always what you spelled in
With the N. Yeah.
Yeah, you always bring it up, and I always wanted to come on here and say it or whatever. And Brian brought up a guy in a book one time. I always remember this, like I'll never forget it. And he brings up this book, and this guy brings up how dilemma is spelled different. And I always thought it was so interesting, and it needs to be brought up. And I don't know, Brian, if you remember it fully or whatever, but
Oh, I actually know exactly what the video is. I have a short video I made
Dave
because
needs
of
to know this video. It's so beautiful and cool. Every time people bring up that, like I'm always like, I wish more people knew about the time that Brian brought that up, because it goes like over people's heads and like.
Yeah, it's a total trip out. It's a sci-fi book, right, Brian?
Yeah, and the scene in this book, and the book came out in like the very late 90s, I think. After I'm done talking, I'll go look for it real quick. And basically the premise is there's this scene in this book where this guy's in like a chase scene, people coming after him, shooting at him, whatever, and he just like all of a sudden blurts out. All of a sudden, dude, he's like, there's gonna be a day when people don't remember that dilemma is spelled Dilemna.
Weird.
And it's like, whoa, dude, like it. And this is like this is in this book, dude. Like, I'll go get the video right now.
I'm so glad.
You guys,
I've always wanted to bring this up to you, Davis, because like, it hits people so hard. Where like that one doesn't even hit me super hard. It does. Don't get me wrong, because I remember it the old way. But I was like, Dave needs to hear this shit.
I got it. Yeah. Let me get a screen share, Dave, in a second. I got it.
I want to know what the book is called.
I forget it. I looked it up a long time ago. I can't remember, but Brian obviously knows. But it was super cool. The first time Brian ever brought this up, I was like, this feels like some real deal, like we time travel stuff, even though I don't know if time travel is real or not.
Yeah,
but like,
I'm glad you brought it back up, because this is really like, what the fuck, dude? I mean, they're foretelling the Mandela effect that's going to happen, like in this book. And talk about some residual evidence.
One way you can,
or the author of that book was affected before that book was published. Could have been one of those things.
And I'll even go back on like this one and the Timmy and the Will always sticks with me, because Brian said the dude who made the Lassie crap or whatever, he named his book Timmy in the Well, and that never happened before. The name of his book is that, and it's what? I'm like, why would you name your book that?
Right. If you never did it, like,
literally, an autobiography is called that.
Yeah, so we'll go off on that one too. But I've always wanted to bring this one up and call in, and I've never done it. But like
a lot of times,
reality. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Dreamy.
A lot of times, if you guys want to look for something, if you know one sentence of a book or a song or something, even if you don't know the title, who wrote it, the name of it, or any of that stuff, if you just know a little bit of information, sometimes it will show up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I do. I ask. I don't always just put a small few words in. Sometimes I'll ask a whole paragraph question to get what I want, because the computer is only as smart as its user.
Yes.
And so you can keep asking different ways till you get what you want. But always, like, if it's a book, put book, or if you know it's a poem, put poem, comma poem, or song or something like that.
It hadn't even crossed my mind to do that, Dreamy. Thank you.
Try it. It opens a whole nother door or two.
This will be a really
my mind was blown the night that showed this book. And I mean, you should use it more, Brian. Like I mean, these are just things that I remember, and like follows me, and I'm like, he should just like harp on this fucking book.
Yeah, I will. I'll post this on one of my backup channels tomorrow, probably. There's a lot of words that have changed with the Mandela effect. And again, if you're new to the effect, I would never try and present a word change as or a spelling change as proof of the Mandela effect to you. I understand, and especially where different people are going to see the words differently. And it gets into it quick. I'll just let it play. For anybody in the Mandela community, this is for you. This isn't for everybody else. And it has to do with the word dilemma. There's an interesting book that's out there, and I got to give a guy credit. His channel is called Mandela Effector with an R at the end. Effector, A at the beginning, R at the end, and I'll link it in the show notes. I saw a short little video on his channel. Somebody has sent some information about a book that came out. Now, what I'm going to show you here, it's interesting because it isn't just residue. Now, in Google Books, you can find tons of residue. I use it often as a source when I'm making my Mandela videos. You can find a lot of residue in these books. Now, this isn't just a case of the word dilemma with the N, the way we remember it. For those that aren't following along yet, you know, the word dilemma, for me and many, many, many others, was spelled D-I-L-E-M-N-A, a silent N. And to try and teach yourself how to spell it, you might even have said dilemma. People might have taught you that. Many of us have heard this. For me, it was always dilemma, but it was pronounced dilemma. Now, you have to think. People want to say we're misremembering. People don't know how to spell. Listen to how many pieces you have to put together there. So you have to say all these people are misremembering the same word. All these people are putting in the same wrong letter. And all these people are putting in a silent N where it doesn't belong, like a silent letter. We're all putting in a silent letter where it doesn't belong. How does that even make any sense?
Right. I don't
Now,
even.
I'm not going to go into showing residue and proof of the word dilemma. We've all done videos on this, all the Mandela channels. Maybe not all, but a lot of us have at least covered it. Pretty sure I have a short video somewhere where I've talked a lot about it. But what's interesting about this book is it's not just residue. In this book, it actually goes into character in this book. It's meant to be a fictional book. And the character goes into depth into not just, he doesn't just say the word dilemma with the N. He goes into depth in this little story about how he remembers it with an N. He woke up one day, everybody's using it with a double M. And this is in 2000. This book came out in 2000. Now, anybody that's been researching Mandela Effect for a long time, you know the whole nonsense that people like to put the stigma on it, that it's Fiona Broom and she found it, she created the Mandela Effect and all this nonsense. We know it's been going on much longer. So here's an example of the change at least 20 years ago, but not just that. I mean, this person is going in depth talking about the change. I'm going to get right to a screen share. So they're talking about the Mandela Effect basically and the change, 20 years ago with this one. So let me go to application window. All right, here's the book. Let me bring it up on the screen. The book is called Ayin, Ayin, A-Y-I-N. Now, it came out in 2000. He actually said, if you read it, he started doing it in 1995. I wrote I'll zoom in a little so you can read the preface here. I wrote the Ayin in the second half of 1995 and the beginning of 1996 while living in London. A number of mishaps, whatever that is that time shifts? I don't know. A number of reality shifts, a number of mishaps over ensuing years prevented me from further working on the book until the fall of 1999. And since then, everything has moved at a rapid pace, culminating with the publication of the book in May 2000 by Ex Libris. The story can be considered a cyberpunk tale of sorts, but unlike many such books, it has a firm basis in science and includes a number of items that could be, and surely will be, manufactured in the not too distant future. My main focus is on the potential effect that the future of artificial intelligence, which will have upon our understanding of ourselves and existence in general. Some may argue I have broken the rules of science, and then it must be longer and it ends there. Okay, so what exactly is said in this book? Check this out.
Watch this.
Page 309. This is crazy, right? Now, I didn't read the whole, I haven't read the whole book, obviously. I just read, and some of the pages are missing. Like right here, it says 307 and 308 are missing. So you can't even read right up to it. So I don't know exactly the whole context of the story, but I'm going to start on page 309, okay? It's crazy. In the cafeteria, he found a group of troops who were standing guard over about 20 people. Bodies lay strewn everywhere. He caught sight of Simon Wallace, who was standing at the entrance to the kitchen out of the sight of the troops. Wallace held a machine gun in his hand. Simon noticed Jazz and waved his hand to tell him to back away. Jazz just smiled and bowed. He straightened his body and then yelled at the guards. Almost there, guys. Looking for me, you fuckers? The troops turned as a man and raised their guns. Simon stepped around the doorway and opened fire. Mayhem ensued. Jazz did not have to wait long before he felt the bullets rip through his body. This is crazy because this guy's in a firefight, and then just watch where the conversation takes a turn. He pulled his focus out and above his body and watched down as Simon fell to the floor in a hail of bullets. The noise died down, and all through the compound, the shooting and shouting ceased. The moans of the wounded had their oral space to themselves. Jazz focused on the remains of Simon and heard Simon's voice drift towards him. When I was a kid, they used to spell dilemma, Dilemna. I remember it clear as day. So do I, brother. On the horns of a dilemma. That's how they taught you to remember the spelling. They'd say it's pronounced like dilemma, but you spell it dilemna. And then one day I look in the newspaper and there it is in the headline, Dilemma. How do you like that? The world had changed on me, but it seemed no one else had noticed. Keep that in mind. Don't forget. And then the voice was gone. How crazy is that?
Those were his dying words.
Yeah. He's in a chase scene. He's getting shot at. Hey, when I was a kid, he just had to tell somebody about the Mandela effect.
Out of nowhere. Out of nowhere.
Yeah, and this book was written between 95 and 2000. We're talking like 25 years ago, man.
Awesome.
It's
Crazy
so cool,
thing.
so beautiful. It's like another little interesting tidbit to like hear what someone was talking about. Like that's wild. Like that was so random.
Yeah.
For him to even bring it up.
Yeah.
It's I don't know. It's beautiful.
The most logical explanation is that he was Mandela affected by that one before.
And he was putting it in his book. He was putting it in the character in his book.
It blew his mind.
Yeah, and then he spoke about it in the book. Like,
yeah.
Let's hear him again.
Dilemma, but you spell it at their oral space to themselves. Jazz focused on the remains of Simon and heard Simon's voice.
I mean, look where it went from. It went from this bullets ripping through people's bodies, Simon falling from the floor. Hey, you know, when I was a kid, we used to spell dilemma.
Just towards him.
That's a real. That's a really good.
What's fucking worse? Here's what's worse. What's the odds you would find that?
Exactly. Thank you, Dave. That's what I like. Thank you, Dave. Like Brian is, I feel like he was sent on a path, and like his own fucking neighborhood was changed, and so like, yeah, we all feel like we're perfect and we're special, and like, yeah, we're all special and we're supposed to know what we're looking at, but like this motherfucker's neighborhood was changed, and he's supposed to be doing this, period. And I'm not all about that. Like, you know, I'm not all about God, this guy. I love God. I love the spirit of whoever created this place. But Brian is he just shows what's going on here. That's what we all do.
Yeah, this is crazy. Let's play that one more time as I read it.
When I was a kid, they used to spell dilemma Dilemna. I remember it clear as day. So do I, brother. On the horns of a dilemma. That's how they taught you to remember the spelling. They'd say it's pronounced like dilemma, but you spell it dilemna. And then one day I look in the newspaper, and there it is in the headline. Dilemma. How do you like that? The world had changed on me, but it seemed no one else had noticed. Keep that in mind. Don't forget. And then the voice was gone.
Well, hell, all them spelling warriors on the internet and in chats, they should pick up on all that kind of stuff really quickly.
Yeah.
You know, the ones that are always wanting a spelling bee every time you're saying something, even though I'm best at Taiwanese.
That was just always one that like hung on to me when Brian was like, I was like, man, this should be talked about way more than it's talked about. That was a great find, Brian. I don't even know how you found it or found
just
it.
Looking for, I think I was probably just looking for residue for dilemma and Google Books, and I got brought to that. That's probably what happened.
Does spell check say that it's wrong? Did you spell it?
Oh yeah, if you spell it with the N, it'll correct you to the double M right away. Yeah.
Well, it's like the word a lot. I spelled it together, the A with
Me
the
too.
lot.
We all did.
I spelled it
We all
together, and it keeps trying to correct me.
Yep, it's 2 words now. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
There's no one word version of it.
It would be cool to talk to the author of that book, Gregor Former.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've made contact with authors. I mean, I did it with the newspaper. Remember the guy wrote the article about Mickey Wood, about his name and all this whole thing? And I contacted him about that, and I just got a really weird response. Yeah, we should contact this guy.
Totally, man.
Don't those words mean different? Like if you have a lot, like the single word, like together, it means many. And then if you have a space lot, it means like a parking lot or something, or some kind of
yeah.
I have to correct myself now to split it.
Yes,
I do. I have to think about it to split it because it was always one word, A-L-O-T, a lot. Boom.
Yeah.
And now it's different, and I don't know how that happened or why, and it doesn't. It fucks me up, and I know it was the other way because there's my anchor right there.
Yeah.
I'm
Also,
pretty,
all the
I'm
different.
pretty, I'm pretty
Hey, you know,
anal. I'm pretty
I-
anal when it comes to grammar. I'm pretty anal when it comes to
too.
grammar
Me
and
too.
spelling and punctuation and shit like that. I really am, you know, when it comes to, especially to my own, when I'm writing something myself. And when that changed like that, I remember my spell check changed it. And I thought, this stupid spell check never saw the fucking a lot. And I remember this was on a few phones ago. And I remember I just corrected it back and said add to dictionary so it wouldn't fucking correct it no more.
Well,
You know, and
another one is
I
the
still
word
use the
two.
original a lot, and a lot. You know, I used to go to auctions, and a lot would come up. That would be a lot. You know, like lot
Yeah.
34 up for auction. Yeah,
Right.
a group of things. Now it don't even make sense. A lot
Exactly.
separate.
Well,
What were
also
you?
That's what I
like the
was just
word.
saying.
Go ahead, Dreamy.
Okay, like the word too, TOO. We learned that it meant also,
inclusive.
like me too. So,
Yeah.
well, now look it up because there's all these different spellings of two, right? But they have different way of using TOO.
Really?
Yes, there's another. Yeah, look it
And
up. Blow your little minds.
that's interesting. And I just seen in the chat, Barbara wrote a while, like a lot. A while isn't a word anymore. I didn't know that. A while is what is it? A space while?
No, it was always together.
I didn't know that one. If
Yeah.
that's a Mandela effect and it's not together anymore. That's what Barbara's saying in the chat, I think.
Wow, that's fucked up because I remember it.
I'm gonna look at that. I'm gonna look at a while.
Damn, I had another one and I went out of my brain. I'll think of it in a second, but man.
No, this is still coming up, Barbara. Yeah, it's still up here.
So I wanted to
One word.
kind of like talk about, like, you know, there's some people who believe that we have transported into another reality, right? Like you know, this real. What's that?
I said
I'm just laughing. I'm just chuckling. I think it's ridiculous. But go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, I'm not sure, like, if I actually, you know, believe that myself, just because of residue. Like, I can kind of see it to a degree, but then, like, why would residue exist at all? Is what I'm getting at. Is that if we are just completely transported to a new reality, you know, then okay, we're a new reality. Our body's different, and then, you know, okay, let's just say we're no longer on a Sagittarius arm and Orion spur. Okay, whatever. But then, you know, why should there be any residue at all in this new reality? I mean, there was no residue before, was there? Like, before we you know, before the changes happened, like, it just, things were, I mean, maybe there were some mistakes, but like nobody really considered them to be residues. I don't know, just throwing that idea out there.
That makes sense.
It's literally the dumbest thing. Like take my strong hand. Like Brian's never heard that. Like I've lived that in my life. Take my strong hand was a damn comedy movie, and I played hockey my whole life. And our goalie, and whenever they would shoot the puck at him, he would glove it, and he would be like, "Take my strong hand," and he would say it over and over. We all did, and it's never been "Take my strong hand." I've watched it over and over, and I'm like, this is the dumbest shit in the world. Don't get me wrong. This is the dumbest shit ever to bring up to people. He didn't say "take my strong hand," but brother,
In the movie, like, this is the end.
In my whole life, like, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, is that from the movie This Is the End? Because I think I kind of remember in that movie when they were like falling into a pit.
Scary movie, isn't it?
No, scary movie. Yeah, it's scary movie.
Okay, scary movie.
He has
Okay.
he has a little hand or whatever. And like, dude, bro.
Yeah, he's
always been take my strong hand. And this is one that I don't. This is what I'm saying. It's like I don't like. It's been this. Like I've lived my life. I know I know it's been take my strong hand. I'm not gonna I don't have to go off into this realm of like, I'm gonna fight you over this or not. No, I know what it was. I've lived my whole life. We have all my hockey buddies. I've asked every one of them, and it's take my strong hand. They've all answered take my strong hand without a doubt. They haven't even once named another answer. So it's like
that's what it was.
This shit is like super basic. This shit is like flat Earth. This shit is like this shit is like going with your gut and helping one another. It's that simple. Like I don't it's sad that people can't even comprehend it and go against it. And I'm not saying like Brian always says, and what I hate is like Brian. People always corner Brian is like the Mandela guy. I'm like, have you not looked into his flat Earth? Have you not looked into his 9/11 research? Have you not looked into what Brian talks about with this, and that? And so it's like, I can't stand all that little hoopla or whatever. And yeah, every Mandela effect.
Pigeonholing people. That's what
Every
I call
Mandela effect. Yes, no, we're not right. We can't be right about everyone. It's impossible. But I'm telling you right now that this stuff is going on. It's so easy to see. Like I said, it's about the earth being level, about water laying flat. It can't do any other thing than that.
I know, man.
Yep.
It's all about, like I said, being genuine, helping each other. That's what it comes back down to. And that's what we're doing here. And so I'm not.
It's easy for some to see. It's not obviously easy for everybody to see. If it was easy for everybody to see, then we wouldn't be in this corner of the internet talking about this. It's like we all would know about it, but we talk about it because not everybody sees it. And I think that's the main thing for like the main surprise for most of us is that how is it possible that people cannot see that the Earth is flat or there's Mandela effect that's going on? That's the thing.
Not wearing a mask, like that was super simple to see. That was like so simple to see. It's like, well, you're either gonna come along or you're not. You're not like not wearing a mask. I'm not gonna even say much more after that because this is Dave's channel. But like
I loved it because the stores, when they told me I could be in the store but couldn't shop, I just like to flash them out cash, a whole lot of it on purpose, and turn around and walk out, and them trying to get me to come back in. No.
Yeah.
If you'll just wear one of these, please. I mean, they begged, literally begged.
They chased me through some places. Me and Steffi got chased through a few places.
Yeah, but did you have that big wad of cash and then just tell them screw you, F you? You don't want my, if I can't be here to purchase, then you don't want my money. It's just that simple.
A lot of the times I would just stand them down, but no, it didn't always work. And sometimes they would make me leave the store. But you know what happened every time I left the store, Dreamy? We ended up in a better place or a better restaurant where people treated us well.
Yes,
every
definitely.
time. Yeah.
I mean, I had people at Best Buy begging me, literally. The manager came out of the woodwork in a hurry once the money came out, and he must have been watching behind the scenes. And I told him I didn't come here to buy a battery or, a AA battery or something. I said, I came here to spend some real cash. And the thing is those corporate managers and people working in there, they don't call it a bonus, but they do get a bonus at the end of the year from the amount of sales they make. So they was begging me back. I was there to get 2 different computers, one for myself and one for my daughter. So I had several $1,000s in my hand.
It became painfully obvious, though, Dreamy, that it wasn't about the money.
Oh no, it wasn't about it.
It was about the control. Okay,
right.
It was about.
I know that. I never wore one the whole damn time.
Yeah. What I'm saying though is,
we know that.
Wow.
I noticed about
the world. For the rest of the world, that's what that was. That was control. We're going to keep you from things if you don't comply with our issue.
The slave minded.
So, what I noticed about the mask was after they took the mask mandate off, now all the criminals they still wear the mask. Like it's like now
Okay.
everybody.
They're hiding their faces.
Yeah.
Let
it
me
used to
let
be
me just respond. Go ahead, you finish up, and then let me respond.
Yeah, it used to be against the law, to go into the bank in the store with a mask on. And then they made it like mandatory. And now it's not mandatory no more, but all the criminals, they still go in there with a mask on. It's like,
Yeah, they
I
love
used
it.
to, and I like that song, Eyes Without a Face, got
Yeah.
no human grace.
Without a face. Yeah.
Got no human grace.
Yeah.
Eyes without a face.
They
Really,
they hide the truth in plain sight in the movies. Like, you ever watch that movie World's End, where it tells you at the end that these blue bloods are just like robots, and you rip their arm off and blue blood comes out and stuff. It's like they tell you right in the movies that, a bunch of truth. They hide it and they make a joke about, like if you mention, I saw that in a movie and it's coming true, they'll say, oh yeah, you just saw that in a movie. And like they hide this shit right in the movies, but they put a twist on it. It's weird.
Yeah. Yeah, I was.
I was just looking at some more comments on that Pastor Locke's Facebook page from his press release, and the two most previous ones. Well, let's see. Yeah, I put it on the most recent ones, and let me pull this up real quick, and I can make it a little bigger. This is not looking good. Oops, I'm on the wrong page. Hang on a second. Let me do that. Go over here and then do this. There we go. This lady, Laura Bailey, said, "You have just shown everyone who you really are, a wolf in sheep's clothing that God warned us about. Greg Locke is a fraud, and all will and is being revealed. Beware of false prophets which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. You, Greg Locke, are a ravening wolf."
Oh man, that's pretty damning.
Yeah.
I put a comment on there about an hour ago when you were reviewing it, and I said, "Hello, Saab."
Here's one that says, "I would like to remind you of very important biblical law that you taught us. Blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is an unforgivable sin. Blasphemy is to claim that the works of God are of the devil. That's what you taught. What if you are wrong about flat earth? I shudder to think." Excerpt from your press release. All platform archives. We will help them to promote we will not help them promote their deceptive fairy tales and conspiracy theories, as we consider them to be doctrines of demons. The truth is clear. The Bible never claims that the earth is flat, except for when it does, So these people, man, they're having a rough time, man.
Yeah, I have a question.
Can I just comment real quick about what you said about like they don't really care about the money? I think that's only true at the highest level, but a lot of the institutions been incentivized to be profitable during that time. Okay, so they do care about money. A lot of these businesses, they followed policy and quote unquote mandated because that was better for business for them. Otherwise, they were going to get hit by whatever penalties and such. So at like mid to low levels, like in terms of business and even the corporations that were involved, they were driven by profit. But at the very highest level, obviously, if they're printing the money, they don't care about the profit. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, they
Managers
teach
care.
false
They're the ones
doctrine.
the managers do care because they're the ones that are taking home those bonuses. So if their stores
do, yeah.
selling a lot and big ticket items, they don't want to lose that because that's where their bonuses come from, not those AA batteries over there.
And most of the churchianity today, they teach a false doctrine of tithing. That was for the theocracy of the Jews. It was a 10% tax. And so now the church, the 503c1 churches, oh yeah, don't forget the tithe. But that's not doctrinal. That the church isn't called to tithe. We're supposed to give in love, not as a mandatory 10% tithe. So they teach a false doctrine, and it's like a business now. They want your 10%, and so
it's the 501(c)(3)
my church
status.
my church never asked for tithes. It was always a free will gift offering. That's what you're supposed to do now. So they teach a false doctrine in most of the churches today.
Originally and biblically, tithing was, we're going to go back in those days, let's say Abraham, and he has sheep and goats and cows, whatever. And they grow a garden. Now all the poorer people in his family, once he had put up for his family, he also took his abundance and gave it to family members that needed it. And then if there's still abundance left, you take that and you put it out into the community around you. It wasn't for sale. It was a gift. It was, you gave abundance.
The church nowadays,
I know how the church run. Give me your money. You're sending you a bill.
So they always say that the law has been done away with, but they keep that one. They keep that one 10%. They say the law has been done away with. We live under grace, but oh yeah, we're going to keep the tithe law. Yeah, they're so fake.
Yeah, they're going to keep that one. That's like the support that goes behind the voting yourself a fucking raise in Congress vote too. Who's going to be? No, I don't want to raise. Shit on that. What are you crazy?
Hey, I have a question. I have a question for everybody. Since I probably won't get this chance to talk to this many people who are experts in this field, I want to know, I'm going to tell you something that happened to me, and I want you to say if you think it's Mandela, if you think it's a time slip, or if you think it's something else entirely, and if anything similar has ever happened to you.
Cool.
So a few years ago, I was living in a city, and I wanted to go shooting, and I don't do gun ranges, so I just wanted to go out in the desert and find a spot. So I looked for BLM land online, and I found this place, and I drove up there, and I came to a T in the road, a stop sign. I took a left, and I started looking to my right to find a spot where I could just pull off the road, and there was an area to shoot. And I went about a quarter mile, and there was it was like it was made for it. Pulled off the road about 20 feet off the road, and there was an arroyo that ran north-south right in front of me. So I set my targets up on the other side of the arroyo, and I walked back to my car, which is like 20 feet off the road, and I shot till I was tired, and I went home. 2 or 3 weeks later, I go, I'm going to go back there and do that again. So I went back, same place, got to the T, took a left, looking to my right to pull over, and it wasn't there. It didn't exist. The entire side of that road was like a ledge. You couldn't pull off the road. It was like 3 feet high. And I drove back and forth and back and forth, and it was just gone. The place I shot like 2 weeks before didn't exist anymore. The terrain had changed. There was no way to drive your vehicle just right off the road and park. So do you think that's like Mandela? Do you think that's a time slip, or do you think that's something else entirely? What's that?
Had there been any rains?
No. I'm talking like the road when I first went was level with, like when I pulled off the road, it was level. I just pulled right off the road into the sand and dirt and parked right there, and it was all flat, and there was an arroyo, and I just walked over there. When I went back a couple weeks later, the road, it was like the ice wall of Antarctica. Like the whole ledge was 3 feet off higher than the road all the way down. There was no way to pull off the road.
Yeah, a lot of people have reported things like that. I think of it as a Mandela thing.
Yeah, I would
A
too.
reality
And
glitch.
I've had an experience with a tree that I can talk about, and I know Karen B had an experience with.
I would
a
love to
house
hear
that
other people who
completely
have had similar experiences where
disappeared.
basically the landscape and everything that you were just there, and you go back and you're like, this is not it.
I don't know that it's necessarily a place I've been to, but I can tell you this much. I had never been up here in the city or knew anybody when I moved up here to, except for my sister. And I went to this coffee shop, and this guy walks in. I had not met him before, seen him before, but I called him by name. And then he asked me, how'd you know my name? And I said, oh, maybe one of the others called you that or something. And he goes, no, they just said hi to me, the ones that was leaving. And I said, well, no. He goes, do you know my last name? And I said, yes. And I told him his last name. Now, I've done that in Texas. I've done it up here, but in towns that I had never been in before. Like in Texas, I went into a town, and how did I know the carryout boy's name? He freaked out. These people will freak out when I do this. But yeah, I don't know what that is or how we know certain things, but yeah, it happens.
It's like when you're a child and you're watching TV and like when I was a kid, we would watch a lot of MTV because back then it was cool.
Right.
And every time there'd be a video that had like a lot of almost nudity, my old man would walk in, and it seemed like he like or you know, your parents walk in right at the part where you could get in trouble for watching something.
Right.
It's like this gut instinct, this psychic thing that everyone has.
Well, it's weird because somebody can just talk about a particular place I've never been to. Like I moved up here, the potholes, and different people had talked about them. They never actually said where they were, what towns they were close to, or anything, just the potholes. But for some reason, I knew where they were. I mean, I just knew. And I tried to tell a friend who was trying to take me there. He said he'd been there once. And I said, well, I think you're going the wrong direction. And he goes, you don't even know where they are. You've never been to them. And I said, no, I haven't. But I'm just telling you, I think you're going the wrong direction. Of course, later on, we found out he was after like 3 hours of driving and never getting there. But it is weird, you know, and that's how I've traveled across the country without a map, is I just know where things are.
Just drive around till you get there.
I mean, well, I had a friend, she moved to Cedro Woolley, which was north of Seattle. Well, hell, I'd never been there. So I told my friends, let's go. Well, he was ready to turn around. And I said, no. I said, look, she said she lived north of Seattle. It's up here. And so he says, well, at the next place I can turn around, we're heading back. And I go, just trust me for Pete's sake. Well, then we get to the next exit and it says Cedro Woolley and had an arrow. And he goes, do you have her address? I said, no, but she lives right on the main road, she told me, in a mobile home park. So he's like, well, we're going to turn around. And I said, look, there's a mobile home park right down there. Pull in there. And there sat her car. I had no actual physical address. I had general directions and just common talk of a place. And I got us right there. But he didn't want to trust me. Thank goodness it was that exit. Otherwise, we would have wasted all that time. Wow. And my kids were in the back seat. My mom just knows. You should listen to her. Mm-hmm. But yeah, different phenomena happen to different people. But yeah, that is crazy to go and try to shoot, and the place is just not there anymore.
Yeah, that I saw people in the chat saying I took a wrong turn. It's actually really easy to get to. I could get to it today. I could tell Joe how to get to it because it's actually by where he's at.
I had an experience where at Steffi's house, you know, in California, she lived in a complex that's like, you know, it's basically a bunch of townhomes, you know, like 2-story townhomes with a garage and a couple bedrooms and stuff. Mm-hmm. And there's this little grass area between her place, the ones in her row, and yeah, I can turn my camera on, make it easier. You know, there's a few units, 4 or 5 units, and they're facing 4 or 5 other units, and there's like just a kind of like a strip of grass in between. It's not even probably 10 feet wide, and that's kind of like the yard area right there for that little section. And one day we come out after coming out, out the door all the time, the same door, and all of a sudden there's this tree there that was definitely not there. Like all of a sudden there's a tree there. It's like, it's not like a giant tree. It's like 10-foot tree. It's a young tree, but it's been there and it's been in the ground for a couple of years at least, right? And it's there. It was never there. It was just smooth grass. So I actually talked about it in a video, the Mandela effect tree, how this tree came out of nowhere and all of a sudden it's there. And I'm like, I stopped at the tree and looked at it. I'm like, this tree was never here. And now, several months ago when I went back out there, the tree's gone now. The tree's never been there. But I've talked about the tree that came into reality, but now that tree's gone. So it flip-flopped back out of reality.
That's interesting.
Yeah. And I even talked about it. Like I talked about it in videos about this tree that came out of nowhere.
Well, here's something, and I mean, I may be crazy, and I'll admit it. I could be certified, but sometimes I'll see a date on the computer for something, or a video that came out or an article that came out. And then next time I look at it, they've got it a week later or way hours later than it was when I first located it or first found it. And I'm like, how does that happen? It's only been 10 minutes. How can it be several hours later? You know what I mean? And I've been noticing that for quite a while online, but I think it's just someone messing around with crap. That's what I think. I don't think it's some Mandela effect or anything like that. I think it's someone trying to fuck with our heads.
Possibly.
Like change. I mean, because on the computer, anybody can change anything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then that's where we go back to our memories, and so the main thing that just keeps me hanging on, I'm like, I ask everyone. I ask them. I'm like, what do you remember? And then they tell me. There has nothing to do with Mandela effect. I haven't even brought up the word. I don't even bring it up. I'm just like, hey, what do you remember? I'd say, I tell my granny and my Vicky, this other lady who's been my lifelong family member, Vicky and my granny. The other day, I even say this all the time to them. They still believe it, and they still like go, no. I'm like, Granny, what are the people that send you stuff in the mail about winning money? And she's like, she says every time. Goddamn, sorry. What's his name?
Ed McMahon.
Ed McMahon. Every time. I've never given her that name. Ever. I'm a youngster. I'm 36. I'm even whenever I told it back to her like 3 years ago, I was like, what were the stuff you would get in the mail? She would say it every time. I never once fed her the answer. Ever. I never said, Ed McMahon used to send blah, blah, blah. No. I said, what were the stuff you get in the mail? She'd say,
that's about right.
And she would never waver. That's what creeped me out even more. She would never waver. She looked at me as if I knew it, and that's only it. And then when she said it, I was like, that's what I remember too. So it's like we're playing this little game with our minds where we're sitting here going, well, hold on. Are we really being truthful? Yeah, we are. We're being fucking truthful. We're the ones that care.
Yeah.
Once you realize your adversary is the master of deception, it's not very difficult to see through all the manipulation. And I think that's where a lot of us are.
I just feel like I'm already on that path and I know it, but it's kind of like, well, I'm not saying I know anything. Hell, I don't know shit. But what I'm saying is like that little to go over the edge. It's like, yeah, look, they're saying it too. It's like we're so smart and we love each other so much that we sit there and go, wow, do we actually do we care? And then it's like, no, we care more than anybody. And so I don't know. My granny has answered every time, and then even another time I asked her, and she didn't even remember I asked her before, and she instantly just snap. She snap answered.
Dude,
Yeah, they call
these
us
fucking
crazy.
memes are off the chain, man.
But
They identify us as crazy, and I think they used to put in the 60s. I remember they had insane asylums, and they were
Yes.
full of people, and they tried to put me in one once because I didn't go along with the shit. They always call you crazy, and now they just let everybody out of the insane asylums, and
Well, you know
they,
why they closed the
they
insane asylums, don't you? Do you know why they were closed and shut down? Because
Money.
they were experimenting on people, and they were like
yeah, they were trying to
mothers
experiment.
that had what they call postpartum depression. A lot of them got stuck in there, and their children taken away and stuff like that, and there for years and years and years. But they
I
did.
think it was.
They
I
took
think
all
it was.
kinds of people that had nothing wrong with them, and people that did have things wrong with them or were different, and they experimented on them, human guinea pigs.
Yeah, well, have you heard the theory about the Tartarian when they had all those insane asylums? They put them in there because the people remembered how it used to be, like when they had blimps. They traveled with those blimps, or they
That
didn't. They
doesn't
don't call them.
surprise. That doesn't surprise me
And
because
then yeah, airships. They had that and so in the 1800s there was a lot of people put in psycho wards. I think that's was the people that remembered what it used to be like. Like the VA. When I came back from overseas, they tried to put me in the insane asylum. They try to say you're crazy, and
you
and
didn't
they
see
just
what you saw or hear what you heard.
yeah, because when I was overseas, 9/11, I figured out I was overseas in 2010, and I put a sticker up above the mess hall, and it said 9/11 was an inside job. I got it from Infowars, and so every time the soldiers and Marines and Air Force go to the chow hall, they'd see that, and then anyway,
Well,
they
see,
tried to kill
I truly believe that is a possibility because we know that they did that with the Indian children early on when they took them and put them in boarding schools. That was separating them. That was pulling them away from their families so they couldn't learn what they knew. And then by the time they were old enough and big enough, they were so indoctrinated, they didn't want to hear what their elders had to say. You see what I'm saying? Because it's that same way to this day. The
yeah,
kids less and less with each generation just don't want to hear what their
no, they
elders
don't.
have to say, and so that
But
knowledge is just and plus generations gaps of people missing.
yeah, I feel like it's so basic. Like it's so creepy how basic it is. It's like care
Yeah.
about each other,
Once
don't
you
harm
see it,
each
you can't
other.
unsee it.
That I thought I knew all this shit, and then Brian one day said, "I'm not like saying Brian like knows everything or whatever." It's like he was like, "There were no
Brian don't
planes."
know shit.
He was like, "There were no planes there that day," and I was like, "What? There were no planes that day." I went back and I looked at the footage, and I was like, oh my God, there were no planes that day. I was like, this isn't like I was like, I didn't hate him for saying it. I was like, I'm going to go look into that. I was like, it was the creepiest shit in the world to find out there were no planes that day. But it was so basic. It was super basic, so basic to not know where to wear a mask, to not stick a needle in your arm, to not you can move about and you can do whatever you want. You don't have to do whatever anybody else tells you to. That's how basic it is. That's what creeps me out. And what even more creeps me out is fucking Earth is flat and stationary, and it's so simple. You're like, how did I never see that before? But you're bombarded with peer pressure, people around you. You're bombarded with all these simple things. You're like, when you step back for a second and you actually genuinely care about one another, you're like, wow, what? Like, it's so creepy when you like look deep into it, into it.
Yeah.
And you're called the crazy one.
But we're the beautiful ones. Like Dave running this channel, Dave turning the screen on, letting people come up. That's journalism. Brian's journalism. Letting people like having ideas and conflicting ideas with each other. What, we're supposed to agree on everything? Like, what? I'm going to get on here and say something that Dave doesn't agree with.
Right.
Oh my God. He isn't. What is he going to do? He ain't going to shut me off. He's going to be like, say what you say, bro. Like, go ahead. Like, that's what we do here. And so the fact that the whole world is leading to, I don't like calling everybody sheep, or I don't like calling everybody NPCs or whatever. I don't like calling everybody NPCs and shit. Like, I don't
What
like.
they call a sheep, if you ever know about sheep, there's usually like one leader, and if you can get that sheep to go somewhere, the rest will follow it. And that's why they call people that are followers and just won't get off the path, is because they're focused on that lead sheep. You know,
I get.
That's why the pastors are called the shepherd, and all the flock sit in the pews.
Yes, ma'am.
And that ought to tell people right there,
Yeah.
you're being led over a cliff, folks.
Jesus
Yeah.
was
Oh, and they're
Jesus was-
marching you. You know what? They're
Jesus.
marching your ass over that cliff
Yep,
too. Man.
onward, Christian soldiers, right?
Well, yeah, and you got this steady. Look what we keep doing every
was
4
called the
years.
Good
We got
Shepherd.
constant left, right, left, right, left, right off of a fucking cliff. You know,
Yep, they
these
do it to
people
you in the military too.
Man, look at these fucking politicians. This is what's so funny. I've watched them through my whole life, and every one of them, what their campaign has to do with is change and making things better. Well, it never does, and they do change. They change shit, all right. They make it worse.
Nothing written has ever stopped anyone for doing something they
No,
were not
fuck
supposed
no.
to do.
No,
And
they had it
I
wrote
was told
down.
all rules are supposed to be broken.
For
Basically.
most of my life, it has been written down that it is illegal for me to smoke marijuana. But here I am, I just turned 58. I've been smoking
All of a
this shit
sudden,
since I was 12 years old. Since I was 12 years old, I never paid no mind to it at all.
man.
Even when I was in the army, I didn't give a fuck, man. I'd cheat on piss tests and shit. I didn't care. I was smoking.
Sure.
That's all. Well, you know, that was a whole nother fucking weird story right there. That whole army shit. I don't even know.
No, it goes back into like people thinking like, you already know this. I listened to your son's channel, and like, you're all about self-sovereignty and what this world's all about. And so we're all, what you keep learning and what you're preaching is everyday life, everyday simple life that most don't understand.
Well, each one of us come with a different set of experience in life. We've gained different knowledge, and without communication, we won't learn anything. But
You know, that's weird because I don't even, you know, you were mentioning my son. He took all his videos down.
Oh, I didn't know that. He says a great fucking channel. I love his shit.
He gave me a very vague reasoning for it. And
damn, I hate that because I'm like a Jordan Maxwell like fiend. Like I watch anything Jordan Maxwell, and he is like Ryan is like the best Jordan Maxwell. He like took Jordan Maxwell further. Like the shit I was learning from him was like even further than what Jordan was talking about. So I hate that.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not really quite sure what took place or transpired. He got mad at me for asking about the hierarchies in the Masons and shit. And one night on my show told me to fuck off and then blocked me on Facebook. Then he unblocked me after a while.
Damn,
And
that sucks.
you know, I still get messages and shit back and forth from him, and I talk to his wife and, you know, get pictures of my granddaughter, but he used to call me all the time. Now he don't. So I don't know, you know, it's a shame that he'd let that cult, you know, overshadow something like that, but you know, live and learn, I guess.
I didn't never hear any of that, but I feel like it was kind of cool. Like if my dad, which I never had a dad, and then now he came back in my life, and I allowed him to be in my life, and then I know that you spoke about that, and then how whatever that situation was, and like I would have loved for you to be my fucking dad and be looking into all this shit with me. So like, you know, you're my dad, brother. Like,
Well, you've always had a dad, or you wouldn't be here. But he was just
well,
missing for a
but
while.
You know what he means.
My dad was never here for me. Believe me, like he was.
I never met my real dad.
And so, see, that's what's cool about all of us. Like we're, you know, my mom's gone now, and I'm not sitting here like, oh, give me like whatever. But like, fuck, I wish Dave was my dad. I was be like, fuck, like, dude, like, let's do it. Like, and Ryan's so smart. Like, what is he doing? Like, why would he even be that way towards you?
Well, it's it comes down to that Masons. It comes down to that Masons and that oath to this brotherhood. And I don't know, he took that as an attack, what I was asking him about. And there was a lot of people in the chat that night that were, you know, pretty much heavy duty dissing on Masons. And I don't know. I look at it like, you haven't even been in it that long. How can you have such a strong allegiance, you know? But I guess if you're willing to swear an oath where they'll cut your fucking guts out if you tell any of their secrets before you even know any of their secrets, you know, what if you find out one of their secrets is they're going to put shit up your ass or something, you know?
Yeah, but who is his secret with? Like a buddy at where he lives? Like, doesn't fucking really matter. Like, the overall aspect of learning everything is learning everything.
Well, see, they try to
like
get the children.
I heard they do put shit up your ass.
They try to get the children involved very young. My daughter was invited to the Rainbow Girls, and that's a Mason thing. That's to hold it at the lodge. And there's a mother and a father in their group. And so I started asking questions, and then I got told that I wouldn't be allowed at some of the meetings and that I wasn't allowed to question my daughter about anything. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. No, if I'm not allowed, then what's going on here? And one of the girls that had invited her, after she grew up, she kind of got out of that because you can go further and become a lady something or other. But they actually teach etiquette and all these different things, but there's also secret parts to it. And I told them absolutely not. My daughter wasn't going to join that. I was not going to allow it.
Female Masons are called Rebecca's.
Oh, that's right.
Wow.
And I have this guy friend. He was my very first boyfriend when I was 13. And when I found out he was a Mason and whatnot, and he told me that I would have to host these people, all I could think of in my head, because he wanted us to get back together, but all I could think of in my head was I would have to feed them kitty pate on a Ritz. So probably wouldn't be best for me to be there around a bunch of fake, happy, smiley people, because I know the type and I know the kind of people they are. But I couldn't get back with him simply because of that, because, you know, I'm not into that. And no, I'm not going to kiss up to some and be an ass
We
kisser
had a-
people I don't
Right.
agree with. You know what I mean? I mean,
There's
I
a
still
Rebecca.
love him. He's an awesome guy, but just I wouldn't. No way. I couldn't host people like that.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys, it's getting late. I'm coming up on 6 hours. I think I'm going to call it on this. I want to thank everybody for coming up on the panel tonight. Has anybody got anything coming up on YouTube of recent or anything like that? Okay, so
I don't have.
what is it? Oh, no,
I
okay.
said no. I don't have.
All right. Well, I want to thank all my panel guests. Brian, I'm sorry I didn't catch you. You just popped out of here. A few other people popped out. I want to thank everybody for coming tonight. Join us again tomorrow night, 9:35 Eastern time. We'll have some more riveting discussion and presentation for you then. This channel's growing really good, man. I'm having a good time with it. It's starting to pick up and snowball a little bit. And like I said, you know, if we reach like one person, two persons, whatever, and they talk to other people, and you know, they're gonna get through to somebody. You're gonna get through to somebody. You know, it's just all in your approach. You have to be real. Remember how you were. Okay, that's what you got to be. You got to keep that in mind. And it can be frustrating. You're like, how can you even believe that crazy shit? Well, think about you. How did you believe that crazy shit? Once you uncover that, then you know how to approach it. Then you really know how to approach it. Always look at every situation, if you can, try to look at it from three perspectives. Of course, you're going to see it through your own perspective, but see it through the other person's perspective. But then take another look from a third person perspective. And you can really get a sense as to how to go about it, because you can't just go barging in the door, hitting people with this shit. They're going to go, you're a fucking raving lunatic. You need to chill out. Casual. It'll come up. An opportunity will come up, whether it's about the Mandela effect, because there's so many of them. Because you can say, you know, just interject. They say something about, oh, fuck, I don't know. It's a real blatant one, you know. Well, the lion shall lie with the lamb. And you can say, hey, you know, that's changed, I heard. You know, I heard it was wolf now. No, it couldn't be. I don't know. Let's go look. You already know better, but you're just walking them. You know, or somebody says something about damn satellites and they say, hey, you know, that's a funny thing. I think they're tricking us with that word, because satellite, we think of a thing in space because that's what they always show us, right? But what's that word really mean? So those towers are technically satellites, aren't they? Right? Isn't that a satellite? It's a node to a central point. You know, you can walk into these things real gently. You don't want to scare them off, because if you come in full charge, and it's hard because when you first come to those realizations, you want to tell every fucking buddy. You know, you go, oh my God, because you got to figure it out now. You're like, holy crap, they really screwed us, man.
Yeah.
You know, and so you want to help wake everybody else up. Casual. Put the little mind benders in there. Put the little splinters in the mind. Make them think about some stuff, you know.
There's some you can't be casual with, though, at all. Like Nick Vogt. I'm sorry.
Well, he's only here to be an ass.
That's right. So, I mean, I do get what you're saying, but yeah, there's some people, I say you take them as they come, individual, each separately, differently with who they are.
Well, he's got to be all in. His entire livelihood
Because
depends
that
on
man, I mean, he's as bad as Toontown, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, yeah, almost. So, all right. I want to thank you all for coming on. And as we
Thank
say
you.
every week on here, Lord loves the working man. Don't trust Whitey, and see your doctor and fire his ass, because he'll probably kill you. Good night, everybody.
Much love,
Thanks for
y'all.
showing up.